Bobby. Leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby.
Vamos acompanhar o discurso do
We're going to
Trump
be
e Trump
paying
venceu.
down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies, and it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally, but now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together. And we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to
Abriu
put
num
our
gap de
country
alta
first for
fortão.
at least a period of
O
time. We
dólar no
have to
Brasil,
fix it.
5,84 já.
Because
Agora tá
together
dando pro
we can
back
truly
sim.
make America
Virar.
great again for all
Pode ser
Americans.
feche gap,
So
pode
I
ser que
want
nunca
to
feche.
just
Gap fecha.
tell you what a great honor
Gap
this
eles
is. I want
fecham,
to
pode
thank you.
fechar
I
hoje
will
como
not let
pode
you
fechar
down.
daqui
America's
10
future
anos,
will
tá?
be bigger,
Gaps são
better,
assim.
bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been
Gaps
before.
são assim. Gaps
God
fecha,
bless you and God
entendeu?
bless
Como ele quer.
different
Então
parts
pode
of
simplesmente bater aqui
Pennsylvania
em cima, ó.
campaigning.
Vai dar força em dólar
You know, he
fora
sent
e
the
voltar a
rocket
subir.
up
Dinheiro do
2
BR,
weeks
tá?
ago.
Rumo
And I
aos
saw that
6 reais
rocket,
aqui.
and I saw it
5,90.
coming down. I saw it. It was, when
Então,
it left,
subiu
it was
geral,
beautiful,
S500
shiny
na Nasdaq,
white. When
como
it
tá as
came
Nasdaq.
down, it
Também,
didn't
ó,
look
tudo
so pretty. It
subiu.
was going 10,000
Nasdaq
miles an hour. It
rasgando.
was burning like hell.
O Aztec
I said, what
rasgou
happened to
também,
your
tá no
paint
topo
job? He
já.
said, we've never made a paint that could
Espera a abertura
withstand
do
that
mercado.
kind of
Nem
heat.
abriu o mercado, hein?
And
Nem
but I
abriu
saw
o
it come
mercado.
down and
Olha
turn
só,
around.
o S500
And there
alta,
was, you know, it's like
Bitcoin
22
um topo
stories tall, by
histórico
the way.
já.
It looks a little smaller than that,
Bitcoin
but
é o
it's
seguinte,
big.
o Bitcoin arruma os
And it
80, já
came
marquei aqui,
down
ó.
and down, and
Aqui,
you
ó.
saw that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here, and a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done
there and did a very good job in the debate. So she had a tough road to hoe, but the country has spoken. Not on the bandwagon that here's the 8 things she did wrong. She had a long way to go and a short time to get there, and did.
Yeah, Joseph, I just have to interrupt here because I'm sure this is
it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down, bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over, it was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him.
Tá repetindo esse discurso aqui. Já passou, os caras estão repetindo. Vamos ver se tem alguma outra notícia aí sobre o Trump, sobre o mercado, 10h30, né? O que vai rolar?
From policies that he will enact with Congress to things he says he can get done himself to promises he's made on the world stage about foreign policy. That work will begin essentially now. Trump is something of a superstitious person, not especially engaged in transition planning before he had this race won. That work will begin now. The vetting and the planning of people who will be in his cabinet and who will work in his White House already underway, but will now have Trump and his family putting their hands on it really for the first time in a significant way. And of course, they'll be helped along by that Republican Senate going to Washington, who would have to confirm many of those picks. Savannah?
All right, Garrett. Hey, thank you very much.
NBC's Pitt Alexander is keeping tabs on the Harris campaign. The vice president canceling her planned speech at an election party last night, but she is expected to address the nation today. Hey, Peter, morning.
Hoda, good morning to you. We do expect to hear from Vice President Harris at some point over the course of this day at her alma mater, Howard University. But what a difference 24 hours makes. Monday night, I was with her in Philadelphia during that massive rally, tens of thousands in attendance, and she told the large assembled crowd there that momentum is on our side. But last night, what started as a sort of joyful, optimistic event at Howard quickly turned to a much more somber scene. There were blank stares, glum faces. At one point, they even muted the audio coming from the giant screens as they delivered more and more results indicating that she was not going to be selected as the next president of the United States, turning music on instead to buoy the spirits of those there. The bottom line is that for Vice President Harris, she was unable to perform with the numbers she needed in key demographics, particularly watching serious erosion among Latino voters. Some of those critical battleground counties, she didn't perform the way that the Democrats were hoping that she would. as well. It appears clear that she carried some of the baggage, the headwinds from the Biden administration, also suffering from the same backlash that many incumbent leaders around the world have been seeing over the course of the last several years. And on the topics that really mattered to voters, her effort to cast Donald Trump as a divisive figure, to say that he was a threat to democracy, clearly didn't have the same impact as the Americans were looking for. They didn't view her as the change candidate. Ultimately, it's the topic of the economy and trying to get to sort of pre-COVID prices that delivered a lot of the votes for Donald Trump last night. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's take it to the big board. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. This is a decisive victory. We are waiting for a few of the battleground states. Donald Trump is leading in them. He may get a battleground sweep here. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, he could end up going 7 for 7. You can see what we're waiting on here is Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. You also see Alaska. Trump is leading there. It just takes a long time to get the vote in. Look, honestly, if you look at the numbers in Arizona here, 2/3 or so is in. And this is a very encouraging start for Donald Trump here. It may take him a while to count the vote. Nevada, what's in so far, when you look at the patterns here where Trump is doing particularly well around Las Vegas, Republicans haven't done as well as he's doing there, maybe in 2 decades at the national level, the last time this state went red. And in Michigan right now, we're basically just waiting on Detroit in the area around Detroit. Trump with a 100,000 vote lead, about 100,000 votes left there in Detroit. It's going to come down, but actually leapfrogging Trump there for Harris will be tough. If she doesn't, yeah, 7 for 7 looms, and potentially this could rise to 308 electoral votes.
And he may well win the popular vote when all the votes are counted. So let's talk about, there it is, the realignment. And we're seeing a political realignment. And let's go by some of these groups. Hispanic voters broke in a big way for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look. Here's the exit poll, our national exit poll of Hispanic voters. We have Harris winning Hispanic voters 53 to 45. Put this in some context. 4 years ago, the exit poll had Joe Biden winning the Hispanic vote by 33 points. And we were saying that was progress for Donald Trump 4 years ago. So what you see here tonight, this is just an absolute sea change. This would be the best performance for Republicans with a Hispanic vote, maybe in half a century, depending on how this shakes out. It could be even longer than that. And it has ripple effects on this map that are felt far beyond just those battleground states.
Yeah, well, tell us about that, because this map has some surprises, and perhaps the states that we expect to be blue, New Jersey, Illinois, they look blue, but when you get under the hood, you see a very tight margin that Democrats did not see coming.
Yeah, it'd be a lighter shade of blue. Why don't we look at New York State here, a real biggie. Okay, a double-digit win here for Kamala Harris, but this was 23 points for Joe Biden for you. This has been the standard Democratic margin, a blowout in New York. Trump basically cuts it in half, but where does he cut it in half? This is tiny. Let me blow it up. This is New York City, though. This is the population capital of the country here. Yeah, I mean, just take a look. Here is the Bronx. Look at this. Okay, 45 points for Kamala Harris, heavily Hispanic borough of New York City. It was 68. Biden wins it by 68. It comes down to 45, 23-point shift there. How about Queens? You know, another big borough here in New York City, 45 points for Biden, comes down to 24. Overall, in New York City, Trump has posted a 15-point gain from the last time around.
Okay, we talked a lot about the gender gap and this being the battle of the sexes election. It was young men who perhaps have never voted before who turned out in droves for Donald Trump, and that made a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see it one place, you could layer it too, if you talk about young Hispanic men in particular. In one place we saw that was here in Pennsylvania that Donald Trump has flipped. A lot of small, mid-sized cities, you're talking about like a Hazleton, Allentown, places with large Hispanic populations. Some of the city of Hazleton is 70% Hispanic in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump carried it.
All right, Steve, lots to unpack. Thank you very much. Hoda, back to you.
All right, when President-elect Trump returns to the White House, he will find new support in Republican-controlled Senate after several key seats flip this election, but it could take weeks before we know which party will control the House. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is here. He's got a closer look at things. So the Senate's over. Now it's all about the House.
Yeah, and actually we have an update on the Senate. So we last time we talked, it was a 2-seat flip for Republicans, but now we know of a 3rd seat. And let's take a look at the entire makeup of the Senate right now to give an idea of where things stand. Republicans now have flipped 3 seats total, so they are in the driver's seat to have the majority. Let's take a look at where those wins came. First, West Virginia, Jim Justice, the governor there, he is the projected winner. That was not a surprise. We called that very early today. Then in Ohio, this was a state that Democrats were hopeful that the incumbent Sherrod Brown could outrun Bernie Moreno. That did not happen. Moreno, riding Trump's coattails, ends up winning there. And then this is the state that we're just able to call in the last hour, and that's the state of Montana, where Tim Sheehy, the former Navy SEAL, is going to beat the long-term incumbent John Tester. There are still a number of Senate seats that are still up for grabs right now. That means the margins for Republicans could get even bigger. Now, in terms of the House of Representatives, there's still a lot we don't know, and it could take time before it gets all settled. At this point, there are some 54 seats that we don't have an answer for. Right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats. But that's a number that could move in either direction over the next couple of days as all these votes get counted and everything gets resolved. This is the Democrats' last hope at any sort of bastion of power in Washington right now. They've got a shot at making it happen. It's probably about 50-50 right now between Republicans and Democrats, but it could take a week, maybe longer, before we know who eventually wins.
When you look at the trend lines with the president winning so handily in places and what's happening in the Senate, do you see the House kind of following that path?
It's very possible, but the one thing to keep in mind is that the battlegrounds in the House of Representatives were not the same battlegrounds as the presidential race. So that's maybe why we see a bit of a divergence.
Okay. All right, Ryan, thank you.
Well, that sets us up nicely for our next guest, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican serving his 3rd term after winning re-election in 2022. Senator Rubio, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning.
I know it's been a long night. Let's talk about Donald Trump last night saying he had a mandate. We've talked about the United States Senate going to the Republican Party, so we'll have new leadership there, the White House, potentially the House. What do you think the mandate is?
Well, first, I think we have to understand how he won. Not just that he won, but how he won. And he won by putting together the most diverse coalition of American voters in modern history. You were talking a moment ago before I came on the air about Hispanic voters. I think the lesson here is that the primary identity of Americans is American. And whether you're of Hispanic descent or African American, or in any background, you are in, the price of gas, the price of food, the fear of uncertainty and not being safe in your own community because people have entered the country illegally and happen to be criminals in their home countries before they came, and then they come here and commit crimes as well. Concerns about what's happening in the world, that every day there's new conflict that threatens to pull us in. These are things that that Donald Trump campaigned on. And his primary message was, I'm going to put the interests of Americans and America before anything else. And I think that's a message that's resonated and in a way that led to this very diverse coalition. And so, at the end of the day, I think that is part of the mandate, and that is that Americans of all backgrounds want a government in the Senate, in the White House, in the House, everywhere, that puts them and the things they care about ahead of what is important to somebody else, whether it be in politics or in another country. And, it's an important lesson to learn and take away from all this.
I mean, Donald Trump has been very, very clear about some of the things he wants to do. And so if he has a mandate, people are certainly on notice, talking about mass deportations, for example, talking about ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, getting a negotiated settlement that likely will mean Ukraine gives up territory. Is that the kind of thing that you expect to happen in rather short order?
Well, those are the kinds of things that I think people out there like to point to say, oh, he's going to do some terrible thing to the country. Number one,
well, he said that.
The law of the country right now, it is, but it's the law of the country. The immigration law of this country is as follows. If you are here unlawfully, you are to be detained until removal. That's the law of the country. He's talking about enforcing our existing laws. He's also made clear that his priority is going to be dangerous criminals. People that are in this country and they're criminals in their home country or they're committing crimes here, they would be the priority for removal from this country. And that's a widespread supermajority position in this country. It's one of the reasons why he won yesterday. In the case of Ukraine, who wants war? What he's talking about is he wants the war to end. Now, as a businessman, he's not going to tell you about his negotiating tactic to bring it to a close, but I don't understand why we would not want a war like that to end. Obviously, you don't have to be a fan of Vladimir Putin to want the war to end.
Yeah, I think if you're, and as you well know, many national security conservatives would say, well, you don't want that war to end if it means that you have to give up, that Russia invaded your territory and you end up settling and saying, all right, you can have some of it. I mean, I think that's, you know these pressure points better than I do.
Yeah, look, I get all that, and I understand it. I think there's the reality of the war there. We can talk about it in greater detail in another interview, I imagine, but the truth of the matter is that that's what the Biden administration would admit. They don't admit it publicly, but if you ask the Biden administration, they will tell you we are funding a stalemate. Okay, I think the Ukrainians have been incredibly brave and strong in standing up to Russia, but at the end of the day, what we are funding here is a stalemate war, and it needs to be brought to a conclusion because that country is going to be set back 100 years. Now, that doesn't mean that we celebrate what Vladimir Putin did or are excited about it, but I think there has to also be some common sense here, and that is that right now what we are funding is a stalemate that's costing lives and, you know, putting Ukraine, it's going to take 100 years to rebuild that poor country with everything they are facing.
Senator, can't let you go without asking the Washington question. Do you intend to serve in the Trump administration? Is that something you've talked to the former president about?
No, we haven't talked about that. We were focused on Pennsylvania. We talked a lot about Pennsylvania. We talked a lot about Nevada. We talked a lot about Wisconsin and Michigan, and not so much about Florida anymore. We're very proud. Well, listen, I'm in public service. I'm not trying to play quiet. I'm in public service. I like to serve our country. So I'm not going to be presumptuous about any of those things other than to say that I know I'm in the Senate. And if that's the role I'm going to continue to be in, it's a place that I can serve and work with this administration on things that we were already working on when he was previously president. And what happens after that, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, we're not even 12 hours removed from the outcome in this election. So, again, I mean, those are decisions they'll start working through right now.
All right, Senator Marco Rubio, I saw you at the party late last night, and you're up early with us. Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are following another major story this morning on the weather map. We've got a hurricane in the Gulf, and you're also looking at a fire danger.
That's right. 11 million people at risk for this fire danger. You combine really record high temperatures and drought. So we've got red flag warnings and elevated fire risk for New England. 10 to 25 degrees above average today from New England all the way down to the Gulf, 10 to 20 degrees below average out west. So, for example, Denver, a high today, 33 degrees. That's 24 degrees below average. Indianapolis, 69. That's 14 degrees warmer than normal. Richmond, 17 degrees above normal. And then you can look at these record possibilities. Bangor, Manchester, New York, Washington, and Nashville, all looking at breaking potential records. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
And to all those pollsters out there, not so easy doing a forecast, is it?
You were waiting to deliver that line.
It's every 4 years. I love it.
Every 4 years. And it just gets funnier.
It does. It really does. Never gets old. Thank you, Al. Still ahead in the wake of Vice President Harris's defeat and Republicans seizing control of the Senate as well. The blame game has already erupted inside the Democratic Party. A lot of soul searching there. We'll talk about that and more as a special edition of Today rolls on a Wednesday morning right after this.
Still ahead, the economy was a top concern for voters, one of the big issues behind President-elect Trump's victory. So how will Wall Street react when the market opens in about an hour? We're going to get to that and a lot more coming up after your local news.
Most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So you were listening in as former President Donald Trump delivered that victory speech there at Mar-a-Lago. On the left side of your screen, some quick updates to you as we are closely approaching 8:30 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. The Associated Press saying Trump projected to win the 2024 presidential race. AP also reporting Republicans projected to flip the Senate, and then control of the House of Representatives at this time too early to call. The time now 8:24 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning. It is November 6th, and we continue to share with you those election results in real time. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, I do want to give you a live look out in D.C. It seems like the shot was changed, but we continue to discuss the very latest in the race to the White House, the race to 270. At this time, the Associated Press giving Trump there 277, with Harris 226. So AP declaring Trump projected to win the 2024 presidential race. And when we think of those key battleground states, when we think of those states that played a key role in this race to the White House, many of you all think of the peach state of Georgia. Let's check in with our content partners now at Fox 5 Atlanta for the very latest.
Former President Trump is the projected winner of the 2024 presidential election. The latest vote count putting him on track to become just the second president in the nation's history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. The former president won critical swing states, including Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He was joined by his family and campaign staff in Palm Beach, Florida, where he took the stage last night to celebrate.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Now, while the House results are still uncertain, Fox News projects that Republicans will take control of the Senate. Now, on the other side of the aisle, the Democrat Party watch party was in D.C., and they took on a subdued tone as the night went on. Vice President Kamala Harris never made an appearance at the Howard University event. Instead, her campaign senior advisor announced that she would speak publicly later this morning. Meanwhile, some Democrats are already questioning Harris's campaign strategies, including the vice president's pick of Tim Walz as a running mate. Now, back here at home, Republicans are celebrating the, quote, big flip after losing the state 4 years ago. Georgia is once again a red state. And Good Day's Mark Tegner has reaction. He joins us live from downtown Atlanta with more on that. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Buck. You know, the polls actually on this one were pretty close to the money. They were saying that the former and now elect President Trump had about a 1 or 2 point lead in those polls leading up to the election, and he ended up winning the state by about 2 points.
Donald J. Trump has won Georgia's 16 electoral votes.
Georgia's back in Republican hands. President-elect Trump won the battleground state, flipping it after a narrow loss in 2020.
A lot of people thought it wouldn't happen. We had, frankly, a lot of people out there saying our ground game wasn't that great, making other criticisms of the campaign.
Unlike 4 years ago, this time the results likely aren't close enough to be contested.
But not only did we win tonight, this isn't going to get decided in a courtroom. It's not going to get decided in a recount. It's over.
Democrats, who hope to build on President Biden's and 2 U.S. Senate victories, this time came up short. They still maintain the state is purple.
I want you to keep on pushing, Georgia. Keep on pushing. We got to keep on looking out for what's coming up next and keep up the fight, everybody, all right?
Back at the Georgia Republican Watch Party, voters couldn't be happier about the results.
We have done our part. We've spoken. Georgia has been red and is still red and is going to continue to be red.
The next chance to see if it stays red or goes back to blue or maybe goes to purple will come 2 years from now. That's when we'll elect a new governor and when the Democratic Senator John Ossoff is up for re-election. Reporting live from downtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
Okay, Mark, thanks. In 2020, about 4 in 10 voters said COVID-19 was the top issue facing the country. By contrast, this year, according to Associated Press VoteCast data, the economy was a top concern for many of us here in Georgia, followed by frustration over immigration and abortion. The Georgians approved 3 ballot measures. Amendment 1 was approved. This means property tax assessments will be capped at the prior year's inflation rate, but could send less money to schools and local governments. Amendment 2 just narrowly passed. It'll do away with the state's tribunal tax and instead create a brand new tax court in the judicial branch to deal with complaints involving the Department of Revenue. Now, third, a referendum will increase the tax exemption for personal property used in business. Georgians want that exemption to go up from $7,500 to $20,000. But for the most up-to-date election results, just scan this QR code that's right here on your screen. It takes you straight to our website, where we've got results for both local and national races.
Well, Election Day was a busy day for law enforcement across metro Atlanta as they investigated bomb threats at polling places. The commotion temporarily interrupted voting at some locations. And Good Day's Brooke Zahner joins us live from the state capitol. Brooke, good morning to you. And the task is now finding out who was behind those threats.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning to both of you. The FBI, we're told, is aware of the situation, threats that are happening not just here in Georgia, but states across the country. And they believe that many of them originate from Russia.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated.
Dozens of bomb threats disrupt Election Day across metro Atlanta. Fulton County officials say an officer was stationed at each one of its 177 polling locations in the event of threats and for voter safety.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down.
In DeKalb County's 6 polling locations received bomb threats, including the Reed Cofer Library off La Vista Road in Tucker.
I went around the Kroger to the main entrance, and I tried to turn left, and there were a bunch of cops and people in the house on the corner saying, "Don't turn in, you have to come back later."
The FBI says in part, quote, that it's aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, including Georgia, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been deemed credible thus far. And we expect Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to give us an update on the election results and likely talk more about these threats. That's happening later today at 10 o'clock this morning. That's the latest here live in front of the state capitol. I'm Brooke Zahner for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Brooke, thank you. 8:08 now your time, and Alex is here, and for just really just another typical August day.
Exactly.
That's what it feels like, especially with the rain chances, too. I mean, gosh, we're going back in time, it feels like.
Oh, we are. But so here's the thing. We have been so dry across North Georgia.
All right, so that was our Fox 5 Atlanta team there. We appreciate that team coverage. And, of course, we will share team coverage from many of our stations throughout this Wednesday morning. The time now 8:34, and giving you a live look at this electoral college map, the race to 270. As we were checking in with Georgia, I want to remind you that the state of Georgia did provide 16 electoral votes in this race to 270. All right, the time now 8:35. We continue with your live coverage on this Wednesday morning, November 6th. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your live election coverage on this Wednesday morning, November 6th, right now we want to head out to the Sunshine State of Florida as we are looking at the road to 270. We know that the Sunshine State of Florida did provide 30 electoral votes. Let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as we continue with team coverage across America.
We appreciate you, Deb. Brooks as well. Thank you. 804. Donald Trump will serve another term as president of the United States.
So he is just the second president in our nation's history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is joining us live. She's at Mar-a-Lago this morning with the latest from the Trump campaign, and those winds are intense down there, Randy.
Yeah, I guess still a little bit of excitement in the air about the win for people who have really rallied around the former president as he hit the road for this next wave of campaign as he was vying for the White House again. As you mentioned, the big headline this morning, captured enough electoral votes for the presidency. Now, when we talk about the road to the White House, the states that were called, former President Trump got the expected states, you know, Texas, for example, Florida. He captured our state. But this morning, the conversation has to be about the impact of those swing states. Just before 6 o'clock this morning, Trump was named the projected winner in Wisconsin. It was a state he won in 2016, but lost to President Joe Biden in 2020. Trump was also called the projected winner in Pennsylvania, the biggest swing state prize. Now, this morning, votes are still being counted in Michigan. He's leading there. If he captures that state, he will have cracked the blue wall again. He did it in 2016 when he won Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, states that typically lean Democrat. He didn't win those states in 2020, which cost him the election. So this is a bit of a redemption moment for him. Now, at his election watch party last night, there was a lot of excitement and confidence that the work of over 900 campaign rallies was starting to pay off.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Now, Trump also captured other swing states, including Georgia and North Carolina. We're still waiting on the final results, or the projected results from Arizona and Nevada as well. For now, I'll send it back to you. Reporting live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. At Trump's election watch party last night, a lot of excitement and confidence of the work of over 900 campaign rallies that were starting to pay off. Also in Florida, Donald Trump winning big. He earned 56% of the vote. That adds up to almost 6 million votes. And Vice President Kamala Harris has not yet conceded the presidential race. Her campaign announced that she will be speaking sometime today. She did not speak to reporters after the polls closed last night. Now, keep in mind, the polls here in Florida did show a much closer race between Harris and Trump.
Yeah, they certainly did. Fox 35's Ron Elijah joined us live in studio now with more on this part of the story. Right.
Certainly some did. Wisconsin was the final state to bring Donald Trump, actually over the edge as well. If we can move that forward a little bit, we'll talk part about Wisconsin this morning. He needed that for victory. That swing state was called earlier in the morning as well. Let's bring in political analyst Mark Mills. Mark, always great to see you. Love hearing your inside. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with Florida. Any big surprises here, Mark? I think we're always suspicious when we see some of those polls, but in the end, it was a pretty clear victory last night.
Yeah, I don't think there were any surprises. The one maybe surprise is that neither Amendment 3 or 4 got to 60. I didn't think Amendment 4 was going to make it. I thought 3 had a chance, but neither one of them came close to 60. But before Republicans shout about victory over 3 and 4 not making it, please note that they did receive the majority of votes. They just didn't get to 60. But I don't see any other surprises in Florida other than that.
Yeah, we'll see, Mark, and maybe if the legislature takes up either one of those issues based on that. Let's talk about the swing states, Mark. We had talked about this is what it comes down to, and it seems like in each state we saw the same voters talking about they're not happy about where the country is going. They're concerned about the border. They're concerned about inflation. Were those the biggest issues that turned this?
You know, Ryan, political messaging is not complicated. People have one question when they go into the polls. How are you going to make my life better, my family better? And the economy was the #1 issue. Trump addressed it. Harris did not. She embraced, in fact, the idea of being the incumbent, which was really a dumb move. During her convention, she talked about turning the page. Her poll numbers surged. And then she became the same old candidate, more of the same. She was asked, what would you have done differently than Biden has done? She said, can't think of a thing. What's your vision for America? I'm going to convene smart people, and then I'll let you know. She had no answer, and the idea that that she was just simply going to go after Trump and call him a threat to democracy, but people are willing to put up with a lot of crap from politicians so long as they believe their lives will be better, and they're willing to do that with Trump if they believe he's going to get them a better job, lower their grocery bills, make energy cheaper, and that's exactly what we have tonight, or this morning rather. We have a mandate, and it's a mandate over the economy, and the Trump line, they broke it, I'll fix it, worked incredibly well.
Mark, just a quick follow-up. Do you think some of the court cases, some of that, the assassination attempt, do you think that played into it, or at the end of the day, was it those issues we talked about that affect everyday lives?
You know, I think it played into it to energize and to get his base going. But the reality is, look, I've been involved in campaigns in places like Chicago and Cleveland and Miami, and places where less than reputable politicians won. And the reason is because they delivered. Trump delivered. What was amazing in some of the polling before the election was that the American people gave Trump's first term a higher favorability rating now than when he was president. They saw good things in the economy. They wanted the immigration fixed. It wasn't complicated, and it's simply not a complicated message. Harris made it seem complicated, and she completely missed out on providing a vision for the American people.
Mark, we appreciate the insight. You've been through a lot of these campaigns. Thanks for digging into the numbers. Always great to have you on.
Thanks, Ryan.
That is political analyst Mark Mills. And of course, ladies, we will have so much more. We'll hear from candidates as well throughout the morning.
Ryan, thanks so much. And you know, one of the more surprising results from last night, Monique Worrell is getting her job back in the 9th Circuit. The ousted state attorney ran a successful campaign against incumbent Andrew Bain. Worrell was suspended by the governor last year, you might recall.
And last night, she defeated Andrew Bain, who had been appointed to replace her. Fox 35's Morgan Parrish live this morning with more on this. And Worrell says, Morgan, that she felt vindicated.
Amy, good morning. Yes, and a lot of people are shocked by this. On social media, we're seeing a lot of mixed reactions, but Worrell won with 57% of the vote, Andrew Bain 43%, and of course this will now end her suspension in office. So like you guys said, last year, back in 2023, Governor Ron DeSantis signed an executive order for her removal, accusing her of negligence and dereliction of duty. Governor DeSantis also claimed she was too lenient on some criminals, including juvenile offenders, and avoided minimum mandatory sentencing guidelines.
Tonight, this win is for my dad. I lost my dad on June the 26th. It was unexpected and it was fast. And before he took his last breath, he told me, go get your seat back. Whether I'm here or not, go get your seat back.
Bain, her opponent, who had been appointed to replace her, released a statement shortly after, reading in part, "To all my supporters, I want to express my deepest gratitude. Your dedication, trust, and belief in our mission have made all the difference. Together, we have built something strong, and your voices have been a critical part of our continued fight for justice and safety in our community." Now, AP called this just before 10 o'clock last night. And, of course, you can head on over to our website at fox35orlando.com to see more results from last night's race. Reporting in Orange County, I'm Morgan Parrish, Fox 35 News.
All right, Morgan, thank you. It is now 8:13. Coming up next on Good Day Orlando this morning, we'll take a look at the results from other local races across Central Florida.
Our special coverage of election 20.
All right, we appreciate Fox 35 Orlando for that extensive coverage. And don't forget, the Sunshine State of Florida, 30 electoral votes in that race to 270 electoral votes needed to win. And Trump there on your screen garnering 277. The time now 8:47. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, we are going to stay in the Sunshine State of Florida as we are looking at those amendment measures on the ballot, and marijuana was on that ballot. I'm being told we'll be checking in with a local sheriff to get updates on that measure. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:49 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. As we continue with your election coverage, many of you all keeping a close eye on those amendments that were on state ballots. Take a look at your screen. One of those amendments did relate to the legalization of marijuana. We know North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and the Sunshine State of Florida were highlighted for marijuana on state ballots. Let's check back in with our content partners at Fox 35 Orlando to learn more about marijuana in the Sunshine State.
Welcome back. Floridians rejected Amendment 3 last night, which would have legalized adult use of recreational marijuana. Florida will still allow medicinal marijuana through the use of a medical marijuana card from a qualified doctor. And joining us this morning to talk more about this is Sheriff Wayne Ivey. Good to see you, Sheriff. How are you?
I'm doing great, Amy. Always great to talk to you.
Well, good to see you, Sheriff, and congrats on winning your re-election campaign last night as well. You backed the campaign to stop Amendment 3. Why do you think Floridians decided to go that way as well?
Well, I think Amendment 3 was a bridge way too far. Floridians passed medical marijuana. They saw the need for the medical marijuana. The recreational marijuana, they had a chance to look at other states that had made the mistake. They got to see the data. They got to see how damaging it was to that state. And they decided to not do that to the state of Florida, and they spoke pretty overwhelmingly.
And, Sheriff, it was interesting because watching the ad campaigns, there were some sheriffs that came out in favor of it. Then sheriffs like you were against it. Why do you think there is such disagreement on this issue and how it's handled in the legal system?
Well, overwhelmingly, the Florida sheriffs supported or were against it. There were only two that I'm aware of, two sheriffs that I'm aware of that supported it. And I think we're going to try and have both of them evaluated to make sure they're all right, because anybody can look at the data. They can see the damage that this does to the state, the increase in traffic fatalities from driving under the influence, the increase in insurance rates, the problems that exist from it. So, all of us sheriffs, we're all great friends, and we all have our own opinions and what's best for our community. community. But at the end of the day, as far as I know, there were only 2 sheriffs that supported it.
Do you think that this will come back again, maybe written in a different way?
So, that's always hard to say. Those that wanted to pass this amendment, obviously, like I said the other day when I was with our First Lady, this was a cartel movement, a cartel trying to take over the state of Florida to sell their own marijuana. They spent well over $100 million on it. Hard to say if it'll come back up, but if it does, I see Florida continuing to move in the same direction. We want to keep Florida, beautiful. We want people to come here. People are running from these other states that have made the same mistake, and once that bullet's out the gun, you can't put it back. So I'm a big proponent of don't mess with our Constitution, leave it alone. So hopefully this ends it.
All right, Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us.
Always, thank you.
Take care.
And this morning, a lot of people are talking about the election as they eat their breakfast or sip their coffee.
And David Martin is live this morning at a diner talking politics and pancakes. Tell us where you are, David.
We are in the Osteen Diner here in beautiful Volusia County. Amy and Danielle, it's great to hear from you as well. And you're right, we're talking politics while eating some breakfast. I've got my friends from C&G Electric here out of Deltona, Don and Mary, the owners of that business, and their employee, Amanda. How you doing, Amanda?
Good, thank you for asking.
You bet. So, a big night last night. You were up late watching the results. How are you feeling this morning?
Relieved, happy, excited.
Yeah, I can tell by your hat you might have been happy with the results.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
So, Don, any surprises last night?
No, not really. I was expecting Trump to win, just from the rallies and the number of people at his rallies and, just in general, people are tired of the Biden administration that just, things have gone to hell since he's been in office, so I'm glad that he won.
So I would assume you're liking the way the country is going to go in terms of its overall direction.
Yes, definitely. Since Biden's been in office, I own C&G Electric, and my material has doubled for jobs that we do. So Trump being in office, I know it'll go back to at least half of what I pay for it now, and it's the profit margin is way down from when Trump was in office. So I'm super glad that he won.
They say politics is all local, but you are directly impacted by the federal level.
Correct. Yes, the taxes are tremendous. It's just terrible.
Yeah. Small business, of course. Mary, what would you say to the newly elected leader, if you could?
Congratulations. It's awesome. I'm so happy.
Yeah. You talked a bit about the amendments that were on the ballot, and we're a split group here on 3 and 4. You voted which way on 3 and 4?
I voted yes on 3 and 4.
Yeah. And your reason for voting yes on 3, can I ask?
Well, I just think that everybody has a right to... I don't think it's a drug. I don't think that it's bad. I think it's like alcohol, safer than alcohol. I don't smoke myself, but for those out there that do, I don't think they should be crucified for it.
Yeah. And on 4, the abortion topic?
I voted yes on 4 because I think that a woman has a right to decide what she wants to do with her body. For example, a worst case scenario, if there was a teenager that was raped by whoever, a father, a family member, anybody, if she didn't feel comfortable going to her parents, she should have the right to decide if she wants to keep the baby or have an abortion. And I'm totally against having an abortion at 8 months, 9 months, or even just like six months. I think it's too much. There needs to be regulations on it. There needs to be rules. I agree.
Speaking of bodies, if I say, you are strong, you lay ditches. What do you do with the electrical company there?
Oh, I do it all.
Yeah.
I do it all.
She showed her muscles earlier. She's very proud of it. And I'll use it. Well, you should be.
I'm so proud of it.
Well, enjoy your breakfast. Thanks for talking with us. And any final words, Don, as you enjoy your, what is that, grits?
Grits and eggs. Most people, when you mix the grits and eggs together, well, that's what you do in the South. But I can't wait till January 20th, I think it is, when Trump actually, starts governing, and it's going to be exciting 4 years.
All right. Thanks for talking with us. A new beginning indeed.
All right, we appreciate Fox 35 Orlando for that detailed interview. And then David Martin always adding some light to the show, right? Asking that gentleman what he was eating, grits, because we saw he was stirring pretty heavily before that interview started. We were wondering what was in that bowl. I'm Gina Francine. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. 1 minute shy from the top of the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And we continue with your live, raw, and unfiltered election results. As we do so, we do want to check in with our content partners out in Pennsylvania, Fox 29 Philadelphia, to get the very latest in that neck of the woods. Let's check in with them now.
And when it comes to staying in hotels, there's some pretty unique ones around the country. You can even stay inside of a potato in one.
Yeah, they're just the opposite of what you're looking at.
Yeah,
not the Hilton.
Yeah.
And also, are you looking for something unique, a gift that's not like your everyday gift that you can get any place? So maybe more hard to find. Great place in Delaware County. Drew is there. It's called 3 Potato 4. Kind of cute, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to show us that one coming up.
We have a potato theme going this hour. We've been asking you this morning, what do you think is the sexiest musical instrument that a person can play? Because, you know, some look more attractive than others. And Vanity Fair magazine did this little poll.
Mm-hmm.
for 3 remaining swing states of Arizona, Nevada, and Michigan this morning. As we further discuss the very latest on this Wednesday morning, we want to check in live now from Fox's Christy Matino. She joins us this morning to share what we know at the moment. Christy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Janae. Yeah, I know you had up an image there of those battleground states. That's really what won this for Trump. 538 electors, 270 to win, which Trump now over that number. If I pull up our Associated Press map right now, what really did this for him this morning, what called the race for him was Wisconsin, that blue wall state. That was 10 electoral votes that did push him over the edge. And I'll talk about why the blue wall is so important in just a minute. But I did want to talk about the difference here because we have the Electoral College. We also have the popular vote, but the president isn't one on the popular vote. But let's talk about it really quickly. Right now, it shows Trump leading at 51% compared to Harris's 47.5%. It is of note, though, we do not know who won the popular vote as of right now, even though Trump is leading that. That is because you see these pink states here. That means votes are still coming in, ballots still being counted, even outside of these battleground states, such as California. Those votes still coming in. But if Trump were to win the popular vote, it would be the first time that a Republican has won it since 2004, when incumbent President George W. Bush did win that. Let's talk about these battleground states a little more. You heard me say these pink states, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, these are still, we are waiting for these results, but they're pink, meaning they probably most likely going to go to Trump again, still not called. If they did, that would mean that President Trump won all 7 of those battleground states. Of course, also North Carolina being a battleground state and Georgia being a battleground state. Important to note, the blue wall. I was just mentioning the blue wall. What is it? It's these 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, called the blue wall because historically they have gone to the Democratic president. But if Trump, again, were to win this, Michigan, which it is looking like he will have won all 3 of those blue wall states, the blue wall cracking, so to speak there. Really quickly, Pennsylvania, that is a key one that we were watching. 19 electoral votes. That was the prize, so to speak, for whoever could win that state. It did go to Trump back in 2016. Biden took it back 2020. Now we're seeing it is back to Trump. Janae.
All right, very detailed reporting there from Live Now from Fox's Christy Matino. And you mentioned those electoral votes, Christy. Many people know the phrase, the road to 270, right? In that last count, former President Donald Trump garnering 277. You mentioned those states we are still waiting to hear from as far as the numbers being reported. So that number could potentially go up as it relates to that electoral count, correct?
Yeah, it could. If he wins them, it is going to push him over the 300 mark. And really quickly, I do want to talk about why the Electoral College was put into place to begin with. And I'm going to pull up this map so I can better explain this. It was put into place by our founders of the Constitution for 2 reasons. The first one being to give the power back to the states, right? States like Wisconsin, states like Georgia, the other states in the United States, but also so that Congress would not have the burden, so to speak, of choosing the president. Democrats critical of the Electoral College, saying it does typically favor Republicans, many preferring that this would go back to more of a popular vote system. What comes next in this entire process with the Electoral College, with the election? The state electors, they're going to meet in their individual states. They don't meet as a whole body, and they're going to certify this election. We can expect that December 17th, Janae.
Christy Matino, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. I know we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning to get more updates as they come in real time. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be checking in with you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to get back to this map Christy was showing and explaining in her report, keeping a close eye on those remaining states we are awaiting to hear from on this Wednesday morning. Here at 9:28 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. All right, we continue with your election coverage. You decide 2024. Before the break, we were checking in with Live Now from Fox's Christy Matino, understanding the very latest as it relates to the Electoral College and those battleground swing states, as we are continuing to wait on 3 states to finalize those counts. As we do so, let's check in with the Peach State of Georgia. Fox 5 Atlanta, they continue with team coverage on this Wednesday morning.
Yes, rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve.
Well, Donald Trump is only the 2nd president in American history to lose in a re-election campaign and then come back to win another term in office. Grover Cleveland accomplished the feat as the 22nd and 24th president. Now, the Electoral College count reveals a wave of red across Georgia and really the rest of the country. Still undecided, though. Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska could take some time to get those results. Now, we did hear from supporters and those who were at a local Republican watch party. They helped former President Trump secure Georgia by more than 100,000 votes. So Good Day's Mark Teichner is live in downtown Atlanta, kicking off our team coverage. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Elise. You know, in the end, the polls in this one, at least here in Georgia, kind of hit the mark. Before the election took place, they were predicting possibly a 1 or 2 point lead that the former president, now President-elect Trump, had. And in the end, he ended up taking the state by just about 2 percentage points.
Donald J. Trump has won Georgia's 16 electoral votes.
Georgia's back in Republican hands. President-elect Trump won the battleground state, flipping it after a narrow loss in 2020.
A lot of people thought it wouldn't happen. We had, frankly, a lot of people out there saying our ground game wasn't that great, making other criticisms of the campaign.
Unlike 4 years ago, this time the results likely aren't close enough to be contested.
But not only did we win tonight, this isn't going to get decided in a courtroom. It's not going to get decided in a recount. It's over.
Democrats, who hope to build on President Biden's and 2 U.S. Senate victories, this time came up short. They still maintain the state is purple.
I want you to keep on pushing, Georgia. Keep on pushing. We got to keep on looking out for what's coming up next and keep up the fight, everybody, all right?
Back at the Georgia Republican Watch Party, voters couldn't be happier about the results.
We have done our part. We've spoken. Georgia has been red and is still red and is going to continue to be red.
Well, the next time we'll be able to determine if there is, in fact, a red state or a blue state or maybe a purple one will come 2 years from now, when we'll elect a new governor and when the Democratic Senator John Ossoff goes up for re-election. Reporting live from downtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta. Elise, back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris has not addressed her supporters publicly, but her campaign co-chair announced her plans to do so sometime this morning. Late last night, Cedric Richmond thanked the crowd gathered at Harris's official watch party at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. He says the fight is not over. So let's get you caught up on more headlines. We'll check in with Good Day's Buck Lanford. Buck?
Elise, the big conversation this morning is the balance of power in Congress. In the House, the Georgia delegation remains the same, with all of our incumbent representatives winning re-election. The only House race that didn't have an incumbent was the District 3 contest. Newcomer Republican Brian Jack wins over Democrat Maura Keller with 2/3 of the vote there. Now let's take a look at where the balance stands right now in the Senate. Republicans are set to regain control with 51 seats. Democrats have 43. All right, taking a look now at some other local races, county by county. In Fulton County, District Attorney Fonnie Willis wins re-election over challenger Courtney Kramer with 68% of the vote there. Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene held on to District 14 in Northwest Georgia. She took 64% to Harris's 36%. And Democrat Lucy McBath wins in a newly redrawn 6th district on the west side of Metro Atlanta, taking 3/4 of the vote there over Criswell. In Atlanta, for the City Council Post 3 at-large seat, Dr. Nikki Evans-Jones and Esh Collins appear to be headed to a runoff after neither candidate received 50% of the vote. Jones with 40%, Collins with 25%. History was made in the Senate late last night. Delaware's Lisa Blunt Rochester and Maryland's Angela Also Brooks were both elected to the U.S. Senate. They will be the first two black women to serve in the U.S. Senate at the same time in our nation's history, as well as the first black female senators to represent both of their states. Election day was busy for law enforcement across metro Atlanta as they investigated bomb threats at polling locations. The commotion interrupted voting for a moment. And Good Day's Brooke Zahner joins us live this morning from the state capitol with what happened. Brooke, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Those threats started almost immediately when the polls opened yesterday morning. We were starting to report on that on Good Day Atlanta. But according to the FBI, they say they're aware of these threats happening not just here, but across the country. And they believe many of them are of Russian origin.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated.
Dozens of bomb threats disrupt Election Day across metro Atlanta. Fulton County officials say an officer was stationed at each one of its 177 polling locations in the event of threats and for voter safety.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down.
In DeKalb County, 6 polling locations received bomb threats, including the Reed Cofer Library off La Vista Road in Tucker.
I went around the Kroger to the main entrance, and I tried to turn left, and there were a bunch of cops and people in the house on the corner saying, "Don't turn in, you have to come back later."
The FBI says in part, quote, that it's aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, including Georgia, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been deemed credible thus far. Now, we were expecting to get an update from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. We have been reporting that to you all morning long, but within the last couple of minutes, we were notified that that news conference has since been canceled. But of course, these threats are still under investigation. That's the latest here live in front of the state capitol. I'm Brooke Zahner for Good Day Atlanta.
Hey, hopefully they'll be able to get to the bottom of who's responsible for those threats. Brooke, thank you. Well, for the most up-to-date election results, scan the QR code on your screen. There it is right there. It takes you right to our website where you've got results of both local and national races. And that's your headlines.
All right, and we appreciate Fox 5 Atlanta for that detailed team coverage. Quick content reminder, the Peach State of Georgia, 16 electoral votes designated for Georgia in the race to 270 at last count. Trump there with 277 electoral votes. The time now 9:39 here on the East Coast. We are going to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with none other than political journalist and author Nicordelai Corte. Many of you are wondering this morning what's going on related to the Harris camp, as we have yet to hear anything from her since yesterday. We'll be checking in with him after this quick 2-minute commercial break. 9:42 is the time, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your political headlines on this Wednesday morning, right now I want to bring into the conversation none other than Dr. Nicolai Corte. He's a political analyst, journalist, and author. As we are discussing the state of the race the day after Election Day. Nicolai, good morning to you. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
So a lot to dissect this morning, specifically as it relates to the current numbers that are in, as we know, as it relates to the Electoral College. And many people know the phrase, the race to 270. Right now, former President Donald Trump garnering 277 of those electoral votes. And that number could climb. As this was happening in real time, I know you are personally very close to Harris and the Harris camp. You were actually at Howard University. Could you set the stage, the vibe, the mood, the emotion, the comments that were coming down in real time as these electoral votes were rolling in, please?
Sure. Well, I've had a chance to cover Vice President Harris as a number of journalists in the press corps have had an opportunity to do. I've even had a chance to travel with her abroad to Africa and to see her in action on the world stage. And so as somebody that's also a native Californian that's seen Vice President Harris grow and climb from office to office. Last night, many folks were hoping that this would be the pinnacle of that climb. For anybody who's familiar with HBCU culture, you know, homecomings are a big deal. They're a big celebration. And that's what it felt like walking onto the campus of Howard University, Vice President Harris's alma mater. It felt like a homecoming celebration. There was a joy, there was a buoyancy in the air. And hour by hour after the polls closed, as the returns came in, and as now President-elect Trump started to gain momentum, that homecoming feeling started to feel more like a home-going celebration. I had a chance to talk to a number of people on the ground there who were watching the numbers, change throughout the night, and it for as many people that wanted to turn the page on the politics of chaos, the politics of division, the politics of grievance. I think a number of folks felt gobsmacked that enough of our fellow Americans decided that they wanted to return to that history. And so in the days ahead, I think there's going to be a lot of looking into how we got here. But make no mistake about it, this was not a close election. This was a decisive win, not just for former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, but also for Republicans in the Senate. And the House is still too close to call at this hour. And so this is not just, a typical election win. This is feeling more like a political realignment. Where so many of our fellow Americans this hour are feeling orphaned and feeling cast aside. And the same challenge that a President Harris-elect would have had in terms of bringing the culture together, the question is, will President-elect Trump rise to the occasion or return to the politics of the past?
Nicolai, you mentioned next steps, and I'm glad you brought that up because this is very interesting as it relates to next steps. For one, many people are on the edge of their seats awaiting to hear from VP Harris. What do those remarks look like? As she might today give that a concession speech, or maybe she will demand a recount. We don't know which way it will go. On the flip side, she is still vice president, and she is still advocating and working in real time with President Joe Biden. So it's not a situation where you see someone lose and then we don't hear from them for several months or years. She is still active in the political realm. Can you set the stage for us and how that looks? Because for those that maybe they did support her or maybe they didn't, she is still there with President Biden.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vice President Harris ran an honorable campaign. She and her staff, she and the thousands of volunteers powering that campaign, should hold their head up high. It was an unprecedented campaign from the jump. 107 days. In 107 days, she had to quickly mount a campaign to bring together the Democratic Party to make place and space for independents and moderate Republicans to join this coalition. We've never seen anything quite like it. And so I expect that Vice President Harris, when she is prepared to make those remarks, will do so holding her head up high. And she's going to be a demonstration of what it looks like to peacefully transition power. This was not a close election, and so the idea of calling for a recount, there hasn't been any reported irregularities that would suggest that that is warranted. I think the vice president has an incredible story to share. She made a very clear choice. She offered our fellow Americans a very clear choice in terms of what we wanted to do in the future, where we wanted to go, what we wanted to accomplish. I would not be surprised if the vice president sort of mentions that, elections have consequences, and consequences not just for folks here in the United States, but people around the world. I think there are democracies around the world this morning that are more fragile than they were last night.
Nicolai, you mentioned the phrase peaceful transition of power, and for many people that takes them back to January 6th, where we saw the chaos there at the Capitol, and wanting to know what that transition looks like, because as we know, with the comments and the media circulation of current President Joe Biden and his health, and how VP Harris has been really pretty much arm in arm in helping him make some of those pivotal decisions, is she expected to be a pivotal key player in that transition of power?
Well, I don't think there's any reason to believe that President Biden will not be a key part of that transition of power. From what I've observed and what's been reported, President Biden is our current president. He's operating at all cylinders. He has a little bit of experience in terms of transitions of power, particularly transition of power to a Trump administration, as he was serving as Barack Obama's vice president right before they transitioned to the first Trump term. And so there has been nothing reported about transition activities. But, again, this is a question that's come up on the campaign trail. Would these candidates support a peaceful transition of power? Vice President Harris has said time and time again she would, whereas former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, had not said as much. And so I think, you're going to see the Biden-Harris administration lead by example. The question is, though, what will President Biden do in his remaining days and weeks in office? We know that the Supreme Court had granted the office of the presidency enhanced sort of presidential immunity. And so, can we expect a series of executive orders that may go out, though they can be reversed? Is there interest in doing that to sort of fortify some of the priorities of the Biden-Harris administration and some of the legacy work of the Biden-Harris administration? These are just some of the many questions that folks will be mulling over in the coming days and weeks.
Nicolai, I love how we can have these candid conversations, and with that comes the question of the minority vote and the black vote this morning. We are seeing, as it relates to that popular vote, that maybe VP Harris did not garner that black vote and minority vote as President Joe Biden did back when he was running for those 4 years. Could you put that into perspective? Because we know the Harris campaign did a lot as it was campaigning at HBCUs and doing a lot of different things to get younger Black Americans excited about this election season. But can you relate that to what happened with Trump as well and what we saw play out, please?
From a number of the exit polls that I've had a chance to look at between late last night.
Going up 10%. JP Morgan's up 10 damn percent. Palantir's only up 5%, but JP Morgan's up 10. We own JP Morgan. We also own some Goldman Sachs. There goes some Nvidia to the upside as well. Wow, oh wow. It's a big day. It's a trophy day, and it's a big one right now. Good day so far here. Let's just see what winds up happening. Nvidia has been tough, though, to trade. That is for sure. Yeah, market reeling right now to the downside, but I still think there's life.
Yeah, Tesla just made a bounce off at 280. The original long that we had came out, that last 10% that we're holding on to for a break of 290. That came out, and then instantly there was a bit of a bounce. Let's just throw up a 1 minute chart. It's just going to be easy. You can see what the price action is doing. So right away, it broke that low. Going to have my stop underneath. Immediately recovered back above. So I'm right back into it. Mara's still holding on to the line as well. As Mara tries to get back into VWAP. I know I should have been short in Amazon, but all you got to do is wait. It's back above that 200 level, so the opportunity to short it off 2150 or 201.50 is now gone. It's still setting up that we can break out that top on Amazon. And one more to get to, just to show you guys what happened in DJT. Open back up immediately to the downside. You're now trending down again on DJT. That 36, though, is holding on rather nicely. I said I would take a step back and then wait for the opening rush to look at SMCI, and SMCI is now trending toward 20. So any false break of $20, and I'm looking for an SSR bounce on SMCI. That's when we knew we wanted to wait for, and now that it's down here, it's getting to that point where it's close to time to pounce, looking for an SSR bounce. Again, just a gimmick play. If it gets to VWAP on a bounce off 20, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I like SMCI a lot. Good play there for sure, looking over there. All right, Palantir's come back in. I think it might be time just to get rid of this trade, to be honest with you, PLTR. I mean, I like it, but we haven't really been able to do too much with it. So, well, we've done a lot with it, but just recently it is making that move back down, and now we take out VWAP. So watch out for a downside push. I'm just going to punch out some here. Oh, we missed it. We missed the punch there. I was trying to get 20s there. Okay, well, we're offering now. Hopefully, there we go. We got 19s. And then since NVIDIA and the market right now is trying to bounce a little bit, I'm going to take the best pieces we got out were like 143.20s or maybe 143. Let me give you guys exactly where we got out. Our best out there, yeah, 143.08 actually. So I'm going to take a piece out again here on NVIDIA, see if we can get some, there we go, 05s. Nice out there for NVIDIA, but again, just trying to play off that dip down in there. Again, I am like through the moon with these banks. I didn't realize they were up that much. I mean, XLF now, $48, $49. What was even the high of this ETF? Up 5%, wow, nice gap. Yeah, gapping, there we go. So there goes XLF. Like I was like, okay, I knew we were beat up there. And it's just like, to have that crystal ball, right? I mean, a lot of you probably made a heck of a lot of money on this election. And I mean, if you were in the right spaces, man, MSOS was the marijuana ETF. That's, oops, here's OX, so that should be bad, just as bad. Down 46% right now. MSOX, MSOS was down 20. It should be double, right? So 24%. Bad name right there. A name that should be agnostic to whoever wins. Netflix. I mean, no matter what you're doing, you're Netflixing and chilling. And right now, Netflix down a little bit today. That could be something that winds up getting bought at some point. But yeah, for right now, lots of moves. Sonnet shares are now resuming. DJT also trying to go as well. $38. Remember, this name was halted on that upside and downside already today. So another very violent name to go here, Neil, in the day. A couple halts there, and then as well as Sonnet.
And it won't be the last one for sure. Just by the way, SMCI is going to make a trend break soon, but I'm now out of Mara. It lost 1740. That was my line in the sand. I'm not getting off. I don't want to get off the SMCI chart right now. But Mara lost. Tesla lost the low, so we got out. The break was the only good long. It's all red since. And then Mara as well loses that support at 17.4. So the early look good, and then on the back end, you're falling precipitously here. But looking for a trend reversal next on SMCI. It's now set up where it's lower highs or lower lows the entire way through into 20. If it makes a trend reversal, I'm looking to punch long and give to the prior low and then play into VWAP. Adara, what's up? Was that Adara? No.
Like and subscribe.
Keep an eye here on TMQ. This is Trilogy Metals. This one was a penny stock earlier today, now up about 95% and above $1. We are basically not seeing a specific catalyst on this, but it is in that mining and industrial space. So that's something to keep an eye on here. Market cap of $178 million. I'm seeing float of 84 million shares for TMQ. And if you're enjoying this content today, make sure you like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, thank you very much, Adara. All right, so NVIDIA just went back up to the upside there, and we did not have an offer, so my bad on that one. We're going to have to start putting some offers up there and just like say, you know what, if NVIDIA goes, it goes, but there's a good chance here that we do not. So, all right, so 142. We are going to buy a little bit more if it does dip back into that play. All right, so what else do we want to look at here? You're out of Tesla, okay, and in SMCI. So I just want to, again, it's 9:58. There's lots of day left. Join the midday show today. Satya, wow. Good job on that one because Bitcoin today has been moving around. So we'll hear some opinions on crypto with Sharif and Satya today during the midday. So make sure that if you like this trading, thank you. And we do have more coming. And that's going to be the midday. So that's SMCI. Brother, sell Palantir and put into Neo, says Shakib. Nah. Hard pass on that one, my guy. Although we are now, we're well in the money. I mean, our Palantir logs are below $10 in our own account, but what we're trading for here is a completely different story, as many of you know. We're going to get out on that bump up. We have a very, very small position left here in Palantir, but again, looking for some more trades, right? I think that Tesla maybe on a move down in. I was just like, Randy brought me another coffee and I didn't even have a drink of it yet. Now it's going to be cold, which was the main reason why I wanted it in the first place. Okay, so we're going to watch out for Tesla. Tesla's bleeding now. I know you're out of it already. Just want to give people an idea here that Tesla is making that move back in now to that downside. So be careful if you're on this name. It does look like it's losing some steam. Our spot for this was 275. So that's going to be some. It already hit that? All right, well, my spot for that was 275. We should have been bidding there. We talked about that in the middle of the day or in the middle of the pre-show there. So good on you if you had that. Bad on me because I was not bidding there. So 275 came into play there for Tesla. Let's put a bid down there in case it comes again.
All right, so SMCI, that happened very, very fast on SMCI. That trend reversion, and again, I have to hit save for the trend line to hold. So there it is. It broke the trend from VWAP. It broke out above. I gave it to the prior low, like right in here, 2050. It's already at VWAP, so I'm out of 80% actually right now. We're going to hold on to see if we can get to 22 even. So simple mean reversion trade here on SMCI. Went over down. Like obviously, it was down way more than 10%. It got close to 25% to the downside. I'm not thinking this is some kind of a save for SMCI. It's just a simple relief rally that you want to take advantage of here. So now that it's above VWAP, I want to look for a push into $22. Obviously, this is a much beleaguered stock, to be sure. And it hasn't really broken the longer-term trend. Look at a 15-minute chart or a daily chart if you don't believe me on that. But it is headed now to $21.50. I should have had an offer in the 40s. I'm just going to get one in there now as it heads through 50. So SMCI definitely giving up the ghost early and getting it at least half back. Here in SMCI. So we'll grab a quick buck in there on the next tick to the upside when it gets through 2160. But you're right about Tesla in 275.
Yep.
But you got to pick your spots. Like once Tesla was underneath the pre-market lows, I mean, it was getting close to that 275 level, but SMCI was making that mean revert as well. So you had to, well, not you, I had to pick one. And I was on the SMCI chart looking for that SSR bounce. So that's the one I went with. But really, you could have just also had Tesla at $275. But you can only trade, for that type of a trade, one thing at a time. You're not an algo, although if you were an algo.
Yeah. I mean, I should have been on that trade. There's no reason for me not to be there. Like, we were bidding Palantir. I mean, it's just like this one right here. Look at this. Give some props up for this one at least, guys. There's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now screaming. We said if the market ever rebounds, we want to be long one name and one name only, NVIDIA. I mean, there's lots of names, but the one name that I was looking at there, NVIDIA. So there we go. We're sitting in the money right now. $2 in the money on Palantir, $1.50, $3.50 right now in the money totally on these markets. So $3.50 in the money ain't bad right now with the big boy with NVIDIA. So let's just watch this one screen back into all-time highs. Let's put an offer at 144 just because, and then we'll deal with it after that. So 144 and change. Let's see if this can go meme crazy, and let's go find out what's happening, not then, but now.
What isn't happening right now might be a better question. We have lots of sectors and stocks here today in play on the eve of the election, or I guess after the eve of the election. We do have Republican candidate and former president there, Donald Trump, elected president of the United States, 47th president of the United States. So keep an eye on a lot of those Trump-related sympathy plays. DJT, TSLA, RUM, PHUN. In terms of sectors that are moving up after this, we do have eyes on crypto actually surpassing that 74,000 and hitting a new all-time high around 75,000 for the first time. Bank stocks very strong as well amidst some hopes of deregulation. So good look there. Then we have the NASDAQ slightly edging out the S&P 500, but both are up just under 2% on the day, despite pretty nasty move down on that last 15-minute candle for both indices. In terms of stocks on watch, other than those sector-wide moves, we have things like Celsius to keep an eye on here. We're going to go over some earnings plays that are not SMCI. CELH here, down about 6%. They missed on sales, missed on earnings per share. Actually had a pretty significant move to the downside on a year-over-year basis across the board on all their metrics, with the exception of international revenue. So big miss there for CELH. Then we have Nova Nordisk here. I have LLY up because they're moving a bit more significantly here. Eli Lilly down about 4%, but Novo Nordisk getting a bit of a hit here as well. They missed on sales, but they beat here on earnings per share. And last but not least, CVS Health. This one actually up after earnings, up about 11.5%. They missed on earnings per share. They beat on sales under their first report with new CEO David Joyner, who also said the company's not going to be providing outlook as of right now. So mixed report, but nice upside move for CVS. And we are brought to you today by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial, using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
We brought thank you, Adair, for that. We brought you this control, this Edge TI, now trying to break $1. I just want to bring this to everybody's attention right now. We had these guys on Jim Baird the other day, and it is right now trying to break out through that $1. We've talked about dollar breaks and how much those can work. So just watch out for that one there. And thank you for Firefly as well. Adair, AIFF, I believe, is the symbol for that one, down to $3. So we'll have a quick look there as well. But excuse me. Palantir. All right, nice move to the high side right now, and that's not why we coughed. We're going to have a quick look at this and get out another piece. There we go. We get out some at 80s. That's probably going to be it for me now on PLTR. We'll wait to see if it does continue to go upside, but we did take advantage of this dip. Not take advantage, but when it broke, we got out at VWAP and came back to the downside. Let's take advantage of the move up now and get out. We have less than 2% left on this trade. So not like it's we're setting the world on fire here with a lot of risk. So let's wait to see what happens there. I got something stuck in yield throat here. So
frog in the throat, what they call it. Like little frog in the throat happens. That's what happens when we're live. We're talking all day, and we will be here all day for you guys. So back in through VWAP on SMCI, we talked about that 21.6. So when it got to 21.6, took another leg out, now only holding on to, and again, each their own 5% of the position, and that's because it lost VWAP. The one that hold on to 10% above VWAP, once it lost underneath, now 5%. And again, the stock is what it is. This is not some, let me there you go. I like to use a multiple desktops for you, but that one's showing on all. The daily chart and the trend trade on the 15 is obviously intact to the downside. So I don't want anyone to think that because it's bounced and because it's worked, that this stock is going to do some kind of a huge recovery. This is just an SSR bounce play on SMCI. And if it makes a fresh low, I want to jump out. I knew this was going to be something that would happen as we were looking at Tesla off of the open on that initial breakup, but Rivian did lose $10. It's underneath VWAP. It's trending down. If this can't get above VWAP, the idea was for the last little bit that if Rivian lost $10 in here, exactly 10, just under 10, to look for shorts. Well, if it wants to consolidate underneath, then I got to be looking for short trades in Rivian. Down 7.5%. I do not believe it has hit short sell restricted, or the uptick rule would come into effect with Rivian. That's not for a little bit here. So any pullback into VWAP, which it's trying to do, that fails to break above, I'd look continuation shorts, unfortunately for Rivian, as you guys can see. Nasty one for a lot of stocks in here today. Rivian, some people might have been confused by that because you would have had Tesla up. But remember, Tesla makes money when they sell vehicles. It's that simple.
I know it is. We like Tesla for that exact reason. I have no idea how to skip this ad, but all right now we have 1.1K likes. Hurry up, ad. Get out of here. I don't even have ad block on. So here we'll go. Oh no, still showing an ad. All right, we'll do this in a second once that's over. Right now. All right, I just want to say if you are part of the stream right now, like the stream, please. I mean, we have 1.1K likes. That's a good number, but we have almost 10,000 watching. So hit the like and subscribe ASAP. I mean, that Palantir trade off the open, make it sing for sure. And we were going to look for some more. So I'm trying to look at the chat here to see who's looking at what now. There we go. We can go skip right now. Now we're back on it. Here it is. All right, hey, 9,300. All right, let's get this going. I want to see this. There it is, 1.3. Let's see if we can get this to 2,000 likes right now. I mean, look, if you voted last night and your guy won, why are you not hitting the like button? This should be an absolutely fantastic day. So if you voted for Donald Trump, hit the like button right now and get that going. I mean, let's see exactly who's out there. 1.3K right now. I mean, I'm expecting this thing now to get to like 5 or 6 grand, right? I mean, 50%. He just took down the popular vote, 70 million to 65 million, making that look like a shamble right there. But 1.4K right now. Let's get that going. I'm going to check back in just a couple minutes and see where we are. Now 1.5, thank you so much. So right there, we've added 50% since we started talking about it. Good little look right there. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're going to check back in a minute and see how many of you exactly did vote for Donald Trump. All right, Palantir upside. We're still $3.50 in the money, man. We've got $1 on NVIDIA. We've got $2.25 now on Palantir, and we're going to wait to see if that wants to continue to go higher. All right, what's up, China? How are you guys feeling today? FXI right now, downside. So I don't think they're feeling that great, man. Down 3%. Donald Trump has said tariffs. You're not going to produce any cars, NIO, are you? You're not going to be able to build that factory down there in Mexico and then ship the cars right back up north without a tariff on it? No siree. NIO down 4% today as that's been getting hit, which is why I kind of like Rivian. I mean, Build America, they have that plant in Georgia and everything like that. I mean, I know we got to get some money back into that name, but FXI, NIO, downside. And then the name that I like, we sold some of this at 1 side. Yes, sir. Let's go. We sold some Alibaba at 117. I still like the stock. I mean, I'm still in it. I don't want it to be down, but I'm waiting for it to fall just a little bit more. We had Mitch on the other day from Trade the Pool. He was talking about being long 99s in this name. Not talking about that trade, but there are opportunities here, especially if you like the name with sort of the political landscape right now. Maybe you can pick up some Chinese names on this move down if you do your research and believe in what's been happening. There goes NVIDIA, man. I like 143.50. I mean, I'm waiting at 143.80 to see if we can get those fills. We've already taken fills up here, so it's been just a really big day. Palantir is now at Neil, the intraday highs again. So we're getting close to that right now. I mean, it's not at the very highs, but we're right back up to 54, looking to break longer through that again. So we called this, not only did we call this bottom, I mean, it's easy to do it when it's bouncing around, but we picked NVIDIA, and right there now, NVIDIA is $1.50 in the money. So definitely working out for us right here, NVDA, as we watch this name continue to climb a little bit higher into those levels. And there's that number right there. It's now a $2 winner. We said we had $3.50. We were holding $3.50 worth of winners. Right now, we're holding $4 worth of winners. $2.50 on Palantir, $1.50 on NVIDIA, and we continue to climb higher. Oh boy, this has been a great day.
Yeah, and speaking of great, looks like we're getting a bounce everywhere now. Tesla is holding higher, but it is actually Mara that we just jumped back into, as this one did another bit of a trend reverse. It was up early, then trended down. You can see it just made the trend reversion break. I just got 65s in, but Amazon, gone through the Bezos barrier. It's gone. It just broke that 201.50, I should say. Looks like it's going to be screaming higher. I mean, pick your poison. At the time, we're looking at this SMCI and Mara in here, which just made its reversion as well. But Amazon is now through that 201.50 top. And why do I call it the Bezos barrier? Well, because he sold a boatload of shares here last time, and it couldn't get through 201.5. I think it's a blue sky setup here for Amazon, especially given the fact that the market hasn't broken those highs. So I want to be buying dips into the prior high. I want to be buying dips into VWAP. We already mentioned SMCI to you. So unless that holds above VWAP, there isn't a huge change. It's trying to challenge it right now. Mara, I'm just going to show you the black chart. Mara here, now trying to hold above VWAP. I entered when it obviously broke the trend here at 65. I wanted to play back into 18. If we start holding VWAP, we go scalping between 1775 and 18. But until then, we're taking profit out in front of VWAP all the way to the 18 area where it did find resistance before. So going to get some offers out into 18. You can see it failed that price earlier here on MAR. Want to make sure we take some profit there. SMCI is trying to get back to that buck. But as you can see here, yeah, VWAP again, a little bit of a challenge for SMCI. So I'm going to stick to my rules. On an SSR bounce play, if you start failing VWAP, it's a place to take profit, so just take another leg out there. I still want it to hold higher for the dream of 22, but every time it fails under VWAP, got to take some out. SMCI is what it is. Even if we get a bounce, trend is still kind of down on it, so you want to make sure you're grabbing your profit where you can. What an absolute crazy run there on Amazon. This was while the market was breaking lower.
Love it.
The market was breaking lower when Amazon did this, so it kind of catches you off guard, but that tells you it's a relatively strong stock. I don't wonder if he has more to sell, he'll probably be able to take advantage of it. Maybe look at some of the big even dollar levels. If 200 was one, maybe 205. But until we breach 03s, I gotta still be waiting for that previous 201 and a half and see if we can get back into it. So just in the same two name, well, back into Mara and still in SMCI as the market. I mean, the Nasdaq's right back to the highs, almost.
Guys, Amazon is the Katina vacation stock. Maybe multiple. We talked about this before, like how much we love this stock and that we were buying some on this dip back in there. And we did that, man. We bought this dip. I mean, off earnings, this missed down in here into 160. Excuse me. Bit that banana there. 170 downside, 180, trying to go back upside right now. So 205, 204, breaking out right now. We like that stock. But look what's happening with NVIDIA right now. The more we continue to hold these longs, just quite frankly, the better it is. There we go. We're now at 144 again right now. Now, the key about all of this is, for me anyways, is that when this came back in, we only dropped out of 75% right there. So it was a bad trade for sure, but we were able to buy back better. So that was a good play. We were able to do that. We're at the high of the day. Palantir, we just got another piece out. We're almost out of Palantir. All right, let's check out DraftKings. Some of these lower names, we've seen IWM move today. So IWM, a big day for sure. All right, so DraftKings, nice move as well. 3.5%. I like that move. But again, running into 39, possible good short right over there. I'm still looking at my scanners. I have a bunch of scanners going right now. Here's the hot list that we have through eSignal. So these are the names that are really starting to bump through. Let's see what's happening with AMD right now. So these are names that are doing a lot of volume right now. A lot of trades going through on the tape. That's what the trade rate indicator is. So this is one of the best things that I look at through eSignal. Look for the names that are moving. The trade rate will give that to you. So Neil just talked about Amazon. Obviously, we talked about DJT as well. We can have a look there, $36. Yikes, that was up almost 40% or something at its highs. Now coming way back in DJT. But I love me some Amazon. I also love me some Robinhood, man. I mean, obviously, this has been one of those big names. We've talked about Amazon for a minute. The reason why I like Robinhood is, especially on a day like today, more trading, right? You guys got to get out of your options. You guys got to get into positions and all this kind of stuff. A lot of traders using Robinhood these days, so that's a nice move there. And then here's all the 52-week highs. Look at this. MCBS, whatever that is. Palantir, new 52-week high. Lumen, new 52-week high on earnings. Spiders, brand new 52-week high in the broader market. Congratulations. Amazon, let's go on vacation, baby. That's a new high as well. IBIT, new high for Bitcoin today. Everything bumping right now. NVIDIA, new highs. So, yeah, I mean, whether or not your guy won or lost, if you are invested, then it should be a decent day for you, unless you are just in oil, which most people are not. Hopefully just get diversified a little bit. But at the end of the day, good day here today. For the markets, many names at all-time highs. A good day to open up your 401ks, I would say.
Unless you're a Boeing shareholder.
How much are they down, man?
3.5. Boeing just broke the low. It just, you know what, Boeing, they can't win for losing. Or is it the other way around? Lose, whatever, it doesn't matter. It stinks right now on Boeing. Let's just leave it at that. So it is right now on the precipice. I sometimes call these things the Alamo. If you ever hear me say the Alamo, I usually just mean the last line of support. For anyone that doesn't get the reference, I know everyone in America probably gets that one, but in case you don't, the Alamo is down here at the 145. I mean, 146 would give it an extra $1. If you can't hold on to that, it's going to get pretty nasty for Boeing. Down 3%. A lot of things are strong today. It stinks when this is the kind of day where if you look down and something that's in your portfolio isn't performing well, it's a bit of a sign and an obvious one. And I think for Boeing, bit of a surprise. I think you would have thought in a protectionism scenario that it could have done a little bit better. I'm very shocked by that. I thought Boeing would have been good based on the results. So as a shareholder, I have to ask myself what the heck is going on, maybe evaluate that at the end of the day. But Mara keeps on dipping underneath VWAP in here, and I wonder, like, some of this is going to have to do with what's going on in Bitcoin, because there's a bit of a battle happening on BTC. I know I have a 15-minute up here. See the battle going on in BTC where you're trying to make another run at 75 and you're just cresting 74.5. So what clearly has to happen here is a hold above 74.5, which gives us a run into 75. So if we fail and start retesting lows, punch out Mara, if we hold this, start looking to places to add on the way up before we get to the 75. So got to have eyes on, I mean, if you're watching iBid or you want to watch spot Bitcoin prices, it's a distinction without much of a difference. So Mara's working, but I think it's going to need us to hold above 74.5 into the 75 on Bitcoin. So make sure you have that one up. And Amazon is absolutely going ham. And I'm not going to unpack that one for you. You guys all know what it means.
It's Hamazon. So there you go. Yeah. That's all right. All right. Remember I was saying before? Yeah, it was okay. Before I was like, we were $2 in the money, then we were $3 in the money on our total holdings, and then all of a sudden we were $3.50 in the money. Well, right now we're almost $4. Sorry, my bad. We are $4 now in the money on our position. So yeah, there it goes, man. Nvidia back up to the highs of the day, and again, glad that we discussed this and why we like this name, Nvidia, as it continues to go higher. Again, a name that takes out 52-week highs and retraces off of it. Or all-time highs. There's no doubt that a play like this happens, and it happens all the time. Obviously, it coincided with the market right there, and today's a little bit of a different day, as we'll play momentum a little differently because it can carry forward, man. I mean, the Nasdaq being up that 2.13%. Wow, we are already at these crazy highs for the Nasdaq. I want to think at one point. I mean, I'm going to refresh this, but over 2,000 likes almost right now. So thank you so much for everybody for that 1.7x change on that. There it is. So there was that level that we were like, is it going to hold? Is it going to hold? It does not hold. It's trying to go back up to the upside. But we wicked 20,800. So this should be close enough too. If not, all-time highs again. We didn't see that the Nasdaq made them. Let me just go over here and just quickly double check. I'm going to type in here the QQQs just to see where we are exactly on that, because intraday levels and stuff like that are going to matter. But yeah, we're basically at all-time highs right now. We have it here as 503.52 on eSignal. So let's just see what we're at exactly right now. That's not the right exchange over there. NQ, there it is. What did I say it was? 503.52. So today's high, 503.46. So you came within basically just someone pushing bid and getting this Nasdaq back up to all-time highs again there today. Oh boy, man, $2.50 now in the money on Palantir as that continues to go higher, and then Nvidia as well, $2. So yeah, man, so far so good. I mean, I've only traded those names. We want to look for some more Netflix moving around. You're in Mara. I like that. Marissa sent me a tweet. Oh no, says Ozan. I'm gonna go have to check that out. But for right now, I gotta pay for all those bills that my lovely wife keeps racking up. And congratulations to my daughter. Got picked for this like Canadian elite hockey team. It's like absolutely insane. So we had to put down a deposit yesterday, and it was 180. Yeah, we had to measure her jerseys and all this stuff. I'm very, very proud of her. Anyways, the deposit was $181 US. So it goes down, hits the credit card. I look down on my phone because I get all the notices there. Yep. 267 Canadian. I'm like, what? So we talked about that earlier. Yeah, Brendan was mentioning the US dollar at all-time highs again, or relative to certain pairs. At the end of the day, wow, making a lot of money there goes currency exchanges. And you know what? I was actually thinking that we should be probably trading, or at least maybe looking at some forex. But you know where you can also look at some forex, and that is with our friends at Trade the Pool. I mean, right there, Trade the Pool. Scan it right there, get 10% off, get funded. We like it. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares while using company capital with, believe it or not, no PDT rule. That's the edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. One-time fee of just under $100. You heard me right. $97. You will receive a $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. And if you take some of these trades that I'm putting on today, that profit goal will be pretty simple. The best part is the limited edition program now has reduced profit goal. Even better. And it'll show you minimum trades required to reach the funded
from them. Can you imagine?
This is the National News Desk. Election 2024 Special Coverage Edition. Locally covered, nationally connected. It's been a long road full of surprises. Donald Trump fought for his freedom.
This is really an attack on a political opponent.
Took a bullet and changed the face of the Republican Party.
From New York to Las Vegas, from Philadelphia to Phoenix.
A campaign full of unforgettable moments.
President Trump! Well, that's a good-looking group. Hello, everybody.
Has now created a political comeback like nothing America has ever seen before.
How do you like my garbage truck?
President Donald Trump has spoken.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
And now, so has America. This is the National News Desk, America's News Now. President Donald Trump, his family, and closest supporters take the stage triumphant overnight, as he was declared the 47th president-elect of the United States. He went to bed early. These are some of the moments that you missed as he gave his victory speech. Results pouring in overnight gave him a clear path to victory in both the Electoral College and the popular vote. The popular vote going to the GOP for the first time in nearly 20 years. And this is the National News Desk, America's News Now. I'm Jan Jeffcoat. It's Wednesday, November 6th, and this morning, America has spoken and picked the next leader of our great country, the 45th president, now on his way to becoming the 47th. Take a look at the electoral map right now showing projections from the Associated Press. You can see all of those red states right there. Those are the ones that they did give to Trump, giving him the 277 electoral college votes so far. But of course, voting and the count for the votes right now still not done. So some of the pink ones that you saw, those could also go into Trump's favor, giving him a higher electoral college vote count there. President Trump and his family again took the stage at his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach after 2 a.m. Eastern. He said his first priority was to deliver a message of unity after an election season with a lot of division.
We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
The acceptance speech overnight marked the first time that Donald Trump introduced his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, as the vice president-elect.
After the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
And now Kamala Harris is facing brutal backlash for not speaking and addressing the millions of Americans whose vote she asked for. Her supporters walked out of her watch party after being told she would not be making an appearance. We're also watching the balance of power in Congress with a major shakeup in the Senate and some tight numbers right now in the House. We do have team coverage across the country and the latest results coming in all morning, but we want to start with Mark Boyle at the live desk. Good morning to you.
Jan, good morning to you. Breaking news from overnight. The race has been called for President Donald Trump. He got to 270 after securing the major battleground of Pennsylvania, where both candidates spent a lot of time, a lot of money leading up to the election, of course. After being declared the winner, Trump appeared at Mar-a-Lago, where he held that watch party with his family. You see him in the video here behind me this morning. He addressed the nation as the president-elect now for the second time.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
This morning, we are running through the numbers for you. The data coming from the AP. Trump has secured the 277 electoral college votes, past the 270 mark needed for the keys to the White House. Kamala Harris with 224. Turning now to the popular vote, the AP says Trump has won that as well, with 51% to 47%. The spread 71 million to 66 million. And again, the votes are still coming in, but certainly a large number there, keeping the two apart. In Congress, Republicans have won control of the Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. That will hand the GOP the lead role in confirming the next president's cabinet, as well as any Supreme Court justice, if there's a vacancy, of course. And right now, dozens of races for the House still being tabulated at this hour. We are waiting to hear from Kamala Harris this morning. She left her event last night without speaking to the public. Possibly another speech from Donald Trump. If that happens, we'll bring it to you live right here at the live desk.
Mark, thank you. Our team coverage does continue with the National News Desk's Kayla Gaskins, who's live at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know you've been up a long time, Kayla. You were there when Trump declared victory.
Hey, Jan, yes, we were there, and it was a pretty late night. Donald Trump taking the stage just before 2:30 to give his victory speech, declaring himself the winner, as most outlets had already projected he was, in fact, winning the White House. And when we got up again this morning, the general consensus among nearly all the outlets was, yes, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. And Jan, just taking you into that convention center last night where we were, the crowd steadily got bigger through the night and steadily got more energized as the momentum headed into Trump's favor, as he started to win some of those key battleground states. When they were called for North Carolina or Pennsylvania, the entire room would erupt in applause and cheers of USA, USA. And that energy really continued on through the end of Trump's speech, which was at about 3 in the morning, Jan. And let me tell you, that crowd did not get any smaller, no matter how late it got. And then going to what Donald Trump said during his speech, he did not mention his opponent, Kamala Harris. He did aim for a concise message of unity and of looking forward and what he hopes to accomplish in his next term as president of the United States. Jan.
All right. Kayla Gaskins reporting live from West Palm Beach, Florida. We appreciate it. Republicans have taken control of the Senate, but results still coming in that could impact the balance of power in the House. The National News Desk's Christine Frizzell joining us live from Capitol Hill with more as we take a look right now at the U.S. House. This hasn't changed at all in the past couple of hours.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Jan. What we're learning is that these races are simply too close. And I want to kind of go through some of them because when we're seeing the results, there's still a lot of the votes yet to be counted. Right now, what we have is 198 Republican seats, 180 Democrats. This remains sort of the last best hope, the last bright spot for Democrats to possibly have some hold in power here in Washington. There are still 57 seats. You see all those little white dots. Those are the seats that have yet to be called. So many of these races are really just so close. I want to take a look. Let's start in California. This is Ken Calvert and Will Rollins. Now, all morning, Will Rollins has been ahead. Now he's seems to be behind, but we're looking at this number here. Less than 70% of this vote has been counted, so that's why we still don't know. And we're going to talk about Arizona as well. Two very close races. We've got Kirsten Engel barely ahead of Juan Ciscomani, the incumbent Republican, and then we have Schweikert, who has been in the lead. But again, this number here, 60% still is all that's been counted. I want to go back to the Senate, though. This is something that it's more sure. We know that Republicans will maintain control of the Senate. They'll not maintain it, but get it back after a few years without it. The question, though, this morning is by how much? We have 52 Republicans, 41 Democrats, plus the 2 independents who caucus with them. Let's take a look at this national map, which is being a little feisty for us. Okay, just real quick, these are the ones that we're watching. This is the one that's been really interesting to me all morning. Dave McCormick and Bob Casey. Go to the whole state. McCormick, the Republican, remains slightly ahead of Bob Casey, the incumbent. We're going to be watching this one really closely. This could determine, as we know already, the state of Pennsylvania went to Donald Trump. This one just really remaining close. Another one I'm keeping my eye on is in Michigan. This keeps going back and forth. We have Alyssa Slotkin right now. Just a few minutes ago, I'll say, she was behind. Now she's ahead just slightly. 90% of those votes in right now. She's been pulling ahead, I should say, over the last few months. Again, you can see yet another very close race for the Senate. Remember, the Senate is responsible for confirming cabinet secretaries, Supreme Court justices. They're going to have a lot of power with Trump in the White House.
He'll have no problems confirming. Obviously, Trump will have no problem confirming his cabinet positions in that regard. Thank you, Christine. One of the more notable Senate races is in Texas, where Republican Senator Ted Cruz easily cruised to victory. The National News Desk's Erica Harris reports from the Cruz Party headquarters.
The third time's a charm for Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz, coming out on top, beating his opponent, Dallas area Representative Colin Allred, a race with razor-thin margins. The outcome could have tipped the scale in the U.S. Senate.
It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year.
Senator Cruz, surrounded by his family, taking the stage to thank his supporters.
And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure and to keep their Texas values strong.
And we continue to bring you the very latest election results here at the live desk on President Trump's landslide victory overnight. This morning, we are getting the latest reaction from lawmakers at home and abroad. Let's start with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who posted on X saying, "We have saved America. The American people have spoken, and President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance are going to the White House. We are ready to get to work for the American people." The president thanked Johnson at his victory speech at Mar-a-Lago last night and commented on the power shift in Congress. Take a listen.
I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. Number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible, and nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
And vocal Trump supporter Elon Musk posting on X, "The people of America gave Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change tonight." We're also getting reaction from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulating Mr. Trump, saying, quote, "Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful commitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory."
Donald Trump picked up support with traditional Democratic voting blocs, including Latino and Black male voters. The National Desk's Angela Brown joins us right now to break down these exit polling numbers. What are you learning?
Well, Jan, one major takeaway here, it appears right now that Trump overperformed in rural areas and Harris underperformed in urban areas. Now, that's according to early exit polling. Now, Mr. Trump gained support among some groups, even gaining from 2020. Let's start with some of that exit poll data that's coming from NBC News. You can see it right here on your screen. Overall, as you may imagine, Trump won men. That is not a surprise, but this may be right here. Trump won 54% of the Latino male vote. In 2020, Trump lost the Hispanic male vote, getting around 40%. That's according to Pew. So that means that Trump actually expanded his support with Latino men. Now, Trump also performing better among Black men as well. Now, Trump won, you can see it here as well, 20% of the Black male vote. While that number may actually seem small, Republicans are usually in the single digits. But it's the Latino male vote that is getting a lot of attention this morning. The American Latino community, as we all know, is growing. Immigration is a huge issue. Listen to how Chris Wallace from CNN described how Trump reached out to Latino male voters.
Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism among Latinos.
And when it comes to women, as expected, Harris won the female vote according to exit polling as well. One caveat here, white women. Trump won white women by 52% according to NBC News. In 2020, Trump won white women by 53%. Now, that's coming from Pew. The last time the majority of white women voted for a Democratic candidate was Bill Clinton in '96. So their vote is also in line with history. So what drove some of these voters to Donald Trump? The answer may be very simple here. The economy. The ABC exit polling data found that 45% of people they talked to said they were worse off under the current administration. That number is even higher than 2008 when we were going through, Jan, that Great Recession.
Angela, thank you. Our election 2024 coverage continues all morning. We have the latest results as Donald Trump has now won the presidency, and we've got more reports from races all around the country.
And ahead, the very latest election results this morning, plus pollsters' question for the huge disparity between predictions and the actual results. That's coming up next here at the Live Desk. Welcome back. We continue to bring the very latest election results rolling in overnight. The race has been called for Donald Trump, Pennsylvania, getting him to that magic number of 270. You see the numbers where they are right now behind me in terms of the Electoral College votes. He also is ahead with the popular vote, too. Here's some of the speech last night from Mar-a-Lago, his election headquarters in Palm Beach, after securing his place as the 47th president of the United States.
We're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people.
Let's talk about those disparities in polls, because there were plenty of them. Specifically, the major poll taking headlines just before the election, the Des Moines, Iowa Register, showed Harris leading Trump 47-44. That red number right there, that's the first one. But Trump ultimately moved right through onto victory, garnering 56% to Harris's 42%. Now, renowned pollster J.N. Selzer, president of Selzer & Company, which conducts the Iowa poll, says she'll be reviewing her data to determine why the poll produced results way out of line, far out of line with President Donald Trump's resounding victory, Jan.
Our coverage continues with the National News Desk's Candace Scalise in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, a battleground state won by now President-elect Donald Trump. Candace, good morning to you. Which counties turned red for Trump?
Hey, Jan, very good question. We're live outside of the state capitol this morning, and I took a closer look because that's a big question with this battleground state. So Erie was blue for President Biden. That turned red. And then taking a look at the east side of the state where Philadelphia is located, a lot of counties along the east side turned red for Trump. That included Erie, Center, Monroe, and Northampton counties, plus Bucks County. Now, if Bucks County sounds familiar, that's because that is the county where the first Trump assassination attempt took place. You remember that iconic photo where he jumped up and fist pumped, fight, fight, fight. That's Bucks County. That was blue for President Biden. It turned red for Trump. And then, of course, a lot of Pennsylvania is rural. So a lot of folks who were already planning to vote for Trump, a lot of them did, as we saw the state turn red. I also want to take a look at some of the U.S. Senate and House seats. Two Republicans leading right now. Too close to call, though, with the AP. We know that Dave McCormick is leading Bob Casey right now. Bob Casey just trailing one point behind Republican Dave McCormick. But if Dave McCormick wins, that is going to flip that blue seat red in the Senate. We're also watching the 10th congressional district for Republican incumbent Scott Perry. Right now, he is leading Democrat Janelle Stelson. He's leading 51-49%. So that is still too close to call, but we know Scott Perry's still leading there. And then we do know the winner of the Attorney General race here in Pennsylvania, Republican Dave Sunday, beating out the Democrat there, Eugene DePascal. So a lot of red here in Pennsylvania, and we see it, of course, on the presidential race and then trickling down into Congress and on our local races, too. For now, reporting live from the state capitol in Pennsylvania, I'm Candace Scalise. Back to you, Jan.
Is here. Many analysts and journalists are calling out the ways these election results will shape public viewpoints. Investigative journalist Julie Kelly wrote, "A total humiliation this is for the architects and promoters of the January 6th narrative. They really believed January 6th would destroy Trump and MAGA movement, and instead they did the exact opposite." Others believe the Trump win could mark a major shift in U.S. social views. Journalist Ian Miles Chong wrote, "It's over for wokeness. It is done. This election was a referendum on DEI, on CRT, on trans ideology, on the woke mind virus, on the extinctionist cult." And now to another critical win for Republicans in the Senate. West Virginia Governor Jim Justice did flip the state seat, replacing Joe Manchin. He celebrated the win last night with his state and his signature sidekick that campaigned with him throughout the election.
So if Baby Doll could come on out here.
First time since 1958, two Republicans from West Virginia are in the Senate. Stay with us for continuing coverage of the election results. Former President Trump set to become the 47th president. Mark?
Election day floods made it difficult, Jan, for voters to get to some polls in some locations and are responsible for 3 deaths in Missouri. The latest details on that next here at the Live Desk. Tracking some weather for you this morning right now. If you're just joining us, a live look at the National Desk radar as we track a band of storms moving across the Midwest and the Southeast this morning. Those same storms brought major flooding across the central U.S. on Tuesday. New images right now into the St. Louis Police Department showing that as well, and showing some video of some flood vehicles. Right there, you can see some of the pictures right there. Floods from those storms also responsible for 3 Election Day deaths in Missouri. Sadly, we know 2 of those were poll workers. At least one polling location reported a power outage, and others reported impassable roads due to the flooding in those instances. That was in St. Louis County. The Board of Elections there encouraged drivers to find another route.
Again, we continue to follow breaking news this morning. Donald Trump has won and will become the 47th president of the United States. He did clinch that 270 electoral vote mark that he needed overnight. Also, he is set to become the first GOP president to win both the Electoral College and the popular vote in nearly 2 decades, since Bush in 2004. Also this morning, Wall Street and investors watching the results. Stock futures soaring right now. All leading market indicators are up. Check this out. Markets opened just about 5 minutes ago. The Dow, or opened in just about 5 minutes rather, because right now here on the East Coast it is 25 minutes past the hour. The Dow jumped 1,223 points overnight. The S&P went up 120 points. The NASDAQ increased 330 points. When Trump pulled ahead in the vote count, the U.S. dollar also hit a 1-year high. We have reporters on the ground in Florida following Trump, plus a closer look at the races that are shifting the balance of power in Washington. First, though, here's a look at America's news and weather, where you live.
I'm meteorologist Charlie Lopresti with a look at the Northeast. We have a pretty warm day on tap in the Northeast today. The next time we see temps like this will probably be spring 2025. Temps going to surge into the 70s today with a stiff west-southwest wind. There's a weak front moving through. Some areas may see a brief passing shower, but this front's pretty moisture-starved. That's going to move along. As we go into Thursday, skies go partly sunny. Temperatures on Thursday won't be quite as warm, but we're still in the 50s and 60s. Enjoy.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Gerard Bailey. Here's a look at the Mid-Atlantic region. Your Wednesday shaping up to be warm, and a few showers will be possible after a very long dry stretch. We're going to be looking at, again, some rainfall possible along this front, but better chances likely coming towards Thursday as it sinks to the south Thursday afternoon. Warm ahead of that front, where we'll hit close to 80 degrees, especially in and around the Chesapeake Bay area, but in the mountains we'll be cooler in the 70s. Cooler air coming in behind that cold front, dropping our temperatures for Thursday.
I'm meteorologist Charlotte Carl. Hour-by-hour forecast. We are tracking that frontal boundary moving into the western portions of the state. This is around Wednesday, 9:30. We start to see that boundary fall apart. We'll start to see more showers ramp up during the day. We're also tracking Tropical Storm Rafael as it tracks up the west coast of Florida, likely to impact the Panhandle, some area in between Thursday and Friday, bringing weaker winds than we would expect with a Gulf storm. Here's a look at your overnight low temperatures.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Andrew Buck-Michael. Taking a look at your weather story here across the Midwest. Next weather maker here across the Ohio Valley, moving out of here. Cold front finally cooling off the Ohio Valley, but we've also got a little snow starting to try to move into the far western fringe here of the Midwest. But tomorrow, pretty quiet for a lot of us. A little rain across Kentucky, West Virginia, and then we start seeing that next round of rain moving its way into Kansas by Friday.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. Here's a look at your regional weather. 45 at El Paso, 40 in Amarillo. We're looking 46 Oklahoma City. So it's a little bit of a chilly start. Cooler down toward the south, but still a little humid as you get down in the southern portion of Texas. Warm front comes up, opportunities for rain. Cooler, drier air moves in. That changes up the temperatures for later in the day. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. That's a look at your regional weather.
Well, hi there, everybody, and a good Wednesday morning to you. I'm meteorologist Shannon O'Donnell. We are seeing the cool air diving deep over the Rockies these days, just a high of freezing out of Jackson Hole and barely above that around Denver and the Mile High City. 70s around coastal California, a beautiful 74 in the city of Angels today. Lower pressure continuing to dive back over the Dakotas, and higher pressure keeping things dry over the Sierra Nevada. And that's the scene from here.
This is the National News Desk. Election 2024 Special Coverage Edition. Locally covered, nationally connected.
We're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people.
Former President Donald Trump declaring victory. Americans have elected him as the 47th president-elect of the United States. Overnight, he passed the 270 electoral college votes needed after winning key battleground states. And thanks for joining us. You are watching the National News Desk, America's News Now. I'm Jan Jeffcoat. It is Wednesday, November 6th, and the way the numbers are playing out right now, Trump is on his way to a landslide victory in both the Electoral College and popular vote. Again, the first time a GOP candidate has won both the Electoral College and popular vote in more than 2 decades, since 2004, in fact. At 2:24 a.m. Eastern, Trump took the stage for his victory speech at his headquarters in Florida, joined by his family, friends, and closest supporters.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
At the same time, we're waiting on word from the Harris campaign. Overnight, her election watch party in D.C. dispersed after a campaign spokesperson said she would not be addressing the country until this morning. We have team coverage and analysis all morning, starting with Mark Boyle at the live desk. And Mark, those votes right now still coming in.
They sure are, Jan. Right now, the race has been called for Donald Trump. He got to 270 after securing the major battleground of Pennsylvania, where both candidates spent a ton of time and a lot of money the past few weeks. After being declared the winner, Trump appeared at Mar-a-Lago there in West Palm Beach with his family. Down in Palm Beach, you can see the group behind me, a lot of supporters there in the background, and they were listening and waiting for Trump to address the nation for the second time now as president-elect.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us.
This morning, we are running through the numbers for you. If you're just getting going with us right now, Trump has secured 277 electoral college votes. Kamala Harris, 224. He is well past that 270 mark to get the keys to the White House. Turning now to the popular vote. AP says he has that as well, 51% to 47%. So certainly a big difference between the 71 million and 66 million for Kamala Harris. Now to Congress. Republicans have won control of the Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. That gives the GOP a lead role in confirming the next president's cabinet, so Trump should have no problem there, as well as any Supreme Court justice if there's a vacancy. Right now, dozens of races in the House are still up for grabs. Those numbers are still being tabulated this morning, so we'll see how that goes. As for Kamala Harris, we're waiting to hear from her. She left an event in D.C. last night without speaking to her supporters. We're told she's expected to talk in the 11 a.m. hour, and possibly another speech from Donald Trump later today as well. We'll keep you up to date as more election results come through this morning right here at the live desk, and you can check online anytime at thenationaldesk.com.
Mark, thank you. Our team coverage continues with the National News Desk's Kayla Gaskins, who's live at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Kayla, good morning to you. You were there when Trump declared victory.
Good morning, Jan. And yes, it was a late night last night, but wasn't as late as many watchers of this election thought. People thought it would take weeks or even possibly a month or so to just see who actually won this race. But no, Donald Trump took the stage at 2:30 a.m. this morning and declared victory. At that time, a few outlets had already projected him to be the winner, but not all. And then when we got up this morning to get ready for these hits, Jan, that's when the general consensus really shows that, yes, Donald Trump is headed back to the White House. And back to the inside the convention center last night. This was a very select, and it was are some of the most loyal Trump supporters. There were thousands of people there, and no matter how late it got into the night, nobody appeared to be leaving. Even on the hallways, there were some people, you could tell, they're just like resting. I even saw one guy take a nap because this was going on for so long, and he didn't want to leave, and he wanted to be there for that moment, and that moment finally came at 2 a.m. The room felt completely energized. You would have had no idea how late in the night it was. And something that Donald Trump said that really stood out to me was that for the people in the room and for the people across the country that him, it's not just him they elected, but it's the people he's surrounding himself with, pointing to his President-elect J.D. Vance and the rest of his team. And Dan will get a better view of what that team will exactly look like in the coming days. And since Republicans took the Senate, he shouldn't have any problem getting his cabinet members confirmed.
Kayla Gaskins reporting from a very sunny West Palm Beach, Florida for us this morning. Thank you very much. Several states also decided on some major ballot measures and constitutional amendments. In Florida, voters rejected a progressive amendment that would have expanded abortion access. The ban in the state will remain at 6 weeks. At the same time, voters also struck down an effort to legalize the use of recreational marijuana. In California, voters approved an anti-crime ballot measure. Prop 36 passed overwhelmingly and will impose stricter penalties for repeat theft and crimes involving fentanyl. It will make it a felony for anyone to steal merchandise of any value after 2 previous offenses and can lead to longer prison sentences. In Arizona, voters approved a measure that will let local police arrest migrants suspected of illegally entering the state from Mexico. Back in March, Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed a bill that would have done the same thing. The Republican-controlled legislature, though, was able to get it on the ballot. A panel of voters spent the night with us and shared their thoughts on the election in real time. National News Desk's Janae Bowens joins us now with a look at their discussion. Janae, good morning to you. What were their top concerns?
Well, good morning, Jan. 6 voters of different political leanings covered a variety of topics. They spoke about the economy, inflation, abortion, democracy, civil discourse, and more. Take a listen.
I don't see where Democrats can say with a straight face that the economy is doing just fine. And you can't blame Albertsons or the grocery chains or Halliburton or Big Oil, make them the boogeyman for reason prices are going. It is not greed it's going up, it's all the regulations.
It's an individual choice, and that's between the woman, her doctor. Bottom line, she makes the decision. And for somebody else to tell any woman what she can do with her body is taking us back centuries.
This issue has been hijacked and become a political weapon, and I don't think it serves us well in any way. I don't think it protects women. I don't think it helps us as communities to be better. So for me, it's hard because there are times when abortion is absolutely necessary, but the issue overall has been wildly politicized in a way that I think is just gross.
Now, the panel gave us a great sense of what really mattered to voters. An NBC exit poll shows the state of democracy and abortion mattered most to Democrats, and deciding how they voted for president for Republicans. It was the economy and immigration, and we heard that last night. Especially with the economy, it was pointed out repeatedly that their dollars stretched further under the Trump administration.
How are voters right now feeling about the future?
Yeah, so 61% believe America's best days are ahead.
Still ahead this morning, polling problems. The majority of pollsters were way off on this election. One of the pollsters joining us next, who called it right and has historically.
And we are bringing you the very latest election results as they continue to come in this morning, including measures on abortion and recreational marijuana. Plus, we'll hear from President-elect Donald Trump after his historic win. All of that is next here at the Live Desk.
Was that your last tip? Okay, Scott, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
I don't know.
I'm great. How are you doing, sir?
Well, I told Piola I'm just too old to pull these all-nighters.
Oh my gosh, I'm too old for this, right?
Scott, I'm going to pipe in. This is Mark Boyle. How are you?
Okay, I will talk as loud as I can.
No, your other pollster, what's his name? Mark, I forget his last name. He did a really good job last night online.
Oh, no.
Welcome back. Right now, 40 minutes past the hour, 9:40 here on the East Coast. We are breaking down the very latest election results. If you are just joining us this morning, the race was called overnight for Donald Trump. He addressed a large crowd at his victory speech last night, thanking millions of hardworking Americans that voted him into office now for the second time.
But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other.
Early this morning, we are learning North Dakota defeated a measure to legalize recreational marijuana, and in Nebraska, it approved a measure that limits abortions after the first trimester. We'll continue to bring the very latest federal and state elections right here this morning at the live desk.
While some pollsters were way off this election cycle, some nailed it and have historically called it correctly well before Election Day. One of them is Scott Rasmussen, president of RMG Research, pollster and analyst. Scott, great to see you. You and I have been discussing this for a long time. Trump dominated in battleground states where it does count. You caught it just like you did back in 2016. What were some of the mitigating factors this time around?
Well, look, the reality, and I got to push back a little bit, the polling averages were right on the money this time. Real Clear Politics showed it as a pure toss-up on the popular vote. All the pollsters nailed the same 7 swing states. And what we ended up seeing, and the reason those swing states were so important, is that the economy is still the driving issue. On those 7 states, people were more pessimistic about their income than voters in other parts of the country. And ultimately, that is the driving factor. Now, you mentioned Arizona and a ballot initiative on immigration. Clearly, in Arizona, a border state where it's a big issue, that helped Trump drive to a larger victory there as well.
You talked about the economy. Is that both for Republicans and Democrats as the biggest issue driving them to the polls?
It is. It is absolutely the biggest issue, but it's more significant to Republicans. And when you talk about the number 2 issue for Republicans, it's immigration. For Democrats, it was abortion.
Did you find those who voted for Trump did so enthusiastically, and those who perhaps voted for Harris did so as an anti-Trump vote?
You know, there's some of each for both candidates, but by and large, Trump supporters were more likely to tell us they were voting for their candidate rather than against the other. And so I think that gives you a good sense. A lot of the Harris support simply came from people who said, I can't have another 4 years of Donald Trump.
Scott, Republicans took a historic lead in early voting, the first time registered Republicans outvoted registered Democrats since at least 2008. Talk about the significance of this.
You know, when you talk about the historic lead, we got to remember how new this whole idea of all this early voting is. It is something that has not been a part of our culture until the last couple of decades, and it really accelerated during the pandemic. So 4 years ago, Republicans waited till Election Day to vote, and in many states like Pennsylvania, a key swing state, they were so far behind from the mail-in ballots when things started that they just couldn't catch up. This year, Republicans thought, well, we still may not like the idea of all this early voting, but we're going to get there. And that proved very, very important. By the time Election Day actually arrived, Republicans were in a much solider position than they were 4 years ago. There's always reasons people who, despite the best of intentions, wake up on Election Day and just don't go vote. you take care of that problem by voting early.
Was there this gender gap that pollsters were claiming, or did you find more women voting for Trump than pollsters had us believe?
There was a huge gender gap, but that's too simplistic. Married women are more likely to vote Republican. Single women are more likely to vote Democrat. So it's not just, are you a male or a female? What we have found, the single most important decider in terms of how you will vote, it's what party do you belong to? Republican women showed up. They did not challenge their partisan alignment and vote for Kamala Harris. They overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. And by the way, Democratic men overwhelmingly voted for Harris. So it's the partisan alignment that matters more. And one of the other big things we saw, Donald Trump making some inroads, some modest inroads with black voters and some pretty significant inroads with Hispanic voters.
Yeah, what did the polling show for both candidates and those voting blocks? Because you just said something that some pollsters say the opposite happened, that the black male vote actually, even though we know that Harris might have won more of it, there was actually a huge turnout for black male voters for Trump as well.
Yeah, in our exit polling, we found that 15% of black voters overall voted for Donald Trump. So that's a pretty significant number. It's growth from what we've seen from Republicans in the past. It was stronger among younger black voters and very significantly among black voters without a college degree. This is something you and I have talked about at different points about the importance of the education divide. People with a postgraduate degree overwhelmingly were for Kamala Harris. People with a bachelor's degree narrowly for Harris. And those without a degree, including black voters without a degree, much more likely to be supportive of Donald Trump.
President of RMG Research, pollster and analyst Scott Rasmussen, great to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Jan.
Here's the live desk. We are tracking the tropics this morning as Rafael barrels towards the Gulf Coast right now. The latest outlook coming up on the other side of a quick break.
Voting bloc that we know shifted toward Trump was the black male vote, a large voting bloc accounting right now for 14% of all eligible voters in America was the black vote. There was concern early, though, in the race whether VP Kamala Harris could win over the male black voter. And joining us this morning to discuss is Trump Black Media Affairs Director Janiyah Thomas. Good morning to you, Janiyah. Why did Harris struggle, do you think, with this particular demographic?
I think she struggled a lot because, a lot of black men feel not valued by the Democrat Party. A lot of their policies have leaned heavily towards women and, the LGBTQ community. So I feel like a lot of black men feel like they didn't have a place in the Democrat Party, but they saw a champion in Donald Trump. And I think the economy was a huge issue and immigration was a huge issue for a lot of black voters this election cycle. And that issue was the issue that Donald Trump is a stronger candidate on. And I think a lot of people were voting on the pocketbook issues, the things that were affecting their everyday lives and There's no amount of spend coming from the Kamala Harris campaign that changes what everybody's experiencing every day.
There was concern in Philadelphia whether the turnout among black voters would be high enough. Where did the Democratic Party fall short of their goal?
I mean, I think they fell short by, picking up at the last minute, that all of a sudden now she has a plan for black men or black men agenda plan or whatever. I think they fell short by not showing, that demographic attention the last 20 or so years. I think they just now realized they had a problem and they were just now deciding to focus on that problem. And I think it didn't mean anything to people. I think it was a last-minute attempt to gain black male voters. And I think that Donald Trump showed up for these communities. He's been in Philadelphia. He's been in Atlanta. He's been in Detroit. He's been in all these inner-city communities. He's been in the Bronx. He's been in Manhattan. He's done things that other people, especially other Republican candidates, weren't willing to do and go in these communities,
Is the Democratic Party out of touch with their voting bloc on issues?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the immigration issue is a huge issue for black voters. I mean, you can't put, give, illegal immigrants voting rights and give them all these resources in inner city communities in front of other black people's faces. And you didn't have any money and resources for the people that have been in these communities. Our ancestors fought and died for these rights. We've done a lot for this country, and then you're just handing over all these resources to people. I think that was a huge misstep from the Democrats and Kamala Harris.
Trump Black Media Affairs Director Janiyah Thomas, great to have you on this morning with some analysis. Thanks for joining us. Taking a live look right now this morning at the National Desk radar as Rafael develops into a Category 2 strength hurricane barreling into the Gulf of Mexico. There are alerts up for South Florida, the Keys down to Key West. Right now, it's too early to know the exact path, but forecasters believe after going over Cuba, the storm will make that west or left turn, head into the Gulf, and then up towards New Orleans later this weekend. At this point, forecasters don't believe it'll hit the U.S. as a major hurricane, but certainly enough to do damage, bringing with it severe thunderstorms over parts of the south central United States. We'll keep a close eye on things as the storm develops throughout the week right here at the live desk. And online, you can track the storm at the National Weather Desk. That is part of the nationaldesk.com. Stay with us for the next hour of the National News Desk as we continue to track last night's election results and Trump's win. We have analysis and a breakdown of the statewide ballot measures that could impact you at home. This morning, we continue to break down the election results for you. If you're just joining us, the race has been called for Donald Trump. This morning, we're also breaking down other key congressional races for you. Let's start right now in Michigan. These numbers are from the AP showing Republican Mike Rogers now behind Alyssa Slotkin in the contentious Senate race there. In Nevada, one of those most closely watched in the country between Jackie Rosen and Sam Brown. It's still not been called this morning, but Sam Brown is slightly ahead, still razor-thin margins this
this morning. Over to Pennsylvania now. Democrat Bob Casey facing off with Republican Dave McCormick. That race has not been called, but McCormick is ahead. All of these races pivotal in the determination of the balance of power in Congress. That's where Republicans took the Senate. The House still in question this morning. Millions of votes were cast, and we are still waiting to see where things end up and they shake out. We're also waiting to hear from Kamala Harris in her campaign. We're told she will speak in the 11 a.m. hour. We could hear from Donald Trump as well soon. That is our time for this hour of the National News Desk. We have more election coverage coming up at the top of the hour, but for now, we leave you to look at America's news and weather. Where do you live?
I'm meteorologist Charlie Lopresti with Look at the Northeast. We have a pretty warm day on tap in the Northeast today. The next time we see temps like this will probably be spring 2025. Temps going to surge into the 70s today with a stiff west-southwest wind. There's a weak front moving through. Some areas may see a brief passing shower, but this front's pretty moisture-starved. That's going to move along. As we go into Thursday, skies go partly sunny. Temperatures on Thursday won't be quite as warm, but we're still in the 50s and 60s. Enjoy.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Gerard Bailey. Here's a look at the Mid-Atlantic region. Your Wednesday shaping up to be warm, and a few showers will be possible after a very long dry stretch. We're going to be looking at, again, some rainfall possible along this front, but better chances likely coming towards Thursday as it sinks to the south Thursday afternoon. Warm ahead of that front where we'll hit close to 80 degrees, especially in and around the Chesapeake Bay area, but in the mountains we'll be cooler in the 70s. Cooler air coming in behind that cold front, dropping our temperatures for Thursday.
I'm meteorologist Charlotte Carl. Hour-by-hour forecast. We are tracking that frontal boundary moving into the western portions of the state. This is around Wednesday, 9:30. We start to see that boundary fall apart. We'll start to see more showers ramp up during the day. We're also tracking Tropical Storm Rafael as it tracks up the west coast of Florida, likely to impact the Panhandle, some area in between Thursday and Friday, bringing weaker winds than we would expect with a Gulf storm. Here's a look at your overnight low temperatures.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Andrew Buck-Michael. Taking a look at your weather story here across the Midwest. Next weather maker here across the Ohio Valley, moving out of here. Cold front finally cooling off the Ohio Valley, but we've also got a little snow starting to try to move into the far western fringe here of the Midwest. But tomorrow, pretty quiet for a lot of us. A little rain across Kentucky, West Virginia, and then we start seeing that next round of rain moving its way into Kansas by Friday.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. Here's a look at your regional weather. 45 at El Paso, 40 in Amarillo. We're looking 46 Oklahoma City, so it's a little bit of a chilly start. Cooler down toward the south, but still a little humid as you get down in the southern portion of Texas. Warm front comes up, opportunities for rain. Cooler, drier air moves in. That changes up the temperatures for later in the day. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. That's a look at your regional weather.
Well, hi there, everybody, and a good Wednesday morning to you. I'm meteorologist Shannon O'Donnell. We are seeing the cool air diving deep over the Rockies these days, just a high of freezing out of Jackson Hole and barely above that around Denver and the Mile High City. 70s around coastal California, a beautiful 74 in the city of Angels today. Lower pressure continuing to dive back over the Dakotas and higher pressure keeping things dry over the Sierra Nevada. And that's the scene from here.
This is the National News Desk. Election 2024 Special Coverage Edition. Locally covered, nationally connected. It's been a long road full of surprises. Donald Trump fought for his freedom.
This is really an attack on a political opponent.
Took a bullet and changed the face of the Republican Party.
From New York to Las Vegas, from Philadelphia to Phoenix.
A campaign full of unforgettable moments.
President Trump! Well, that's a good-looking group. Hello, everybody.
Has now created a political comeback like nothing America has ever seen before.
How do you like my garbage truck?
President Donald Trump has spoken.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
And now, so has America. This is the National News Desk, America's News Now. President Donald Trump, his family and closest supporters taking the stage triumphant overnight as he was declared the 47th president-elect of the United States. And again, if you went to bed early, these are some of the moments that you might have missed as he gave his victory speech. Results pouring in overnight, giving him a clear path to victory in both the Electoral College and the popular vote. Again, the first time in 2 decades, since 2004 with Bush, that a GOP candidate has won both the Electoral College and the popular vote. This is the National News Desk, America's News Now. I'm Jan Jeffcoat. It is Wednesday, November 6th. And this morning, America has spoken and picked the next leader of our great country. The 45th president now on his way to becoming the 47th. You can take a look at this electoral map right here showing projections from the Associated Press. Right now, only the ones that you see in red and blue are being counted by the Associated Press. Again, that gives Trump 277 Electoral College votes so far. That obviously will go up if he wins Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan. Those votes still right now, you can see they're pink in those states. Those votes could raise that tally up as well. Again, President Trump and his family took the stage at his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida after 2 a.m. Eastern. His first priority was to deliver a message of unity, he said, after an election season with a lot of division.
We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
The acceptance speech overnight did mark the first time that Donald Trump introduced his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, as the vice president-elect.
After the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
And now Kamala Harris is facing brutal backlash for not speaking and addressing the millions of Americans whose vote she asked for. Her supporters walked out of her watch party after being told she would not be making an appearance. We're also watching the balance of power in Congress with a major shakeup in the Senate and some tight numbers still in the House. We have team coverage across the country and all the latest results still coming in for you this morning. We want to start with Mark Boyle at the live desk. It could be a long one for those House races, Mark.
It could be a couple of days, even weeks. Some of them are so tight, Jan, just 100 votes separating two different candidates. Right now, the race, though, for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has been called for President Trump. He got to that 270 mark after securing the major battleground of Pennsylvania, where both candidates spent a lot of time, money, and resources leading up to yesterday's election. After being declared the winner, Trump at the convention center down in West Palm Beach, where he held his presidential watch party. You see the video here behind me with his family and friends and supporters. He addressed the nation for the second time as the president-elect.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me.
This morning, we are running through the numbers, the data coming from the AP this morning. Trump has secured so far 277 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris, 224. And as Jan said at the top of the hour, these numbers are going to continue to change, go up and go down. But he has hit 270, so he now has the keys to the White House. Turning now to the popular vote, where the AP says Trump won that as well. 51% of Americans chose Trump over Harris at 47%. 71 million to 66 million is the split there as of right now. In Congress, Republicans have won control of the Senate, retaking the chamber there for the first time in 4 years. That'll be handing the GOP the lead role in confirming the next president's cabinet, as well as the Supreme Court justice if there is a vacancy. Right now, dozens of House races are still being tabulated at this hour. We are waiting to hear from Kamala Harris this morning and possibly another speech from President-elect Donald Trump. We'll continue to bring the very latest election results throughout the morning right here at the live desk. As always, you can check online anytime at thenationaldesk.com.
Thank you, Mark. Our team coverage continues with the National News Desk's Kayla Gaskins, who's live at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Good morning to you, Kayla. I know you have been up for many, many hours because you were there when Trump declared victory.
Yeah, hey, Jan. So my crew and I are running on about an hour of sleep right now and a whole lot of adrenaline because this went late into last night, but it really didn't go as late as many experts thought it would. A lot of people thought it would take days, maybe even weeks to get the outcome of this election, but instead, just before 2:30 a.m., Donald Trump took the stage here at the Palm Beach Convention Center behind me and declared victory. Now, at that time, not all of the organizations that were calculating who won the election had officially predicted it would go to Donald Trump. A handful had, and at that point, Trump decided to take the stage. But when we got ready for our live shots this morning, Jan, the general consensus now among nearly every outlet is yes, Donald Trump will be heading back to the White House. Now, something that stood out to me in his victory speech last night was when he told his room of supporters that they weren't just electing him, that they were also electing and that they were showing that they had faith in the people he's surrounding himself with. People like RFK Jr., people like Vivek Ramaswamy, people like Democrat turned Republican Tulsi Gabbard, and of course his vice president-elect J.D. Vance. Now, I want to bring you back inside the convention center last night. It started off as a pretty sparse crowd, and then throughout the night, the room began to fill up more and more. And Jan, people stayed. No matter how late it got, this crowd did not disperse. I even saw a guy take a nap out in the hallway, so you could tell they were in it for the long haul. These are some of Trump's most loyal supporters. It was invite only. And now looking ahead, it's what will a second Trump administration look like? Who will he put in those positions of power? And now that Republicans have the Senate, Jan, he will likely get to pick whoever he wants to choose.
He'll be able to pick his cabinet with Republicans now taking control of the Senate. Thank you so much, Kayla. We appreciate it. Of course, results still coming in that could impact the balance of power, though, in the House. The National News Desk's Christine Frizzell joining us live from Capitol Hill with more on this. I know you've got the Senate race up right now, 52 to 41. We know Republicans clearly have that. In the House, has it moved at all, Christine?
Yeah, well, let's take a look really quick. We will say that the House is sort of the Democrats' last best hope to have any sort of check and balance here in Washington and in the legislative branch with, as we know, the Senate already switching over to Republicans and, of course, Donald Trump returning to the White House. We really have not seen a lot of change this morning, Jan. We've been talking since 6 a.m. and the numbers have stayed pretty consistent. 198 Republican seats, 180 Democrats. There are still 57 more seats to be called, and I want to take a look at just a couple of those that we are looking at. It seems to me, because I've been kind of following Arizona, it seems like this has stayed at 60%, which leads me to believe the counting just sort of stopped overnight, and this will pick up today. We do have the Republican in the lead in one of the two competitive districts and the Democrat, Kirsten Engel, in the lead in the other one. But again, a lot more votes still yet to be counted. The Nevada race, I mean, pretty much every race in Nevada, including the Senate race, is close. This is Susie Lee and Drew Johnson. Very, very close. We expect perhaps we may know that a little later in the day. But again, 57 seats yet to be called. Remember, as far as the math and the map goes, the magic number here is 218 to win the majority. And let's not forget, it's not just the majority. They control the agenda. They decide what investigations to conduct. We saw this very front and center here in Washington with Republicans in control of the House the last 2 years, conducting a lot of investigations, especially the House Oversight Committee, kind of serving as a check to President Joe Biden and to the Senate. We'll see if that switches up or if there will be a trifecta and Republicans will control the House, the Senate, and the White House.
Okay, we shall see. It could be a long couple of weeks. We could see some races also being contested. Christine Frizzell reporting for us live from D.C. Thank you.
10 minutes past the hour right now. Here at the live desk, we continue to bring the very latest on President Trump's landslide victory overnight. This morning, we are getting the latest reaction from lawmakers both at home and abroad, starting with House Speaker Mike Johnson on X overnight saying, "We have saved America. The American people have spoken, and President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance are going to the White House. We are ready to get to work for the American people." The president thanked Johnson at his victory speech in West Palm last night and commented on the power shift in Congress.
I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. Number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible, and nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Local Trump supporter Elon Musk on X overnight saying the people of America gave Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change tonight. We're also getting reaction from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulating Donald Trump, saying, quote, "Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory."
Donald Trump picked up support with traditional Democratic voting blocs, including Latino and Black male voters. The National Desk's Angela Brown joins us right now to break down these exit polling numbers. What are you learning?
Well, Jen, one major takeaway here, it appears right now that Trump overperformed in rural areas and Harris underperformed in urban areas. Now, that's according to early exit polling. Now, Mr. Trump gained support among some groups, even gaining from 2020. Let's start with some of that exit poll data that's coming from NBC News. You can see it right here on your screen. Overall, as you may imagine, Trump won men. That is not a surprise, but this may be right here. Trump won 54% of Latino male vote. In 2020, Trump lost the Hispanic male vote, getting around 40%. That's according to Pew. So that means that Trump actually expanded his support with Latino men. Now, Trump also performing better among black men as well. Now, Trump won, you can see it here as well, 20% of the black male vote. While that number may actually seem small, Republicans are usually in the single digits. But it's the Latino male vote that is getting a lot of attention this morning. The American Latino community, as we all know, is growing. Immigration is a huge issue. Listen to how Chris Wallace from CNN described how Trump reached out to Latino male voters.
Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism among Latinos.
And when it comes to women, as expected, Harris won the female vote according to exit polling as well. One caveat here, white women. Trump won white women by 52% according to NBC News. In 2020, Trump won white women by 53%. Now, that's coming from Pew. The last time the majority of white women voted for a Democratic candidate was Bill Clinton in '96. So their vote is also in line with history. So what drove some of these voters to Donald Trump? The answer may be very simple here. The economy. The ABC exit polling data found that 45% of people they talked to said they were worse off under the current administration. That number is even higher than 2008 when we were going through, Jan, that great recession.
Angela, thank you. Our election 2024 coverage continues all morning. We have the latest results as Donald Trump has now won the presidency, and we've got more reports from races all around the country.
And ahead, the latest election results, plus pollsters now question once again for the huge disparity between predictions and results. Very latest next here at the Live Desk. Welcome back. Right now, bringing you the latest election results rolling in overnight. The race has been called for Trump, Pennsylvania, getting him to that key 270 electoral college vote mark. Here are some of the speech right now from West Palm Beach at his election headquarters after securing his place as 47th president of the U.S.
We're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people.
Also, we're breaking down the disparities between last night's results and the polling numbers leading up to the election, specifically one major poll taking headlines over the weekend from the Des Moines Register showing Harris leading Trump 47-44. But at the end of the day, this was the split, 56 for Trump, 42 for Harris. Now, renowned pollster J.N. Seltzer, president of Seltzer & Company, which conducts the Iowa poll, says she will be reviewing her data to determine why the poll was produced and the results so far out of line with President Trump's resounding victory.
Americans want Donald Trump back in the White House, marking a historic election. Investigative journalist Julie Kelly wrote, "A total humiliation this is for the architects and promoters of the January 6th narrative. They really believed January 6th would destroy Trump and MAGA movement, and instead they did the exact opposite." Journalist Ian Miles Chong wrote, "It's over for wokeness. It is done. This election was a referendum on DEI, on CRT, on trans ideology, on the woke mind virus, on the extinctionist cult." Well, former Maryland Governor Bob Berlick joining us this morning with some analysis. And Governor, you know, wasn't even close. As we have said, North Carolina by 200,000, Georgia by more than 120,000, Pennsylvania, 200,000 votes there. Some analysts now coming out and saying what really Americans have known all along, and that is mainstream media and pollsters way out of touch with everyday Americans. What stood out to you about the vote and Trump taking these major battleground states?
You had these two threshold issues: the economy, cost of living, too high. You had 14 million uninvited folks here that the vice president was supposed to be in charge of that whole operation, never had an answer for it. So those issues alone, in my humble opinion, decided the race. You had a second tier of issues: American energy independence, huge issue in Pennsylvania, fracking, abortion, female sports, Title IX. Became a major cultural issue, social issue in this race. And then I think peace, war, Middle East, Iran, and speech were sort of the other issues that came in, maybe not top tier issues, but had an impact in this election. So it was a very tough environment for Democrats. I'm not sure any Democrat would have won this election, given what's occurred with inflation, the cost of living, again, those two threshold issues, and the fact that we had 14 million uninvited folks in the country, putting a lot of pressure on local governments, the whole fentanyl thing, the sex trafficking, and no one had an explanation as to why this was allowed to happen. In fact, they spent the first year of the Biden administration denying it was even happening. So people got that. People aren't stupid. I think this was a lot of common sense. Obviously, Trump has a lot of momentum. A Republican Senate counting from 52. I'm looking at those races very closely. They could get to 53, 54, 55, depending on Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania.
I want to talk about the female vote very quickly because there was this talk about this gender gap. Do you think pollsters underestimated the fact that, yes, there are plenty of women voters who voted for Trump?
Yeah, there are plenty of women voters that voted against Hillary Clinton, too. So, again, I mean, women... and by the way, the gender gap has the other side to it: men.
Correct.
So, again, you can't. Identity politics. Hopefully, if there's a casualty in this race, it's identity politics. That we stop looking at people as a function of what they look like, or their religion, or their race,
color, their skin,
whatever. But you look at them with regard to what they are, what they're about, what their views are, what they care about.
And clearly, Middle America sharing some of the same values. Now, Trump has said, and you hit on some of those topics, Trump has said he would hit the ground running on day one, close the border. He also said he would impose tariffs on Mexico until they stop sending fentanyl and illegal migrants across the border. What else should be the main goals and agenda items for Trump on day one, do you think?
I think women's sports issues become huge. I think investigating the Title IX, investigating the anti-Semitism on campus, for example, what broke out last spring, the attack on speech, disinformation campaign. what the federal government tried to do, putting pressure on social media platforms, putting that all out there. Americans want speech. Both parties want speech. Americans appreciate the First Amendment. Attacking the First Amendment, attacking lawfare. And by the way, I really pray, and I think this is going to happen, Republicans don't go down that rabbit hole of lawfare, going after the Bidens, going after... People don't want to see that. They want to see... The president tonight, great message, looking forward. The best revenge is success. People want the country to be successful. They want the president to be successful.
Very quickly, you were from the great state of Maryland.
Yes.
A very blue state.
Very blue. Too blue.
What does the Democratic Party, do you think, look like moving forward? Because now you hear political analysts saying Harris was a bad choice, too progressive. She picked a running mate even more progressive than she was. I
think you're going to have a fight between progressives and liberals. On the Republican side, it's sort of been the establishment and MAGA. MAGA clearly is in control. The establishment's kind of gone along. Not everyone, but clearly tonight that's the case. The fight on the left, the intramural fight on the left, is going to play out over the coming weeks and months. It'll be fascinating to watch.
We're going to be watching also this one Maryland race that I know you've got your eye on.
Maryland 6.
In regards to the House, and we'll come back shortly after the break here. Former Governor of Maryland, Bob Berlick, great to have you on this morning.
Thank you.
And you're really so smart.
We continue to follow breaking news this morning as Donald Trump has won and will become the 47th president of the United States. In Los Angeles, California, District Attorney George Gascon lost his re-election bid to Republican-turned-independent Nathan Hochman. The progressive prosecutor faced intense backlash from voters after he ended cash bail, declined to seek the death penalty, and halted the use of sentencing enhancements. Both violent crime and property crime surged under his leadership. His successor has vowed to reverse many of Gascon's policies in order to restore safety and justice to L.A. We have reporters on the ground in Florida following Trump, plus a closer look at the races that are shifting the balance of power in Washington. First, though, here's a look at America's news and weather now, where you live.
I'm meteorologist Charlie Lopresti with a look at the Northeast. We have a pretty warm day on tap in the Northeast today. The next time we see temps like this will probably be spring 2025. Temps going to surge into the 70s today with a stiff west-southwest wind. There's a weak front moving through. Some areas may see a brief passing shower, but this front's pretty moisture-starved. That's going to move along. As we go into Thursday, skies go partly sunny. Temperatures on Thursday won't be quite as warm, but we're still in the 50s and 60s. Enjoy.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Gerard Bailey. Here's a look at the Mid-Atlantic region. Your Wednesday shaping up to be warm, and a few showers will be possible after a very long dry stretch. We're going to be looking at, again, some rainfall possible along this front, but better chances likely coming towards Thursday as it sinks to the south Thursday afternoon. Warm ahead of that front where we'll hit close to 80 degrees, especially in and around the Chesapeake Bay area, but in the mountains we'll be cooler in the 70s. Cooler air coming in behind that cold front, dropping our temperatures for Thursday.
I'm meteorologist Charlotte Carl. Hour by hour forecast. We are tracking that frontal boundary moving into the western portions of the state. This is around Wednesday, 9:30. We start to see that boundary fall apart. We'll start to see more showers ramp up during the day. We're also tracking Tropical Storm Rafael as it tracks up the west coast of Florida, likely to impact the Panhandle, some area in between Thursday and Friday, bringing weaker winds than we would expect with a Gulf storm. Here's a look at your overnight low temperatures.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Andrew Buck-Michael taking a look at your weather story here across the Midwest. Next weather maker here across the Ohio Valley, moving out of here. Cold front finally cooling off the Ohio Valley, but we've also got a little snow starting to try to move into the far western fringe here of the Midwest. But tomorrow, pretty quiet for a lot of us. A little rain across Kentucky, West Virginia, and then we start seeing that next round of rain moving its way into Kansas by Friday.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. Here's a look at your regional weather. 45 at El Paso, 40 in Amarillo. We're looking 46 Oklahoma City, so it's a little bit of a chilly start. Cooler down toward the south, but still a little humid as you get down in the southern portion of Texas. Warm front comes up, opportunities for rain. Cooler, drier air moves in. That changes up the temperatures for later in the day. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. That's a look at your regional weather.
Well, hi there, everybody, and a good Wednesday morning to you. I'm meteorologist Shannon O'Donnell. We are seeing the cool air diving deep over the Rockies these days, just a high of freezing out of Jackson Hole and barely above that around Denver and the Mile High City. 70s around coastal California, a beautiful 74 in the city of Angels today. Lower pressure continuing to dive back over the Dakotas and higher pressure keeping things dry over the Sierra Nevada. And that's the scene from here.
This is the National News Desk, Election 2024 Special Coverage Edition. Locally covered, nationally connected.
We're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people.
Former President Donald Trump declaring victory. Americans have elected him as the 47th president-elect of the United States. Overnight, he passed the 270 electoral college votes needed after winning key battleground states. Thanks for joining us. You are watching the National News Desk, America's News Now. I'm Jan Jeffcoat. It is Wednesday, November 6th, and the way the numbers playing out right now, Trump on his way to a landslide victory in both the electoral college and popular vote. The first time a Republican candidate since 2004 with Bush has won both the electoral college and the popular vote, so 2 decades. At around 2 o'clock Eastern, Trump took the stage early this morning for his victory speech at his headquarters in Florida, joined by his family, friends, and closest supporters.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
At the same time, we're waiting on word from the Harris campaign. Overnight, her election watch party in D.C. did disperse after a campaign spokesperson said she would not be addressing the country until this morning. We have team coverage and analysis all morning, starting with Mark Boyle at the live desk. And Mark, the votes for the House are still coming in. I mean, this could stretch out for weeks.
It could stretch out for weeks, and it's a big deal because it's going to matter by every single candidate, every single vote, who has control of the House, Jan. So we'll watch that closely. And also right now, we are just getting some new information. I'm scrolling down my phone. It's Reuters is now reporting that Kamala Harris will, in fact, give her concession speech around 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So right now, it's 10:32 here on the East Coast. That is the first time we've had confirmation of this. This after snubbing her supporters last night. Right now, Trump has the more than 270 electoral votes needed to secure the keys to the White House. He did so by getting the votes needed in Pennsylvania. Both candidates spent a ton of time there leading up to the election. After being declared the winner, Trump appeared in West Palm Beach at his presidential watch party. This is some video from that event here behind me. He addressed the group and the nation as president-elect.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us.
And this morning, we are running through the numbers. Trump has secured so far 277 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 224. These numbers are going to continue to change just a little bit, but he certainly has more than enough to secure the White House. Turning now to the popular vote, where the AP says Trump has 51% of the votes, 71 million votes across the country. Kamala Harris with 47% at 66.4 million votes there. In Congress, Republicans have won control of the Senate, taking the chamber for the first time in 4 years, giving the GOP a lead role in confirming the next president's cabinet, as well as any Supreme Court justice if there's a vacancy there. Right now, dozens of races, as Jan was talking about, in the House still being tabulated this morning. We're continuing to wait for Kamala Harris this morning. Now it looks like she's going to talk around 6 o'clock this evening. Also new this morning, we're being told that between she and Joe Biden, a bunch of phone calls going back and forth between that administration and Donald Trump. We expect to hear from Trump this afternoon as well, so stand by for that. Updates breaking here this morning at the live desk and anytime online at thenationaldesk.com.
Mark, thank you. Several states also decided on some major ballot measures and constitutional amendments. In Florida, voters rejected a progressive amendment that would have expanded abortion access. The ban in the state is going to remain at 6 weeks. At the same time, voters also struck down an effort to legalize the use of recreational marijuana. In California, voters approved an anti-crime ballot measure. Prop 36 passed overwhelmingly and will impose stricter penalties for repeat theft and crimes involving fentanyl. It will also make it a felony for anyone to steal merchandise of any value after 2 previous offenses and can lead to longer prison sentences. A panel of voters spent the night with us and shared their thoughts on the election in real time. National News Desk's Janae Bowens joins us now with a look at their discussion. So, Janae, what were their top concerns?
Yeah, Jan, 6 voters of different political leanings covered a variety of topics. They spoke about the economy, inflation, abortion, democracy, civil discourse, and more. Take a listen.
I don't see where Democrats can say with a straight face that the economy is doing just fine. And you can't blame Albertsons or the grocery chains or Halliburton or Big Oil, make them the boogeyman for reason prices are going. It is not greed, it's going up. It's all the regulations.
It's an individual choice, and that's between the woman, her doctor. Bottom line, she makes the decision. And for somebody else to tell any woman what she can do with her body is taking us back centuries.
This issue has been hijacked and become a political weapon. And I don't think it serves us well in any way. I don't think it protects women. I don't think it helps us as communities to be better. So for me, it's hard because there are times when abortion is absolutely necessary, but the issue overall has been wildly politicized in a way that I think is just gross.
Now, the panel gave us a great sense of what really mattered to voters. An NBC exit poll shows the state of democracy and abortion mattered most to Democrats in deciding how they voted for president. For Republicans, it was the economy and immigration, and we heard that last night. Especially with the economy, voters pointed out repeatedly that their dollars stretched further under the Trump administration.
Voting bloc that we know shifted toward Trump was the black male vote, a large voting bloc accounting right now for 14% of all eligible voters in America was the black vote. There was concern early, though, in the race whether VP Kamala Harris could win over the male black voter. And joining us this morning to discuss is Trump Black Media Affairs Director Dinhaeiro Thomas. Good morning to you, Dinhaeiro. Why did Harris struggle, do you think, with this particular demographic?
I mean, I think she struggled a lot because, you know, a lot of black men feel not valued by the Democrat Party. A lot of their policies have leaned heavily towards women and, you know, the LGBTQ community. So I feel like a lot of black men feel like they didn't have a place in the Democrat Party, but they saw a champion in Donald Trump. And I think the economy was a huge issue and immigration was a huge issue for a lot of black voters this election cycle. And that issue was the issue that Donald Trump is a stronger candidate on. And I think a lot of people were voting on the pocketbook issues, the things that were affecting their everyday lives. And there's no amount of spend coming from the Kamala Harris campaign that changes what everybody's experiencing every day.
There was concern in Philadelphia whether the turnout among black voters would be high enough. Where did the Democratic Party fall short of their goal?
I mean, I think they fell short by, you know, picking up at the last minute. You know, that all of a sudden now she has a plan for black men or black men agenda plan or whatever. I think they fell short by not showing, you know, that demographic attention the last 20 or so years. You know, I think they just now realized they had a problem and they were just now deciding to focus on that problem. And I think it didn't mean anything to people. I think it was a last-minute attempt to gain black male voters. And I think that Donald Trump showed up for these communities. He's been in Philadelphia. He's been in Atlanta. He's been in Detroit. You know, he's been in all these inner-city communities. He's been in the Bronx. He's been in Manhattan, you know. He's done things that other people, especially other Republican candidates, weren't willing to do and go in these communities, you know.
Is the Democratic Party out of touch with their voting bloc on issues?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the immigration issue is a huge issue for black voters. I mean, you can't put, you know, give, you know, illegal immigrants voting rights and give them all these resources in inner city communities in front of other black people's faces. And you didn't have any money and resources for the people that have been in these communities. Our ancestors fought and died for these rights. You know, we've done a lot for this country, and then you're just handing over all these resources to people. I think that was a huge misstep from the Democrats and Kamala Harris.
Trump Black Media Affairs Director Dinhaeiro Thomas, great to have you on this morning with some analysis. Thanks for joining us.
We continue to break down the latest election results for you this morning, including state measures on abortion and recreational marijuana. Plus, we'll hear from President-elect Donald Trump after his historic win last night. All that coming up next right here at the Live Desk. Welcome back. If you're just joining us right now, the race was called early this morning for President Donald Trump. He addressed a large crowd at a victory speech last night, thanking the millions of hardworking Americans that voted him into office now a second time.
But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other.
In other areas of the country early this morning, we're learning North Dakota defeated a measure to legalize recreational marijuana. In Nebraska, approved a measure to limit abortions after the first trimester. We'll continue to bring you the very latest election updates as they come in right here this morning at the live desk.
The big economic headline this morning, the dollar soars, Bitcoin hits a record, and stocks rally with Trump win. Meantime, overseas, the currencies of America's foreign adversaries are falling as well. In fact, Iran's dollar dropped to its all-time low overnight. We know voters were banking on a better economy when they went to cast their ballots. And joining us to discuss this is former Trump White House economic advisor and co-author of the newly released book, The Trump Miracle. Good morning to you, Steve Moore. Always great to see you. Speaking of a Trump miracle, here's a guy who was shot and survived an assassination attempt, faced 4 different prosecutions, and came out victorious with the major battleground states. How you feeling this morning? Do you think you're going to be part of the Trump White House this time around?
Well, great to be with you. And I was up almost all night last night, so I'm just digesting it all, I think, as most Americans are. But it was a miraculous victory. It was a red wave, Jan, and you saw it in the presidential race. You saw it in the Senate races. I know that there are about 5 or 6 that still haven't been called, but many of those right now are leaning Republican. I think the Republicans will win the House. And even on the state legislative, we don't have all those returns in, but it looks like Republicans really, that voters voted up and down the ballot, and they went red. The investor, look, this was about the economy, stupid, as Bill Clinton used to say. There's no question that Americans were feeling financially stressed out, that the inflation of the last 4 years has really put Americans under incredible financial strain. And so it was really a vote for getting back to sensible policies. We're going to make our tax cuts permanent. We're going to keep producing more energy. We're going to have better trade deals. We're going to try to get the government up the back of our businesses. And it's so important that, as you just said, the dollar is rallying, which is a very strong sign for America. Bitcoin is rising because Trump has been a supporter of these cryptocurrencies.
Look at the stock market. I mean, it's insane.
What's that?
The stock market, the futures right now.
Well, exactly. I was just going to say that look, you can. I don't want to read too much into these, initial numbers, because the market could, it's fickle. It can move up and down. But I do think in the medium term that Trump is good for stocks. He was good for stocks in his first term.
Very quickly, you can't talk about the economy without talking about tax and energy policies. I know you hit on that. Tell us specifically, though, what will be Trump's agenda when it comes to those policies?
Well, I do think that, we're going to start promoting as much of our oil and gas and energy resources. I think, I feel special attachment to this because I helped write the Trump tax cut in 2017 with Larry Kudlow and others. And as you know, that expires mostly this year. So there'll be a big fight about whether we extend those. I think Trump has a bit of a mandate to do that. It's going to be, for all of us, and especially you all in the media, it's going to be an exciting year to see what happens. And also one other quick thing, if I may, Jan. I really am excited about this Elon Musk government reform commission. I think we could save hundreds of billions of dollars in just waste and inefficiency, in redundancy and obsolescence of programs. And that's a good way to save money for taxpayers.
One thing Americans did say in some exit polling, as I was listening to some of these analysts, they're tired of this green energy agenda and the Democrats' EV mandates. That was a big deal for a lot of people, especially in some of those Sunbelt states, some of those blue wall states that Trump won. How soon, very quickly, how soon will we see the feds begin to lower interest rates again?
Well, let me just say you're spot on. I think this was a rejection of a very radical green agenda that put, these kind of green objectives over American jobs here at home. And that's why I think Michigan and states like Ohio and Pennsylvania went for Trump. Sorry, what was your question again?
When do you think, well, I flipped from that to also the federal interest rates. When do we think the feds will lower those rates again?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what's going to happen with inflation. You know, I was nominated by Trump in the first term to serve on the Fed. I think the most important thing, we have to keep inflation under control, because if more than anything, I think this was a vote against runaway prices, don't you?
I think that, as we have talked about before, energy policy is paramount for the next 4 years.
I agree.
Right now, especially with what we're seeing of what's happening around the world. Former Trump White House economic advisor Steve Moore, we appreciate you joining us right here on the National News Desk.
Thank you.
Americans calling it the greatest comeback for President-elect Donald Trump. Former Maryland Governor Bob Ehrlich joining us this morning with some analysis. And Governor, I want you to take a look at this tweet right here and tell me what you think about this. This person wrote, I believe the biggest message may be in two states that Harris actually won, New Jersey and Illinois. Harris only winning two deep blue states by 4 or 5 points. That Biden won by 17 points is a screaming message about progressive culture, war failures. From crime to police to migrants to school board issues, even blue states become pragmatic when progressive ideology runs amok. This is not a political failure, it is a cultural one. Critical theory and its insidious ideological cousins are failures, and politics follows culture. Do you agree?
Yeah, policy and politics. In fact, I would adopt all of that. But if you look at the constituent elements of sort of what occurred, I just wrote this down last 5 minutes, Jen. So you had a bad issues environment for an incumbent. You had a bad political environment where 70% of the country said that the USA was on the wrong track. That's a very difficult environment for an incumbent. You had these many realignments going on, which we've talked about during the course of the morning. You had a mid-course change of candidate,
That's
obviously,
right.
which was historic and not so good. You had a weird basement strategy where someone who was undefined refused to define herself. Turning down interviews, tough interviews especially.
Never holding a press conference, by the way.
Never holding a press conference, never. And then finally, the surrogates insulting half of the country repeatedly. When you add that to the fact that you had this contrast, incumbent versus incumbent, which is basically what this was. Trump 4 years, Biden-Harris 4 years, that contrast really worked. Trump took major advantage of it. When you add all this together, you get what we discussed here this morning. You see 3, 4, 5, 6 seats in the Senate. You see a red wave, and you see what no one foresaw, a popular vote victory for Donald Trump.
Not only that, you had all these elements going against Trump. You had an assassination attempt where he was shot, 4 prosecutions against him. I mean, what's the bottom line here about what went down?
The bottom line is people weren't, I think if, in my heart of hearts, I do believe if people thought that the prosecutions were real, were serious, where he was culpable, where he was guilty, he really done something big time wrong, we wouldn't be having this conversation today, right now. But they didn't buy it. They didn't buy the lawfare. They didn't buy the phony stuff. They didn't buy all the political prosecutions and all the counts and all the indictments. They just didn't buy it. It made the criminal justice system in our country look weak. People don't like that. They were embarrassed by it. A lot of people were embarrassed by it. But in the end, the voters didn't buy it.
Former Governor Bob Ehrlich, always great to see you, and we're thankful that you're with us all morning long.
My pleasure.
Coming up, we continue to bring you the latest election coverage across the country, including updates on some races still up in the air this hour. We're breaking down America's choice next. Here's the live desk. We continue to break down the election results this morning. If you're just waking up this morning with us, the race has been called for Donald Trump. This morning, we're also watching congressional races that are very key as well. Let's start in Michigan right now. And these numbers from the AP showing Republican Mike Rogers behind Alyssa Slotkin in a very tight Senate race right now. Down to Nevada, one of those very closely watched races as well between Jackie Rosen and Sam Brown. It's still not been called this morning. Very, very razor-thin margins still this morning. And in Pennsylvania, Democrat Bob Casey facing off with Republican Dave McCormick. That race has still not been called. That race is McCormick extending his lead just a little bit right now. So all these races very pivotal in determining the balance of power in Congress, right? Well, Republicans took the Senate, the House still in the question this morning as those votes are still being counted. We are also waiting to hear from Kamala Harris, just getting word that she's expected to speak later tonight around 6 p.m. We also expect to hear from Trump at some time today. That is our time for this hour of the National News Desk. Thank you for being with us. We have more election coverage coming up in just a bit, but for now we leave with a look at America's news and weather where you live.
I'm meteorologist Charlie Lopresti with a look at the Northeast. We have a pretty warm day on tap in the Northeast today. The next time we see temps like this will probably be spring 2025. Temps going to surge into the 70s today with a stiff west-southwest wind. There's a weak front moving through. Some areas may see a brief passing shower, but this front's pretty moisture-starved. That's going to move along. As we go into Thursday, skies go partly sunny. Temperatures on Thursday won't be quite as warm, but we're still in the 50s and 60s. Enjoy.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Gerard Bailey. Here's a look at the Mid-Atlantic region. Your Wednesday shaping up to be warm, and a few showers will be possible after a very long dry stretch. We're going to be looking at, again, some rainfall possible along this front, but better chances likely coming towards Thursday as it sinks to the south Thursday afternoon. Warm ahead of that front where we'll hit close to 80 degrees, especially in and around the Chesapeake Bay area, but in the mountains we'll be cooler in the 70s. Cooler air coming in behind that cold front, dropping our temperatures for Thursday.
I'm meteorologist Charlotte Carl. Hour by hour forecast. We are tracking that frontal boundary moving into the western portions of the state. This is around Wednesday, 9:30. We start to see that boundary fall apart. We'll start to see more showers ramp up during the day. We're also tracking Tropical Storm Rafael as it tracks up the west coast of Florida, likely to impact the Panhandle, some area in between Thursday and Friday, bringing weaker winds than we would expect with a Gulf storm. Here's a look at your overnight low temperatures.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Andrew Buck-Michael. Taking a look at your weather story here across the Midwest. Next weather maker here across the Ohio Valley, moving out of here. Cold front finally cooling off the Ohio Valley, but we've also got a little snow starting to try to move into the far western fringe here of the Midwest. But tomorrow, pretty quiet for a lot of us. A little rain across Kentucky, West Virginia, and then we start seeing that next round of rain moving its way into Kansas by Friday.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. Here's a look at your regional weather. 45 at El Paso, 40 in Amarillo. We're looking 46 Oklahoma City, so it's a little bit of a chilly start. Cooler down toward the south, but still a little humid as you get down in the southern portion of Texas. Warm front comes up, opportunities for rain. Cooler, drier air moves in. That changes up the temperatures for later in the day. I'm meteorologist Alex Garcia. That's a look at your regional weather.
Well, hi there, everybody, and a good Wednesday morning to you. I'm meteorologist Shannon O'Donnell. We are seeing the cool air diving deep over the Rockies these days, just a high of freezing out of Jackson Hole and barely above that around Denver and the Mile High City. 70s around coastal California, a beautiful 74 in the city of Angels today. Lower pressure continuing to dive back over the Dakotas and higher pressure keeping things dry over the Sierra Nevada. And that's the scene from here.
Good morning. It is 5:30 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. It is 2:30 a.m. if you're up late with us on the West Coast. Donald Trump is on the verge of returning to the White House at this hour. The former president speaking to supporters earlier this morning, claiming victory, surrounded by family, telling supporters that they made history. The NBC Decision Desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but realistically, we can say that Kamala Harris, the vice president, has no viable path to 270 in terms of electoral college votes at this point. Let's take a look at where things stand in those battleground states. We're going to start with Pennsylvania, which really was key to the statement I made a moment ago that Kamala Harris does not have a path anymore. It was when we called Pennsylvania that became true. 97% in, the projected winner, Donald Trump. Georgia, also in the column of Donald Trump, with 50% of the vote versus her 48, with 99% of the vote in. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, Mr. Trump wins there as well, with 97% of the vote in. Now, to those we have not called yet, Michigan, the race there, too close to call. And now we have a projection to make in Wisconsin.
Yes, we can.
NBC News projecting that Wisconsin was won by Donald Trump, and therefore, as you see on your screen, we are now projecting that the next president of the United States is Donald Trump.
He will reclaim the White House. The 45th president of the United States will become the 47th president of the United States, being elected for non-consecutive terms, a feat that has not been achieved since Grover Cleveland did it back in 1892. And there's the map. 276 electoral votes. You can see how he did it there. The blue wall has been shattered once again. Wisconsin putting him over. Chuck Todd is standing by the big board. We're going to take a look at precisely how he was able to do it in Wisconsin. But Chuck, President-elect Donald J. Trump.
And more importantly, he's going to win the popular vote. It's not done yet. It's, you know, there's still more, but it's very likely. This is not like 2016 or 2020. He's going to be only the second Republican to win the popular vote this century. And by the way, we are now going to have 3 straight one-term presidents. The last time this country elected 3 straight one-term presidents was when a guy named Grover Cleveland won non-consecutive terms. It was in the aftermath of the Civil War, of post-Reconstruction, and frankly, I do think an era that rhymes with the era we're living in now. We were fighting about who's an American. It was a very divisive time. We had 6 straight presidential elections then, decided by 5 points or less. We are now on our 6th out of the last 7 in this country decided by 5 points or less. But let's take a look here, because in many ways, how he won Wisconsin is how he won Pennsylvania, is how he won there. So let me just show you. Here's Harris in Milwaukee County. This is what she was counting on here, just so you can see here. She just didn't get the same amount of vote out here. Just, you know, and look, we're talking a state only decided by 30,000 votes, but she lost a little bit of ground there. Then you look at Dane County. She lost just a little bit of ground there to him, and it was just a little bit everywhere. And then you go and take a look at a place like Brown County, and Trump gained a little bit in all of his red counties. And you go along the lake here, and he gained a little bit. In fact, what were the Harris folks counting on in the northern tier? That in these rural counties, older white women would come over to their side. But his improvement among Hispanics, among younger voters, particularly men, clearly created the combination here, because it is similar across the board. The college towns were not as Democratic. The urban areas, turnout wasn't as much. And even in the suburbs, the turnout for Democrats was good, not great. And they needed great, especially if they were going to continue to lose the amount of Hispanic voters that they ended up losing tonight.
The 45th president of the United States, now the 47th president-elect of the United States. Kelly O'Donnell's with us. Ryan Noble's with us as well. We need to underscore this right now, right?
Yes.
Because this is the moment that NBC News has, our decision desk has projected that he is, in fact, the winner. We've been talking about it for hours.
99% confidence rating. We don't call it until we hit there.
Exactly, we project.
It's an extraordinary political achievement.
Especially, Kelly, when you consider where he was just 6 months ago. Here's a man, first of all, when he's sworn in January, he'll be the oldest ever at 78.
And remember when that was a thing, this election season.
Right, survives 2 assassination attempts. Oh, by the way, he's a convicted felon. And here he has risen from the ashes yet again.
The moment in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he was bloodied and rose and raised his fist and said, fight, 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 might be the metaphor of this entire political experience for him. He has come back in a way that, remember, he had a busy, busy primary because his own party didn't think they were going to stick with him. The damage done by January 6th has fallen by the wayside. He found a message. When he was running for re-election against Joe Biden, it was keep America great. He went back to make America great again, reclaimed a bit of that. He infused the party with his family. His daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, became a co-chair of the party and very involved. His sons, very prominent in his race and in sort of the identity of the political brand. It's an extraordinary thing that he's going back to the White House, and we will be trying to understand it and trying to understand how much he will match up to the candidate that he's been and the things he's talked about. Who will he get rid of? Who will he try to extract some political penalty against? And tonight he had some tones of wanting to be a president for all. Will he live up to that?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty striking in his remarks that he never mentioned Kamala Harris's name, never mentioned Joe Biden's name, didn't even talk about Democrats. It was really just a purely celebratory mood, made a number, reiterated many of the promises that he made on the campaign trail. That might be a signal that he's going to try and reach out to the other side of the aisle, because under any circumstance, and, you know, this is a convincing win, it's fair to say, but it's, as Chuck pointed out, still very close. And half the country is waking up this morning to what they view as the worst possible news, that Donald Trump is going to be in the White House again. And so he has tended, his political career has been, for the most part, very combative, not really caring that much about people that don't love him. And he has an opportunity now. This is his last opportunity in the White House. He's only going to be there for 4 years. He's already got to start thinking about his legacy. And part of that might be trying to reach across the aisle, trying to find that common ground and create an agenda for all Americans.
Chuck, your numbers, by the way, we just put Chuck's numbers on the screen there, those popular vote numbers. There's about a 5 million vote margin.
Yeah, and, you know, it'll close probably in half because of California. So the popular vote margin might be 2 to 3 million. But we got to realize something else here. I mean, he's now the most transformational leader of the Republican Party since Reagan. And he has done something that, again, you know, he created a new Republican coalition. The last Republican to do that was not George W. Bush. It was Ronald Reagan.
Let me get to Vaughn Hilliard again in Mar-a-Lago in Florida at Trump, well, what was Trump Party headquarters a little bit earlier this evening. Vaughn, you've been, are you outside now? You're outside now. Vaughn, you've been on this campaign for months.
I'm outside.
You've covered Trump for years, the first administration as well. Talk about what this projection means for the president-elect.
I think that what we are about to see is a very unique personality serve in the capacity of President of the United States, even more so than in his first administration. Chuck and Kelly covered that administration so closely. I covered it on the periphery, traveling around the country, talking to voters throughout his administration. And time and again, I heard supporters that were hoping, even during the trade wars, right? It was the farmers that saw the prices of their corn and soybeans drop. They weren't even able to break even, yet they hoped that Donald Trump was going to be able to strike trade deals that would benefit them in the long run. There was a lot of hope and aspirations of voters in the United States that they have in Donald Trump. New voters, voters of color, young voters who have grown up with Donald Trump is effectively the godfather of this Republican Party. And when I say he's a unique personality, it's because of the individuals who we should expect to see him surround himself with in this administration. Here at his rally in West Palm Beach tonight, there wasn't Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or, of course, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, or Doug Ducey, the former governor of Arizona, or Mike Pence, his former vice president. It was the likes of Tucker Carlson and Speaker Mike Johnson and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk. Donald Trump ran in a way in which he felt uncompelled to go and reach out to the old establishment wing of the conservative party. And in 2022, I think that this is the moment when we go back in history of what led to this moment. It was Donald Trump when politically it was viewed as his stock being lowest. He went around and got involved in Republican primaries, specifically House races. There were 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach him in the aftermath of the January 6th attack. He effectively was able to purge 8 of those 10 individuals, including Liz Cheney. She lost her race in Wyoming by 50 percentage points. Donald Trump was able to remake the Republican Party in his image, which going into the presidential primaries, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, they jumped into that race. But when I was going around talking to voters time and again, even in South Carolina, there were folks that were telling me, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, they shouldn't get in the race. This is Donald Trump's moment to take back the party and to take back the country that they felt was stolen from him. Donald Trump went on a crusade to convince Americans that he was a sympathetic figure, that the election of 2020 was stolen from him, and that the charges against him and the 4 criminal indictments, they were politically targeted. Over the course of these last 3 years, we now know here tonight, with Donald Trump becoming president of the United States, along with issues like immigration and the economy, of course, but he was effectively able to convince the majority of the American electorate that voted this month that he should be going back to the White House despite everything all of the attacks, the charges against him, and that this was his moment. And now, upon going to the White House, he has a Republican Party in the U.S. Senate and in the U.S. House that will be devoutly loyal to him. And for any members of the military, any Democrats even, that look to go and seek to have some sort of ability to work with him in Washington, D.C., it's going to be incumbent upon them to understand that Donald Trump is of the belief that he only needs loyalty, that he does not need to go and strike any negotiations, because so far politically over the course of 9 years, it led him back into the White House and a mandate effectively from the voters who selected him to get back there tonight.
Vaughn, I know you've spent some time really thinking about this, reporting how we got to tonight and this historic day. Let's take a look at your report.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
A political resurrection unlike any other in American history.
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
Tonight, Donald Trump winning back the White House, an unlikely comeback after losing the 2020 election, and a violent attack on the Capitol by his supporters, attempting to overturn the election results. Those supporters encouraged by President Trump's false claims of 2020 election fraud.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
Top Republicans initially condemning him for his role provoking the attackers.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters.
But soon reversing course and embracing Trump once again, recognizing his power with Republican voters. In the 2022 midterms, Trump worked to get his allies elected and his enemies ousted.
The people of Wyoming are going to tell her, Liz, you're fired, get out of here.
Many candidates who echoed Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen lost to Democrats. But just 1 week later, Trump announced his bid for re-election.
This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together.
In the months that followed, he was indicted on federal charges in Florida and D.C., and state charges in New York and Georgia. The Republican presidential hopefuls like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saw an opening.
We can't have, as Republicans, him as the nominee.
But Trump trounced the primary field in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and then South Carolina, handily winning the party's nomination.
And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. What happened?
In the campaign's final tumultuous months, Trump survived an assassination attempt.
The assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
And a change in his opponent, which he falsely called a coup.
This was an overthrow of a president.
He ran his campaign on his terms and often on falsehoods. He hit the trail with his own unique coalition of allies. And tens of thousands of faithful supporters packing arenas and venues from California to Wisconsin to Madison Square Garden. Non-consecutive White House wins, a feat only one president, Grover Cleveland, has accomplished before. Now, Donald Trump will be president number 45 and 47.
8 years ago, Donald Trump, he interviewed potential cabinet and administration officials at his Trump Tower penthouse in Midtown Manhattan. He's now a Florida resident, and we can expect the transition process and that interview process to take place here in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. I am also told, just like 8 years ago, when he went on what his campaign called a thank you tour as president-elect, in which he went around the country to address American voters that helped elect him, I'm told to expect a rally of similar sorts to take place, quote, soon here in the days and the weeks ahead. Guys.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for that reporting. I'm Kate Snow. Craig Melvin has actually left the table, just so no one's confused here. He has to go prepare for the Today Show. But I want to turn to Danny Savalos, who's joined us at the table, our legal analyst. This is something we haven't really talked about yet tonight, but now that we have President-elect Trump What happens to all these legal battles that he's been fighting, particularly the ones that were supposed to become, sentencing was supposed to be coming up soon?
On a night where we're all very careful not to make predictions, I'm about to make a bunch with a lot of confidence, and they have to do with Trump's legal cases. Here are things that I think we can say with a lot of confidence. He has 4 outstanding criminal cases. 2 are federal, 2 are state cases. The federal cases are going to go away. They're going to go away in a number of different ways. He can appoint an attorney general who will simply do his bidding and dismiss the cases. He can instruct the Justice Department to not even bother with the appeal of the already dismissed federal case. Those cases are, for all intents and purposes, gone. That leaves the state court cases. We have New York, and we have a sentencing, not only a sentencing coming up in a couple of weeks, but Justice Merchan is also deciding a motion to dismiss. This is all happening in the next couple of weeks.
Remind people which case that is.
This is the case that he was, the only case that he was tried and convicted on here in the state of New York several months ago, and he's awaiting sentencing on that case.
This was around Stormy Daniels.
Exactly. It had to do with hush money payments and reimbursements to Michael Cohen related to an alleged affair with Stormy Daniels. So that case, in all likelihood, that sentencing might get adjourned now. But even if it weren't, even if it were to go forward on November 26th, in all likelihood, it's not a case that he's going to get prison time on. Now, reasonable minds can disagree. I'm approaching this as a criminal defense attorney. This is barely a felony in New York. Yes, it's 34 counts, but you have all the factors that lead towards somebody getting a non-incarceration sentence. You have somebody over 70 years old. Like a house arrest, maybe straight probation. You have someone over 75 years old, no guns, no drugs, no violence. These are things that New York courts see and sentence on every day. So in the spectrum of criminals who might be able to get a probation-only or house arrest sentence, Donald Trump is in a high likelihood. That's even if that case goes forward this month for sentencing. It might not. The real question is, will prosecutors agree to an adjournment, given that Donald Trump just won the election? That's kind of an X factor. Then you have Georgia, and Georgia is, I'm going to use a legal term, a disaster. That legal case is in a vortex. By the way, it hasn't been stayed. It's technically moving along, and we've heard nothing about it in the last several months. It is
because of a bunch of things that happened with the prosecutor.
Exactly right.
Get down in the rabbit hole.
Fair to say, again, I'm going to go out on a limb. The prosecutor in the Georgia case, the elected prosecutor, made some bad decisions along the way. And so because of those decisions, the case is now mired in appeal, and she may get disqualified. If it does, if that case is orphaned, then they have to find a new prosecutor to take it on. But let's say, for example, the case will still be pending when Donald Trump is inaugurated. Let's assume that it is. It will likely, all the state cases, to the extent they're still pending, will be stayed. And that's because of the Constitution's supremacy clause. In all likelihood, those cases will be put on pause. And 4 years from now, who knows what the political situation will be in Fulton County, Georgia, if that DA will still be even the DA, or if that case will have been tossed because the DA has been disqualified. So the state court cases, New York doesn't pose a tremendous threat to Donald Trump, even though it's why he's a felon. He's not likely to get sentenced to any serious prison time. Again, reasonable minds can and do disagree with me on this point, but I don't think it's likely. And Georgia, I just don't think they can get that case together. By the way, let's say miraculously they brought it to trial. The last high-profile RICO case in Georgia was the longest case in Georgia history. It took them 8 months to select a jury. Fulton County is just not good at speedy trials in complex cases. I'm sorry to say. And so Donald Trump's case may never see the light of day in Georgia.
So it sounds like the headline, bottom line here, is he's unlikely to see any legal consequences or any major legal cases go forward during his presidency.
One thing we haven't talked about is all the civil cases against him. And he's faced many millions of consequences as a result of those civil cases, including E. Jean Carroll. All of those are things that, in all likelihood, he's not going to get the benefit of, say, an immunity decision. I mean, theoretically, he could. But so he is on the hook for those civil cases. They will move forward.
Even as president of the United States.
Sure. Well, yes, there are immunity issues, but those will survive. In theory, they'll be back on the hook if he has a judgment against him after he gets out of office. So civil consequences are not the same as criminal consequences. And he has suffered criminal consequences. He's a felon. He is going to be, when the smoke clears, if Justice Merchan does not dismiss the case, which he might do next week, but if that case survives, if that conviction survives, he is a felon. He may not serve a prison term, But if it survives, I mean, that certainly is something that is not a desirable status for an American citizen. But in all likelihood, I think we might see the sentencing adjourned. And even New York, that case could get thrown out by Justice Merchan based on immunity, based on a pending motion to dismiss.
All right, that was a lot of legal talk, but
Sure
we
was. Predictions.
really appreciate it. I think a lot of people, have been wondering out there. Let's go back to a couple of our insiders. Who do we have with us? Matt Gorman and Stephen Hayes are standing by for us. Hello, gentlemen. You're over on the other side of the studio now. I can't see you. Apologies. Can I get just from each of you your final thought as we head into the morning? It's almost 6 a.m. Eastern time now. What do you see this day and these coming weeks looking like?
First of all, it's a tremendous political resurrection. I think you put it exactly right. A realignment of sorts in many different ways when it comes to segments of the population. And what I'm interested to see now is, look, Trump only has one term. And so now, how does he govern? What is his legacy without a reelection to worry about? And then what do other Republicans and Democrats do in reaction? Because 2028 is maybe not so far away now.
And Stephen, to you, the same question. What do you see in these coming weeks?
Yeah, I was really struck looking at Vaughn's package, thinking about back to January 6th, and he was really left for dead. I mean, Lindsey Graham, all of his biggest supporters, nobody wanted anything to do with him. And not only did he survive that, but he has made this sort of dramatic comeback to the point where you had a party rallying around him. And if you look at the exit poll data today, you look at the number of people who said that they thought that democracy was at stake in this election, more of them nationwide voted for Donald Trump than voted for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she made this sort of the centerpiece of the end of her campaign.
Ryan Nobles, on January 20th, 2025, Mr. Trump will become the president of these United States. You cover Congress. We know the Senate now has Republican control. We don't know about the House just yet, if he'll have a divided government or not.
That's right. And I think that's the biggest open question right now is what type of Congress is he going to be forced to work with? If he has a Democratic House, that's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to get his agenda over the finish line. But if he has a willing Republican House to work with, there's no limit to what he could possibly accomplish. And it's also important to keep in mind that there are a lot of these members, particularly the House of Representatives. I think of Congressman Matt Gaetz, for instance, of Florida, who had a dust-up with the former speaker, was almost thought to be an outsider. He's now going to be very much on the inside, a direct line to the president. So there's going to be
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is another one. So there are going to be a lot of members of Congress who have bet on Donald Trump, who are going to see that bet pay off as a result of what we saw here tonight.
And I'm struck by, in the Democratic Party, there will be people like Gretchen Whitmer and Josh Shapiro and Gavin Newsom, who will be thinking, okay, he has one term, meaning Mr. Trump has one term
to prepare for a presidential.
Prepare for the next, and how to define the party. And Tim Walz goes back to Minnesota as the sitting governor. Whither Kamala Harris? What happens to her? And in the remaining 10 weeks or so of the Biden presidency, President Biden will certainly try to fortify policies he's put in place, try to create a legacy piece. It will be a difficult 10 weeks for them. And of course, because she's vice president, she will be in the role that Mike Pence had 4 years ago, confirming his election as president.
Chuck Todd, I want to get one final thought from you.
Well, look, I do think one of the things I thought about with this election is which president are voters going to be thinking about when they go into the voting booth? Donald Trump or Joe Biden? I think it's pretty clear tonight a lot of people walked in there thinking about Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris was trying to get them to think about Donald Trump. She wanted this to be a referendum on Donald Trump. And when you look at his 40% job rating, people's state of the economy, and how nearly half of voters thought they were falling behind, that's to me, they were thinking about Joe Biden. One other thing about Kamala Harris, I actually had a conversation with a well-known Democrat yesterday, and I was asking the what if, and they said, well, if she chose to run for governor, which is an open, Gavin Newsom is term limited, governor of California, this person thought that she'd be very difficult to stop. So, she's not, sometimes Democrats throw away their nominees. Kamala Harris does have standing in California. And I do think she still has some standing in the party because I don't think people blame her. I do think the party's going to blame Biden.
She's only 60 years old as well.
In politics, that's super young.
Very young.
That's teenage-like. Yes.
Thank you all so much. And thank you for watching our NBC News special coverage of the 2024 election. Don't go anywhere. Coverage continues with a special edition of the Today Show. That is coming up next. I'm Kate Snow in New York. For all my friends here with me on this overnight shift, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Food processing, and healthcare industries that impact our current state of national health. Once we have described what has occurred, suggestions for steps we can take to put us on a better path will be discussed. As our panelists will detail, the current state of America's national health is not good. Even though America's healthcare system spent $4.5 trillion in 2022, or over $13,000 per person. Those who seriously question the current orthodoxy or offer alternative treatments and approaches are generally ridiculed, vilified, and canceled, with concerted effort made to destroy their reputations and careers. We all witnessed this during the pandemic as eminently qualified and respected doctors who had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients using cheap, generic drugs were fired, sued, and either lost their medical licenses and certifications or had them seriously threatened. Unfortunately, this intimidation works, as most doctors remain silent in order to maintain their good standing in the medical establishment. The catalyst for this event was an interview I saw with Dr. Casey Means and her brother Callie. When it comes to nutrition, we all face the same daunting variety of opinions, guidelines, and diet recommendations. Dr. Means does an excellent job of simplifying the basic concept of how our bodies convert food to energy and how that miraculous process, and I want to underline that miraculous process, can and has been impaired. I'm grateful that she and her brother have been able to join us here today. I'm also very pleased that Robert Kennedy Jr. is here. His environmental advocacy connected him to mothers with autistic children and his subsequent advocacy for children's health and chronic illness. Because of corporate capture of regulatory agencies, the connection between environmental factors and pharmaceutical adverse impacts on health have not been adequately explored. Callie Means has helped assemble a highly qualified group of doctors and nutritional and fitness experts to discuss these issues and make a case for robust research into causes and effects. I'm extremely grateful for the time and effort all of these participants have devoted to these issues and to the event today. Again, the title of today's event is American Health and Nutrition, a Second Opinion, with emphasis on the word opinion. I am truly amazed at how much knowledge mankind has accumulated over time and how rapidly the acquisition of knowledge has accelerated in our lifetimes. With that said, however, I still believe that what we don't know vastly exceeds what we do know. As we pursue a greater understanding of human health and seek answers to questions we have been discouraged to even ask, I sincerely hope we approach our quest with the humility and modesty that reality demands. With that, I'm very pleased to introduce Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Really needs no introduction, but I have a short one. He's an environmental lawyer and the chairman and founder of Children's Health Defense. He has spent 40 years fighting corrupt corporations and government agencies in efforts of restoring and protecting the health of children and ending childhood health epidemics by eliminating environmental exposures. Mr. Kennedy.
I want to begin by thanking Senator Johnson for his courage and the gift that he had of critical thinking, which survived the orchestrated fear that we fought. that we all encountered during the pandemic. He was the only member of this body for some time that was willing to challenge the orthodoxies. He was subsequently joined by one other key member, Rand Paul, and he faced the same kind of vilification, the marginalization, the demonization, the discreditization that he just referred to, that was applied in such an extraordinary way to the scientists, the medical professionals, and the people, the individuals who were injured by some of these government policies, who were systematically silenced, not only by the government agencies that are captured by the pharmaceutical companies that were profiting by hundreds of billions from these policies, and that exercise such an extraordinary control over this body, but also by the mainstream media in this country, which also gets 47% of its advertising revenue from the companies that profited during that period. And Senator Johnson, you gave so many of us extraordinary hope during that period. I honestly don't know what would have happened to this country if you had not been there. And there was an extraordinary personal cost that you paid for it. You and I became not only professional associates, but close personal friends during that period. And you are somebody that, in my mind, was a supervillain prior to the pandemic, and now you're one of my biggest heroes. I'm very grateful. When discussing improvements to U.S. healthcare policy, politicians from both parties often say that we have the best healthcare system in the world. That is a lie. The U.S. healthcare system is an existential threat to our country. If the American experiment fails, it will not be because we had the wrong marginal tax rate. It won't be because we don't have the perfectly optimized level of social safety net spending. It won't be because of the culture war and DEI issues and the media trumpets to orchestrate the division among all of us. No, if America fails, the chief reason will be because we let our country get sicker, more depressed, fatter, more infertile, at an increasing rate while crippling our national security, bankrupting our national budget with health care costs. Every major pillar of the U.S. healthcare system, as a statement of economic fact, makes money when Americans get sick. The most valuable asset in this country today is a sick child. The pharma industry, the hospital industry, and medical school industry make more money when there are more interventions to perform on Americans. And by requiring insurance companies to take no more than 15% of premiums, Obamacare actually incentivized insurance companies to raise premiums to get 15% of a larger pie. This is why premiums have increased 100% since the passage of Obamacare, making healthcare the largest driver of inflation while American life expectancy plummets. We spend 4 times per capita on healthcare than the Italians, but Italians live 7.5 years longer than us on average. And incidentally, Americans had one of the highest life expectancies in the world when I was growing up. Today, we've fallen an average of 6 years behind our European neighbors. Are we lazier and more suicidal than Italians? Or is there a problem with our system? Are there problems with our incentives? Are there problems with our food? During the COVID epidemic, with the highest body count of any country in the world, we had 17% of the COVID deaths in this country. We only had 4.2% of the world's population. We literally had the worst record of any country in the world. Well, this should have been a blaring wake-up call to about our weakened American immune systems. Our health leaders said that COVID was a pharmaceutical deficiency. This was a lie. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth, and according to the CDC, the average American who died from COVID had, on average, 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number was 1%. When my uncle was president, about 1% of the children in this country had chronic disease. Today, that number may be as high as 60%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, including 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were sent to the circus. There were case reports written about them. Obesity was virtually unknown. Today, almost 50% of teens in the United States are overweight or obese. In Japan, the childhood obesity rate is 3%. Half of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. And when I was 10 years old and my uncle was president, a typical pediatrician would see one case of type 2 juvenile diabetes during his 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walk through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And it's causing, and diabetes, and the same mitochondrial disorder that causes diabetes is also causing the epidemic of Alzheimer's in this country, which is now classified as diabetes. And it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. It is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military. In my generation, the odds and rate of autism were about 1 in 10,000. And in my kids' generation, 1 in every 34 children. In the state of California, where I live, it's 1 in 22. And by the way, there has been no change in diagnosis, which is the industry alibi. Study after study, there's been no change in screening either. Study after study shows that this is a change in incidence. We are in the midst of an epidemic. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? How can we call ourselves a moral nation, the exemplary democracy in the world, if we are treating our children like this? About 18% of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That disease, when I was a boy, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and old. Young adult cancers are up 79%, and 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 American children are on SSRIs. No other country has anything like this. So what's causing all of this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits. First and worst is ultra-processed foods. 70% of American children's diets is now ultra-processed, which means industrial manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grain, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists, many of them whom were formerly working for the cigarette industry, which purchased all of the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed their thousands of scientists to invent new chemicals to make our food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans are not biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe. but they are ubiquitous in American processed foods. We are literally poisoning our children systematically for profit. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, and our environment. Pesticides, food additives, pharmaceutical drugs, and toxic waste permeate every cell in our bodies. This assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. They are swimming around in a toxic soup. And to name just one problem, many of these chemicals increase estrogen. Because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors, America's fertility rate has now dropped. Sperm counts in teens are about 50% of what they were a couple of generations ago, and testosterone rates have dropped at the same rate. American puberty rates among our little girls is now 10 to 13 years of age. Our country has the earliest puberty rate of any continent. This is 6 years younger than it was in 1900. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen-driven and now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and all of our adults. Industry lobbyists have made sure that most of the food stamp lunch program, about 70% of foods, that most of the school lunch program, and about 70% of food stamps are processed foods. We give 8 times as much subsidies to tobacco in this country than we do to fruits and vegetables. It makes no sense if we want a healthy country. The good news is that we can change all this, and we can change it very, very, very quickly. And it starts with taking a sledgehammer to corruption, to the conflicts in our regulatory agency and in this building. These conflicts have transformed our regulatory agencies into predators against the American people, and particularly our children. 80% of NIH grants go to people who have conflicts of interest, and these scientists are allowed to collect royalties of $150,000 a year on the products that they develop at NIH and then farm out to the pharmaceutical industry. The FDA, the USDA, and the CDC are all controlled by giant for-profit corporations. Their function is no longer to improve and protect the health of Americans. Their function is to advance the mercantile and commercial interests of the pharmaceutical industry that has transformed them, and the food industry that has transformed them into sock puppets for the industry they're supposed to regulate. 75% of FDA funding does not come from taxpayers. It comes from pharma. And pharma executives and consultants and lobbyists cycle in and out of these agencies. Money from the healthcare industry has compromised our regulatory agencies and to this body as well. The reality is that many congressional healthcare staffers are worried about impressing their future bosses at pharmaceutical companies rather than doing the right thing for American children. Today, over 100 members of Congress support a bill to fund Ozempic with Medicare at $1,500 a month. Most of these members have taken money from the manufacturer of that product, a European company called Novo Nordisk. As everyone knows, once a drug is approved for Medicare, it goes to Medicaid. And there is a push to recommend Ozempic for Americans as young as 6 over a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. Since 74% of Americans are obese, the cost of all of them, if they take their Ozempic prescriptions, will be $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that has made Novo Nordisk the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company, but the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends a change in diet to treat obesity and exercise. Virtually Novo Nordisk's entire value is based upon its projections of what Ozempic is going to sell to Americans. For half the price of Ozempic, we could purchase regeneratively raised organic agriculture, or organic food for every American, 3 meals a day, and gym membership for every obese American. Why are members of Congress doing the bidding of this Danish company instead of standing up for American farmers and children? Because Novo Nordisk is one of the largest funders of medical research, the media and politicians and the medical schools all go along with them. For 19 years, solving the childhood chronic disease crisis has been the central goal of my life. And for 19 years, I have prayed to God every morning to put me in a position to end this calamity. I believe we have the opportunity for transformational bipartisan change to transform American health, to hypercharge our human capital, to improve our budget, and I believe to save our spirits and our country. I am grateful for Senator Johnson's focus on this country's most important issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bobby, and thank you for your kind words at the start of your talk. You mentioned the word courage. I don't know anybody who doesn't demonstrate courage more than you have. I don't know of anybody. I don't know anybody who's been more vilified and ridiculed and marginalized and canceled or paid as heavy a personal price for advocating for children's health, for making the decisions you made over the last couple of years and literally in the last month or two. Not only is your concentration on chronic health something that is unbelievably important for this nation, and I think, as Tucker Carlson said about Dr. Casey Means, it helped change the world. What you have demonstrated in your new alliance, setting differences aside, concentrating on an area of agreement, I think represents exactly how we as Americans can unify and heal this nation. So again, what you have demonstrated in your contribution is just priceless. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Michaela Peterson Fuller. Ms. Fuller is a podcaster, lifestyle, and diet blogger, the co-founder and CEO of Peterson Academy, and the founder of Fuller Health and the Lion Diet. The Lion Diet is a therapeutic and plant-free ketogenic diet that can be used to treat autoimmunity and psychiatric disorders. On the Michaela Peterson podcast, she discusses health, cultural phenomena, politics, and other topics. Ms. Fuller.
Thank you very much. I'm going to skip my intro. When I was 2, I started to limp, and at 7, I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis in 37 joints. At age 8, I was put on injectable immunosuppressants. At 12, I was diagnosed with severe depression and put on antidepressants. At 14, I was diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia, which is a fancy definition for chronic fatigue, and I could barely get out of bed for years. My hip and ankle were replaced when I was 17 from the arthritis that wasn't managed by the medications I was on. And I spent a year on OxyContin, limping around what felt like broken bones, trying to stay hopeful and not kill myself. I went to university for biomedical science when it became apparent that nobody in the medical system could help me, and the life-saving treatments I was on weren't saving my life. When I was 23, I completely changed my diet, which was radical, and I didn't think it was going to work. I removed processed foods and only ate whole foods, primarily meat, and my life changed rapidly. I felt like I had stepped out of hell I didn't know that I was trapped into heaven. It turned my world upside down. Then I had to get off of the medications I was on. Antidepressant withdrawal, that neither me nor my doctors knew existed, was worse than the opiate withdrawal I had been through after I was treated with OxyContin. After I stopped taking the 8 medications I was on and had a baby, my autoimmune symptoms and depression started sneaking back in. And willing to do anything to not be sick, I tried, and this sounds ridiculous, but I tried eating only meat. And by that I mean beef, salt, and water only, knowing beef was the one food that didn't contribute to my arthritis and depression. Eating only meat put my symptoms into remission again in 6 weeks. I've only been eating beef and lamb for 7 years now in order to keep my symptoms in remission. I'm not on any medication. I have no symptoms of disease. I'm in complete remission after spending 16 years being medicated with multiple joints replaced. I spent 7 years trying to get the medical community to take this seriously and conduct some studies. The plant-free ketogenic diet I'm on, which
just trying to start to stack up a little bit here as the day goes on. So we're pretty happy with the trading so far here today, but at the same time, very weary that we're still above the 50 period and ready to go. All right, let's go some names. I mean, let's start looking here. All right, DJT. So I'm in this trade. You can see what we have. So hopefully we'll be able to just continue with this and get some successful trades to happen here. DJT, 35 bucks. All right, so we've already gotten hit on this name today, right? Nice downside pressure for sure here on DJT. Hold on a second, let's make sure. Okay. Looks like it wanted to hold though, right? Like this 34.50. What's up with that? So let's zoom this out a little bit here on a larger frame. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes back to a couple days ago. We've been at this 34.50. That's where we were at the beginning of the day. And we couldn't get through. So that could be a trade right there, 34.50 or so, 35 maybe even, bouncing off of that. But yeah, that seems like it's decent. I'd rather maybe take a shot. That's 32.50. This is about the time yesterday when we were getting involved with DJT, and then this happened, and we really started adding again. We talked about adding to our net and whatnot, adding to the net as the day started going through. So again, like the stock, like the trade, and I think you can go now on DJT. So why not bid maybe in and around 35 bucks? That would give you that little bit of a range. If we do fall through, then you can easily get out of that. So something to look at here, DJT coming in again, 34.65. Looks like we might not get that, but that could be a decent trade there for the bottom pick there for DJT folks. So that could be a trade that you might want to look at. So something to consider there. Other than that, Apple, yeah, I mean, Apple is red. I mean, we're short Apple, so we like that.
Oh, no, I just saw something in the chat.
What was?
Mark, that's
Mark
Susi? I'm not sure how to pronounce that name, but an online streamer in Canada, XQC, wagered $700K on Harris. A lot of bets got made. And look, obviously, I mean, there are people that bet on solar names, whether you bet on the election.
I bet
itself,
on the election.
Whether you bet on solar names, you could have bet on the weed names, people who were making Tesla bets or DJT. Those are all sort of part and parcel, a lot of the same things. Just one quick note. So SMCI is now breaking out above $22. So it's okay, it's down 20%, but it's still a very good bounce off the bottom. Like the low of the day today is like 2020. So, this is good for SMCI, at least in a relative standpoint. But you can see in the pre-market, just zooming out so that you can see pre-market lows, there was a wall around here in the morning, trust me, I know, where it couldn't really get past these prices at 22 and then the 21.60 level. 21.6 ended up not being a pretty good break, but now you have a decent consolidation off of this top. We're entering power hour. The volume is just picked up, so on volume and its SSR. I want to look to maybe join this trend here. 21.8 looks like a good, I don't want to call it an Alamo, but it looks like a good exit point. Like if it loses underneath 21.8, then that's a good place to be wrong on the stock. So next available dip here on SMCI is going to be a play for me. Hopefully we can get something in the 80s, 21.80s, that is. I wanted to show you guys just on Apple. I know we had zoomed out the chart a little bit, but then I was zooming in to show you the executions. So I have a bid out in front of, that's too far, this lower high. That was sort of the last bid, and then we're going to hold on to the final 20% of the trade to see if it could fill in that gap. It's coming right back into resistance, so if it rolls over at the same spot or curls, let's just say if it stops around the same spot, I'm going to look to add back into the position. rollover, curl, kind of all the same thing. I'd look for a reload right in and around those 60s where we got it before, but I need to see it start curling. If we're just powering up into power hour, remember the market is strong and on highs. And if that's the move we got, then I'm willing to definitely tap out with the remaining part of the position, and then we don't do the add. There's nothing wrong with that. But SMCI, as I said, starting to go. Don't want to have, wow, okay. Let's say I don't want to have to chase it, but instead of the pullback, now it looks like the even dollar is the pullback into the prior high at the 90s. So SMCI really picking up steam. I know it says down 20%, but up 10% from the lows is the story here.
So you can see we have a sponsor here, Firefly. I think it's very important that Firefly Neuroscience is something that we look at. It's taken a bold step advancing brain health technology in collaboration with Bright Minds. It's a name that we trade on here, Drug. Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience shaping the future of brain health. We want to thank Firefly again for sponsoring, and I just think it's an important thing as well as we deal with more and more issues. Interesting name there, DRUG. We talked about Drug and some of the relationships that they have there with Bright Minds. So check it out, AIFF. That is Firefly. Go check that symbol out for us, and thank you for that. All right, so what I want to do is look at Apple again. So we had taken out, shares. We had even got out more as it started to break back up. We're near the 50-period moving average again. So I'm going to take this opportunity to say, what's up? And take some more shares that we just punched some short at 67s there. So you might have seen that, but a little bit of a cascade, but nothing, just went like that a little bit. So now we are now short more here at 67. And again, I was like the 200 periods right here. The thing is that like this 224 is pretty, I mean, I almost think you got to give it to 224.60 if I was really, really going to like make a bigger play on this name. And I don't think I really want to do that right now. Market is down. I thought we were being really cute with Apple, trying to go short on it, despite it, I guess being almost went red. I think it did go red, someone said. It did, yeah. So, all right, so we just reshorted it right now. And we just shorted 68s, so if we can get something out here at 57s, that's going to be a good play, and then we'll get another piece out, low 50s as well. But there you go. You just saw me short that, so right there. Let's see if we can get it back in. Again, I always say this all the time. Some people do, some people talk. We're trying to do both. We're trying to give you the trade, get into it, figure out what we're doing, put our bids out there, and just prove to you that, hey, you can get these fills if you sit here and catch them. It's going to be a different style. This is not swing trading. We have to be flat at the end of every day. So right now, we just continue to watch out for these names and sit in them. I mean, like I said, we're about $7 in the money with NVIDIA and Palantir, and we're just slightly in the money now with Apple. But we've already taken that profit. It's already going to be P&L number 3 today, just off these trades. But we'll wait to see if it comes back in a little bit lower, then we'll be all good on that one. So let's see if Apple can give us some love. We're bidding 57, so if we get a nice little downside push there, we'll take that first little piece, 10 cents, and then we'll get a little bit more. Again, if it goes up, I was only going to give this, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was only going to give this a 224 and change. So just a little bit higher than this. So as we start to go back up, I'm going to analyze where my offers are, and there it was at 85. So there we go. We take a little bit more shares now. Now we'll see what we're doing. We have Apple on board. Our stop is already in, just south of 224 and change. Just be ready to get out of this name if you're in it with me, because it's not. Market's up 2.75%. At some point, switches are going to get turned on. It might be turned on right now on Apple. So we could put an L on the board here, which I know might be something a little different, but hey, it happens. Here comes Apple right now, upside. We'll see what happens. We're short at 72s.
Yeah, I tap back out at the 60 level, which is where we got in on Apple. And SMCI just did its first pullback, which oddly enough was nowhere near 22. 22.25. SMCI really went on one, but I came out of Apple like right in here. It was just this, see the volume spike? Like it dipped back down and then big volume spike right in there. So immediately like punch out. SMCI just came back in. This is the first time into 22.25. I'd like to see it hold on to 22 even, obviously. So if we hold on to the 22, great. Needs to get to that $0.50. I'm talking 22.50. Now, obviously, this has an expanded range today, but it's also 307. So,
that's
like,
right.
yes, the high of the day is all the way at Okay, well, the high in the pre-market, I shouldn't say the high of the day. The high in the pre-market is 23.50. The high right before the open, also in the pre-market, is 23 even. But just because those are out there doesn't mean you have enough time to get there. So yeah, I want to get some out in front of the quarter, in front of the half dollar, and then the next quartile to the upside. And then keep in mind, if the imbalances start to show me something, you never know. I do want to be able to be attentive to that. NVIDIA is still cruising on trend, but it has now tested the new high at 146.5. I count it like 5 times on NVIDIA up here. So I put the trend line on my black chart, so it's not on this one, but I mean, like you draw a line in here, you guys can figure it out. It'd be just underneath 146, and it loses the trend since VWAP on NVIDIA. But it's having a lot of trouble at this high, at 146.5. So this is just in it from earlier. And we always talk about this a lot of times. If I make a bad wick on a level that I like, I'm going to get back in. So I was in at 01s before. I was scalping it out, and then it came back in and flushed. Immediate reversal. You could see it on the tape and in the volume, so just jump right back in. But NVIDIA is having a little bit of trouble at this top. You can see it just not really breaking that half dollar. If it takes it out, I think it's going to probably drag a lot of things in the market higher. Hopefully SMCI is one of them. You absolutely never know. But the imbalances when they come out is going to be an interesting one for sure. I expect that there could be some extra digits. Like this morning we saw a huge on Palantir. It was 3 of them. It was Palantir, SMCI, and I don't remember the third. All had million share imbalances in the pre-market. You don't usually see that at the open. So I'm expecting some big ones, and NVIDIA could be one of them here. So I want to make sure that I have my stop in, and it's a moving target.
We probably could have got out for flat there, actually. Well, not flat. We could have taken about a 3-penny hit there on Apple, but we didn't want to. We want to stay in it. So let's wait to see now what happens. Potentially, obviously, a bad move to stay in this name, but we'll wait and see how wrong we are about it. So we're going to wait to see now on Apple. Looks like it wants to go higher, which is not great, but I guess at the end of the day, we're going to have to deal with it. So Apple right now trying its very best to go up to that 224 again. Hey man, if it happens, it happens. We will take an L on that, right? If it goes back up there. So there's the short. Our average price is completely fine. We have about, really realistically, we have about a third of the position that we would have taken like on an Apple trade if it was a little bit earlier in the day. So it's not a huge amount of risk, but still risk nevertheless. So do not want to lose on this trade, but looks like it is coming in right now. That's Apple. Not the apple of my eye here today, but it's trying. So we'll wait. We are still up on it, but we're holding a position against us. So that's what's going on right now. Yeah, SMCI is running. I mean, we really like that play down there at $20. So that's going to be a good one. Trying to get back to the upside there. It's been a little struggle for SMCI, obviously off that report there last night, but it's bounced back real nice. We had talked about there at that 20.5 level. Nice little bounce back. Now Neil's got this. It's only in the money 20 cents or so, but I think there is a good opportunity for that name to continue more upside. So I like that name, SMCI. We'll see where it goes, but I like it. All right, so that's that one. Another name to look at there. I'm sort of with everybody here on NVIDIA. I'm getting out if it breaks this level, so let's put that order in together right now. I mean, I would love for the market to come down because we have Apple. I don't even have a, oh, there it is. My stop for... My stop for NVIDIA is so long ago, it doesn't even matter. This trade, we were risking just pennies on this down to the 200 period, and it really turned out to be quite nice. And I even said when it was down there, the one trade to rule them all was going to be this NVIDIA, because if the market did rip back up after this, this was the name we wanted, and then there it is, $4 and change in the money. I keep on looking at this and not putting the order in. So what is that? 146.19. This is the 50-period moving average. So 146.14. Let's get out of that if it breaks down a little bit lower. We always give it a little bit more room than maybe we need to. So we're going to do that right there and give it to that level. That's going to be that trade. Now let's break it down. We are in the power hour right now, and we do have a cute, wow. Oh man, like I didn't even look at Palantir. Remember I said like someone, I think it was Chill Vibes or someone yesterday, or maybe it was Eerie Pages, I'm not sure who it was like, oh man, Palantir 59. And I'm like, I'm out of here if Palantir hits 59. It's at 55 right now. This name just continues to go higher. I mean, we sold some of this out yesterday or the day before at $49.50. Like now you're up to $55. PLTR continues to work. And yeah, we like the name. I like the name PLTR here just to work. All right, Apple. So here we go, man. We were waiting for 20. I mean, my price is 24.10, I believe. Let me double check that. I should actually refresh all my stuff. I'm trying to give this a little bit more room. We probably should have got out for flat when we had the chance there. I know Neil got out of it, so that was good. Bitcoin, yeah, 76,000. Oh my.
76,000.
Monster. Yeah, I checked. I'm up over 50% on the ETF.
Yeah, and you know what? I keep meaning to, and I know. The ETFs are fantastic. We have one here in Canada, although
that's the one.
The Canadian one, look, I'm in it in my TFSA, but really the fees are better. It's actually lower in IBIT. So at some point, I mean, whatever, winning is winning, but every little bit counts. The principle is priceless, man. If you could save even a small amount, and it's the same move. Like, why am I caring? Like, I have USD funds in my TFSA, but I got to make that switch at some point. I'm just a little bit disappointed in ETH, but Bitcoin 76,000 it's okay. Never mind. It just came right back underneath 76,000. IBIT here. So I was looking at SMCI at the $0.50 having some trouble, but no. Just as we got there, the Neil jinx. Ha ha ha. That's my bad. 76,000 was up here, and now it's starting to pull back because obviously, why not? That's why we can't have nice things. So yeah, we did get to 76,000. I promise. It was there 2 seconds ago. But the 22.5 level on SMCI did just tick in. It got to about 46 and now starting to pull back. Obviously, at first, would have liked to see it hold 22. At this point, now that it's made that leg up, I want to see it hold at 22.20, just above or just underneath where we're into it. And I have my trend out slightly. On NVIDIA, it's like 146 change. So it's a little bit, it's not that much of a difference using the trend line as it would be using a moving average. It's basically the same thing. A stock is trending well and nice and linear and controlled when if you draw a day-long trend line, it's just going to line up with other major averages as well. But yeah, it's just above the 146 for me, and then I'm going to tap out of NVIDIA. That's assuming that it gets there, but a bit of a disappointing look. Like, notice how when Bitcoin pulled back, SMCI was pulling back a little bit as well. I bet you Coinbase just gave you one heck of a short. Not that I wanted it. Oh, no, it didn't do anything.
We got stopped out of Apple, so I had to stop at fail. Coinbase up 31%.
I know, but like that move, when we just lost, Coinbase didn't even move at all when we just lost 76,000. I guess it had already pulled back. So anyone doing the mean reversion on that one, if you pick the right mean revert to do, congratulations. But I tell you, I could draw a million trend lines on that chart, and there would have been a bunch of entry points, and they all would have stunk on Coinbase. Sometimes you've just got to read the room, and this one was a never touch the mean reversion trade. Like, I didn't mind Amazon because I didn't think Amazon would be a meme. Amazon's not a meme-ish stock. Coinbase can do that to you, and it did a parabolic move up. And this is one thing, and I know I bungled the out on Amazon. It is what it is. That's why it stuck. But when you're looking for something to revert, it should be an extreme move. When it's linear to the upside, like a nice 45-degree angle, not as interested as when it's parabolic or in a huge trend reverse, meaning it's like multiple days or down 20-something% like SMCI. Those are going to be the best opportunities because they'll give you the best risk to reward if you grab those in there. So Amazon literally doing nothing. ARM, Rohit just asked in the chat about ARM. I'm going to make the assumption it's, of course. Well, you wouldn't ask if it wasn't breaking out, right? So there goes ARM. Yeah.
It's going?
Slap to fail. And what did I say? Maybe going to stay away from that breakout because it's going into the earnings. And it's obviously very expensive, so I feel like there'd be some people that are a little trepidation going into the earnings because of the big PE. Apparently just doesn't matter. ARM breaking out the high. If you care about PE or price to sales and that kind of a thing, that's great. But if you get married to it while playing price action and trading, you're going to get yourself into a world of hurt because you would have been shorting Palantir and you'd be shorting ARM right now if you cared about valuations. Let the analysts worry about that with their price targets and just worry about the price action, which ARM breakout, congratulations. I guess just go long anything that sets up. Who cares about earnings?
I picked the wrong stock. I should have. I mean, we talked about going long that stock, and instead I went short Apple, which didn't work.
That's a great.
All right, so DJT going now up almost 8%, up 7 and a bit now. Again, this name's been beat up today, but there it is. We talked about that bouncing spot at 34.50. So many trades you can take, and it's just, this is just another one there. We had looked at it right off of there. We talked about that level. There's the bump up. You had to be here to take it, and we weren't, but nice move. And I do want to say again, we'll ring the register. See, this is what happens. You put those stop orders in, and then they get triggered. Okay. Still a good day here on NVIDIA. Again, one of the, probably the biggest holding in mine now. I actually haven't even, I just keep on looking at the totals, but not actually at the stocks themselves. NVIDIA's been a huge run. This is one of the last, I mean, I recently had bought this name down here at $100 when we came back from London there after we had that huge move down, and it went to $95. And then it came back in. We bought some down here at 104 and change, and then upside right now for NVIDIA. So nice move there, continuously going. Who knows where? But
I know exactly.
I like that stock.
You bought the 100. I know it's one of those stocks where I don't have to look it up. My most recent buy, because it was so obvious on the chart. It was right here, and it was like 109.5. So like it was after the higher low bounce and the bounce off 100. Let me zoom in here. And again, look, let's be real. The only reason why I was buying is because I had regretted the fact that I had taken some off the top, and I'm like, this is a buy and hold stock. So I was looking for a place to get back into it, and I was either going to wait for the 200 period. It bounced off 100. This was the high here at 08. It consolidated, and then right there, hey, that was actually on 9/11. I didn't even realize that was the case. But then it essentially made the play off of the open right in here at like 109.35, and you know, that's all she wrote. Like, it was a consolidation breakout, and if you're looking along the stock, why not take it on a bit of momentum? The other play that you could have simply done, which if I ever see another day like August 5th again, I'm going to do better. I got like two names. I got Meta and Microsoft in my personal account, and then I missed the Apple long on the day trade through 200 because I just simply didn't cross aggressively enough. That was the day to use a market order. I used a limit order on Apple through 200. I think you were away. Like, you could not use limit orders and cross normally, because usually you cross Apple, 200 break, 225, something like that, you're going to get filled 10 times out of 10. That morning, you had no chance. The stock was at 203 in the blink of an eye. You need to just put a market order and just be part of it, because everyone was panicking out at the open, and when the long started to come in, the algos were just out of control. So it's 320. Finally, SMCI does the break back through 22.5. We're looking for a move into the 70s next. You get an order out there. 23, if it gets there, great. But obviously the market is starting to slow down a bit, and we only have 40 minutes to go. 10 minutes to some early look imbalances will start to drip in a little bit more. Although you can get an early look already. Some names are already starting to show up. Nothing significant. Enbridge doesn't really matter. That always pairs off. Oxy, small buy imbalance there. I mean, CCL, that's from the morning, so that's really not that significant. So nothing big, although Palantir, right now, that's the morning. I'm expecting Palantir, SMCI, and NVIDIA are likely to have the imbalances. And being in two of them, you got to be careful. Always have a stop order out in play. Because we've moved up, I want to move the trail in. It's now going to be underneath 2230 in here. So where it dipped, I want to get out if it loses that 2230. So now it can't turn into a loser. But keep in mind, this is just a day trade. I don't want anyone getting the idea that SMCI is out of the water. Although remember, they did report. So the idea that they're immediately going to be delisted for not having the report, they just got to deal with the allegations now, and we'll see how that one wants to unfold.
I'm refreshing all of my trades. Okay. All right, because I got to try to read this a little bit more clear here. So like Tesla right here, I think is a candidate for this breakout. So I just put it at 290. I mean, that high right there really is, I mean, 289.60. I think we can probably dance with that if we really did want to. Tesla 289.60. I'm going to put in, you know what, I got to have to cancel my other order if I'm going to do this one. So let's take it. Let's see if at 289.71 or so, I think that would be, I mean, I think that's kind of where the level is. So we'll have a quick look there if it does come in. Now we're starting to fade out a little bit here on Tesla, but that would be a break level there for me. Don't tell me now, because Apple's probably retracing a little bit. Okay, so look, I mean, we were just, be more patient, you know, on Apple, because there it goes into the downside. So we coulda, woulda, shoulda been a little bit more patient on that one. All right, I don't even mind getting back into Apple. It's just really stupid trading by me, honestly. We should have done better there. Should have done better. Like, I just didn't want to give it I just didn't want to give it to there. So it's not, you know, you're always going to, I mean, you're not always going to second guess your trades, but for me, it's like, this is what we had this little bit of a move, but we should have started the trade here. Like the minute it broke there, we could have got out. We were trying to play off of this 224, didn't give it enough room. Oh well. Sometimes we're blinded by the light, or blinded by, you know, sometimes when you're running with it, it gets in your face there. But at the end of the day, yeah, bad trade there on Apple. Could have waited for VWAP, and I think we always talk about this, and that is that wait for your trade. I mean, this looks great right here. VWAP, look at these holds. Hold again. A lot of opportunities there. And it looks like we might have jinxed Tesla as well. We're not in the trade, but it looks like it wants to go the other way now. So there goes Tesla. See you later. Back into the downside. We were just saying, hey, what if Tesla breaks higher? But there it goes. Nice downside push there for Tesla. Our Palantir out. Did I not set one or what? We want this 50-period moving average again. So 54, wow. This is $3 in the money. Like, we've just taken a lot. So we're sort of like, now that once we punch out of this, we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day. I mean, Palantir continues to move. Do we even need to put that order out to get out right there? Huge move from that. I mean, this is NFTable down here. I mean, those fills right there on Palantir today, 51.50, like, incredible. I cannot believe we were able to get those. 54.90. All right, you're still going. I'm just putting the stop in now. 54.49. We get that. We're out. Palantir, really a great name there. So we'll continue to watch it. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue to go. It's 3:23 right now. We have Qualcomm tonight. I want to check ARM. ARM's going to be a good one that we actually talked about that breakout, so I'm feeling some kind of ways that we don't have it. But SMR, nice move as well. I mean, I like this name. We talked about the uranium ETF. I actually called out Brian Shannon yesterday and asking him what he thought about this, and we both agreed that it was time to maybe nibble a little bit. So this is only up now 0.8. So I think you can get into some URA here on a nice little pullback as well into $30. So if you missed SMR, I think URA is a good one to be in right there. And then the other play that we had too today was Intel, but we just didn't have it on. We wrote down 24 long. I mean, that was pretty good down there for Intel. So yeah, so far so good. A couple missed trades there. We'll end it there. 51.50. Call that the Van Halen fill. Hager strikes. Yeah. So I didn't get 51.50s. I got 49.50s. But that fill on Palantir today. Oh, the fill. Yeah, the fill was 51.50. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So there it is right now. Good move. Here it goes all the way up to 55. Maybe I'll screen cap this and send it out, but that was such a lucky long. But we were on the stock, and that's the thing. When you're on the right stock, there's so many times Neil and I will sit here and say, oh, we missed that trade, but it's because we're not looking at it, right? You got to look at the right plays, at the right levels, and at the right stocks. And we were there today with Palantir. Palantir, the #1 stock P&L yesterday, the #1 stock today P&L. So you got to be on the same names going forward, and that was a big one for us today in PLTR.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's all about. So, for the time being, there was a hot second there when I just trailed out of NVIDIA. We're like, you've got to be kidding me. It's going to hit the trail out and then bounce exactly off it because it did it before. Like, it barely missed my trail and then bounced, and then it hit the trail, and then the second you trail out, it's like, that's the bounce spot. It just dipped again and another rip up. Like, it just hit it's probably just this profit taking, and then people are getting trailed out of longs, and the buying just comes right back on in mass. Like, look at this thing. It's NVIDIA 4.5%. Obviously, NVIDIA is having a fantastic day. No real change. Like, I look over, is there anything happening with the imbalances? Absolutely not. We usually don't even get an early look imbalance on NVIDIA. I did on that last pullback. I mean, the futures kind of dipped a little bit. Bitcoin was dipping, and we really couldn't push through on SMCI. It's now starting to go sideways. Took another leg out of that one. So we'll see what happens. I mean, ultimately, it could be a buy and balance. It could be a sell. I don't really know. My stop is still at that 22.30, and we're just gonna go with that at least for now. There's gonna be so many earnings to get through. You know, we're gonna have a lot of fun while we do it. So make sure you stay tuned for the aftermarket show. I'm expecting the biggest one. I shouldn't say the biggest one. I'm feeling that ARM's going to be some fireworks. Let's just leave it at that. To say the biggest one is, kind of ridiculous. I mean, I don't know which is going to be the biggest percentage move, all in all. I just happen to feel that ARM kind of got held down a little bit today. So if they do pull out a beat, we saw what happened with Palantir. They're not the same type of company, but I think a lot of the hesitation for it has been the valuation on them for sure. So I wanted to go over to Tesla here only because it was primed for that break at 290. So selling in the 290 level, obviously on Tesla. And when you go out to the daily, whoops, you got to zoom even further out because Tesla's doing that today. It's one of those. 290 is a big resistance spot. You got to go all the way back to the middle of last year. But this 290 area, I guess people are ringing the register. You got to keep in mind, this was a $210 stock before earnings. That's a heck of a run. I mean, I don't care what your time horizon is. I mean, if you're not liking 35% or something in that range, just quick math, then what are you looking for? Now, ultimately, that's about as good as it's going to get. Some people want to take risk off the table in a case like that.
I forgot about that. That was another call that we had, was Tesla long. So I don't feel so bad about the, all right, here comes Palantir. So I don't feel, oh, it's going to break 55, did it? So I don't feel that bad now about SMCI because we did talk about getting long Tesla into that report. So that was a good one there. All right, so yeah, there it goes, man. Palantir just tries to take those levels out there. Let's see what winds up happening now. Just rejected that $55 mark. So let's see if it goes. I did not punch long. Probably could have done that. Nothing wrong with taking that opportunity into that long there for PLTR, but I mean, up 7.5. We were up 25%, maybe more than that yesterday. You've added so much to this name. And again, something I talked to with Brian yesterday, you know, what do we do with this island? And he's like, nothing. He said, you could look for an island reversal, but that didn't happen. And now we create another one here today as we're just off by ourselves up here. This is the stock, man. I mean, Palantir year to date, we talked about this earlier. I was saying 140%. That was from yesterday. PLTR. So yesterday we had a huge move up again. So let's just have a quick look, see exactly where we are year to date here on Palantir. All right. So, oops, it will be over here, right? Year to date. I don't. 220%. That's it, just 220% year to date for PLTR. So a huge move up. And then we talked about SMR. We actually had another name. There was one other name that I was looking at that was up huge year to date. Oh, it was Robinhood. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I wanted to see what Robinhood was up. I'm not in this name, and I feel ridiculous not being in it, but there it is, 133% as well. So as we go, Robinhood, nice name there today to watch out for. Okay, that is all of that. So Palantir, nice break there. I mean, it looks like our NVIDIA out, although okay. It's kind of just hovering. This is where we got out, breaking of that 20. So we just made a move back into 145. The market only has a half hour left in it. And then we have the recap show. So for right now, kind of just trying to pair off. I mean, here's the hot list that I try to look at. So it's NVIDIA, Tesla, DJT, SMCI, Palantir, Amazon, SPY. This is not a self-curated list. I mean, it looks like it is because these are all my guys on here. But at the end of the day, these are all this is what's printing and what traders are trading. TQs, Apple, Intel, AMD, Coinbase, TSLL, SQQ, iBit is on here. TQs, I mean, Bank of America is up 8. Wow. Rivian, down 9 right now. TLT, what's up? I got to bring Raider Trader back on here. TLT down to $90. Again, huge move to the downside. CleanSpark, 22%. MSTR, of course, MicroStrategy, 13%. Riot, 24%. Plug Power, down 22%. Microsoft, up 2 points. I mean, there's a lot of names here. Citigroup, SoFi, up 4. So, I mean, there's a lot out there depending on what you're trying to trade. And it's just, we say this a lot, but wow, okay. Now there goes Palantir. So it looks like that 55 break was legit, and it continues to go higher and higher and higher. This name, man, we may get that 59, and what does that mean? I'm forced to then take a vacation because I said I would? I mean, I don't, like, what if this happens tomorrow? You're upgrade or two away from this thing being $57 tomorrow. You know, what a name. I guess I should put on the Palantir hat at some point because this has been really, really a good opportunity to, you know, really just learn the fact that if you could pick a stock and it happens to work, you can get huge moves to the upside, but do not look at the valuation. It's crazy right now, but you know what? It's deserving of it. It keeps on growing, and you got to pay for growth. We've seen Amazon, Netflix, all those guys had the most ridiculous valuations of all time, and no more millionaires printed than in Amazon, Tesla, NVIDIA. So a lot of money being made all over there, right? So not every
Eli Lilly.
Eli Lilly too, yeah.
Eli Lilly from you could say whatever you want about the GLPs, but let's be real, man. When you're buying that one on the way up, like, true, yeah. that sucker wasn't cheap, no questions. That's if you if you wanted a cheap name in the space, everyone would have told you Pfizer. But at the end of the day, one of them figured it out and the other didn't in the GLP space. So again, you're paying up for growth. Like
Eli Lilly's dead right now, by the way.
Oh, I mean, look, it had that big pullback off 1,000.
It's down 5%.
Well, remember, the competition's heating up. Now all of a sudden you got the oil out there. This is why I think Viking's starting to get a little bit big. Novo has had some headwinds. I guess I was about to say tailwinds, but I mean headwinds. But at the end of the day, like the trend has been so big to the upside. I remember when Biogen, there was a day where Biogen, and this is where it all started. Like Biogen and their Alzheimer's drug had a positive result, and I remember I was listening to a discussion about it by people who actually knew what was going on in the space, and all they were simply saying, "Sorry, I had my SMCI. I got out of SMCI when it got to 70s," but and then what they were basically talking about was, yeah, sure, Biogen probably is a better pure play for the Alzheimer's drug, but with Eli Lilly, you get a bigger pipeline. And they had mentioned the GLPs. I was like, oh, okay. Alzheimer's, I think it's fantastic that they have drugs that are working, and I wanted to be invested in that. And then the first thought was, oh my goodness, and they have a pipeline as well, bit of a safer play because it was more diversified. Went into it for that reason. And the only time I sold was because I didn't really intend for it to be my number 2 holding. And that happened rather quickly. And it's going to the upside. Obviously, NVIDIA has done really well, but that one I don't want to sell again. That one I want to give to Aaron. I am out of SMCI. It did clip 70s. And just like the NVIDIA out, it's like you get out. It's like it looked like it was good for a second. And then it wasn't. Like it was a small amount where it looked like it was going to be a good out in the top, but SMCI continues to climb higher. I've seen a few people in the chat asking about some other names out there in the chip space, and believe me, I know we've probably missed a few that we haven't talked about. One of which, I mean, it's pulling back now, but Micron has been on a run. Micron's up 6% today. 6%. Like NVIDIA all-time highs. I'm not taking anything away from NVIDIA, but look at the move on Micron. You can't take anything from NVIDIA. It's the biggest company in the world. But there's some really big-time moves happening. And this Micron move, the only thing better, and I'm lining this up because I don't have a key for a flat top break. At some point, we'll get a graphic for that. But yeah, that's 115 on Micron. Tomorrow, anybody? Friday, maybe? I don't know. But Micron's setting up for a breakout on its own here on the daily chart, and up 6% today when I haven't really seen anybody talking about it. Everyone's talking about NVIDIA and ARM, rightfully so, and SMCI and Broadcom, but Micron's certainly on a bit of a tear here, and I think it is set for that break at 115. I'm going to write that one in the iPad. Doesn't mean it gets there tomorrow, but it's now within a couple of percentage points.
I'm going to cancel that Tesla trade, because I don't think it's going to get there. We still are loving this PLTR as it just continues to go back up there to the upside. We're loving Apple. Oh, you talked about Biogen and this and that. Somebody else recommended a biotech thing not too long ago. So XBI is a name that we're in, and we were buying some more down here as well. Our first fill was $100. It fell back in. We bought some more XBI right now, breaking back out to the upside. So that looks like that will wind up working a little bit here. And again, just to get some ETF plays. I don't really own that many ETFs. So this is one that we've been recently in, and I consider this kind of an ETF. We just bought Berkshire the other day as well. Look at this candle today. Boom, to the upside, up 5%, BRK.B. Bought some, went against us, bought more. And yeah, this is the story right there. So now we are up, obviously, there on Berkshire and liking life right now, holding on to that stock. First time I've been in the name, and might not be the last time. I really do like this name right now. Neil Killam.
And one way that you can find opportunities like that, maybe it's in a Berkshire or just wherever you want to in terms of trading, is having a platform like eSignal. Whether you are scanning for opportunities, names to invest in, names to trade, and then everything is there for you. We're talking about live market data, every indicator you could possibly imagine. Is it breaking out on VWAP? Are we pulling back into a major moving average? All of those types of things that you might look for when scanning for opportunities, you're going to have them, and you're going to have them in a reliable platform, which is up 24/7. It's that reliability of market data that's important for eSignal. Infinite data also means that you have fantastic back testing. And before you put a strategy live, if you have the opportunity to back test it and forward test, that's important. You come up with a strategy, see if it worked in the past. but then see if it starts working in the future as well. And then you put capital towards something that is working. Great back testing available. You've got Tick Replay, something that I know traders on this floor have had some success with, especially in and around very key moments on news where you want to be able to see what it was doing when you aren't in the heat of the moment. So lots of fantastic features. If you want to trade better, if you want to trade smarter, not harder, then I think upgrading to eSignal Pro is going to make a lot of sense. They've got a 30-day free test drive for you to be able to check it out. So big shout out to eSignal. Scan the QR code, check the link in the description if you are interested and take advantage on what is a fantastic platform. We all know charts are eyes to the market. I almost said to the soul. Eyes to the market. You want to make sure that you've got a good pair on there. So it is 337. Like I just said, I just got out of, I still have a stop order because I just don't need the stop order anymore because I got out of SMCI at 70s, but I just canceled my stop. I want to go back and have a look for you guys. The early look on the imbalances still doesn't have much of anything outside of Enbridge, which I think will probably pair off, not be a big deal. Oxy's in there as well. But I had a thought about this Oxy.
Okay.
Because the other day we were talking about, well, if Warren Buffett was selling a bunch of things,
right,
because he thought capital gains taxes were going to go up, well, that's not happening now.
No.
So need to get back in.
Might be going.
Warren, need to get back into some things that you sold. I'm starting to think about what was he selling before, and look for signs that maybe there's a whale buyer on dips in those. That might put Oxy and BAC and Apple back into play when they get back into key levels. I'm just throwing that one out there. Now, obviously, look, Warren Buffett is a value investor, which is why I think you look for it at like significant, decent pullback. He has a lot of cash. But I think I think you're usually looking for pullbacks. Whoops, where'd the top of that go? Apple in particular. Like they just reported, and if it loses 220, like if a wall just starts happening at 220, respect it. It's Apple. But if we lose the 220 and this thing even sniffs, if it sniffs the 200 period moving averages, I'm going to want some chips to be ready. And I think the same thing is going to play for me in Oxy as well. I haven't been in Oxy. I went 2 for 3 using the Buffett entry on Oxy. It was a good little swing that you could just buy it 54, 55, and it would play up into 65 to 68 several times. Hopefully we can get something like that going again in the future. With only 20 minutes to go, if it's something you guys want us to look at, let me know. At this point, wow, SMCI did get to 23. The relief rally is real on SMCI. On volume, here's like, if you don't have volume as an indicator that a move is good, there's your example. Like on volume breaking out, sustaining that volume and still spiking. Like it's not decreasing going into the end of the day. It's actually holding and now spiking higher as it goes into 23. So SMCI absolutely flying. Yes, I know it's down 17%, but like we said before, this is a stock looking for a bottom here today on SMCI. Still underneath the week's low though. Like $24 was the bottom. Wow, so it's still got a long ways to go to even fill in this latest gap, let alone the original gap on the dump, which was at $30 was that bottom. 24 first, that's going to be a brick wall, I would assume. I don't think that I'm going to have any trades on SMCI today, barring some kind of ridiculous imbalance that comes out at 350. But what a move there. Akash just asked in the chat about Marvell. They don't report, they always report late, kind of like NVIDIA. Is that right? December?
Was that?
December they report?
I think that might be right. Marvell's always one of those weird ones. But NVIDIA's what, the 20th?
Okay, yeah, I guess, for some reason I thought they reported this month, but that's fine. Whatever, they're always late in the cycle. For some reason I thought Marvell was reporting in November, but 4% to the upside. Here, the weekly chart is about as good as, look, they're all good. Like, at some point, like you just run out of euphemisms and witty sayings. Like, what am I supposed to say? Marvell is at a monster. What do you want to call it? Do we want to call it a nice rounded bottom? Do we want to go with that one? I'm sure there's some kind of a technical term that if I was a chartered market technician, I'd throw out for you. But what it obviously is a stock that's holding the 200 on the weekly, that's trending higher into earnings. It's in the right space, and yet another one that's probably primed for a big breakout. And the key here is, it's going to test this level before we get to December 3rd. Bet that.
Believe that.
Yeah, just like Micron. The thing I like about Micron is I can see where it would be going next because it's a consolidation break with some levels above it. Blue sky setup for Marvell Technology. Wow. Man, that is a great looking chart on Marvell. Wow. This was one, I think, I don't remember where I was when they had that one big report because you were on with Max. I don't know if it was when I was in Paris.
Oh, yeah. It was, did it break $60?
It was something insane. I remember coming back and looking at it. It was like the biggest earnings move in a long time.
It was.
And it was Marvell.
What's the price of Marvell right now?
90 now.
Yeah, it must have been 60.
It was in the 60s.
$60 break or something like that, yeah. And that's when we first started playing some of those breaks. But now with the market ripping like the way it is, there's a lot of trades to make, and join us tomorrow. We'll both have our trade ideas ready to go for you, so make sure you follow us all over social media. All of us have accounts. I just, Palantir, I just put my stop right there at 75 if we break lower. I actually put 69, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to change that again. 54.74. Let's just put that out. If you come over to the screen right here, Fabian, I'll just show. So that's, you know, we've done some videos on it. Shout out to Andre right here. The 50-period moving average. That's going to be where I'm going to get out. If it breaks that, it's been a nice trend to the upside. We've been sort of riding it. We've been talking about that. In fact, that's what got us out of NVIDIA right there and saved us. I mean, this NVIDIA out is set 14s, I believe it was. There's the move down in there to 80s. So that saved us a lot of money there just by getting out a lot of money. I mean, it saved us. I mean, I don't know if I would have got out there or not. This might be a reload spot at the 200 period. This is the first time all day that this has come into the 200 period. But the one thing about, and I don't need to be no chart market technician to trade, that is for sure. But the 200 period moving average, obviously, as we slope up like this and then level off in the afternoon, it is going to come back into this level. So not as exciting of a level as when it comes in down here, but looks like it wants to hold there 1480, 1485 or so for NVDA. It looks like it's going to be a good trade there for anybody that has that name. So congratulations again to NVIDIA today. We've had a good day with that. Palantir, Tesla. Where did Tesla wind up going? We were looking for that break. We only now have 5 minutes. I mean, we can have an early look. I know Neil sort of looked at these already. What is the imbalance trying to tell us right now? Well, I wanted to look at Roblox as well, actually. So pretty mixed, buys and sells to go. Roblox, that's funny because RLX is not Roblox. CCL, WFC, BAC with a sell. Big banks there, WFC with a buy, BAC with a sell. Palantir with a sell. How dare you put that sell on Palantir? What are you crazy? Okay, Roblox. I like Roblox, and it's a good thing we had Benzinga guy, Ryan Faluna on, and he was like, no. Okay, Brendan just heard the name and was like negative. What I was saying is, what was over that? No, I was saying that when we had Ryan Faluna on, he was always asking me, yo, what's going on with your Roblox trade? And the reason why we had it on was because we had a dip buy opportunity in here and we wanted to get long into where? Summertime. Why? Because my kids, and probably every other kid that's out there, is all about Roblox. So I bought this into the summer. It ripped up into this area, $40. We did not take any out because that was middle of the summer. Then it came back down and we were like, what have we done? But we didn't do anything. Then it came right back up here, and this is where we got out. But you always leave a little bit on just in case. And then we did not do it. So we were able to buy. We were able to buy some Roblox down there. I can't see anything with these polarized on. I literally can't see the screen. Yes, it sure is, Fabian. And then right now, so what I like to hear or see is that we're trying to hold this. We're trying to hold this 50. You know, there's the island gap up, huge move upside. There's 50. We're trying to hold it. I feel like we do that. I like Roblox. Stamp that for the long. It's Roblox. It's great. And thank you for the unlimited Robux moving forward. I really appreciate that, Roblox. It's the same thing I did with Target. It's the same thing I did with Starbucks. Now we drink Starbucks for free forever. And Target, although I don't think I made enough on that, but I really like those names. And I think it just goes with the same thing. Play names that, you know, you understand a little bit. And whenever I was seeing how much money that was being spent on Robux, how much money being spent at Starbucks. We were able to take advantage of that and make a little bit back. So that's the kind of stuff I like to do. Like whoever my telecommunication provider is, I like to drop in, you know, if you put in $5 grand into that, just a dividend alone will pay for your cell phone bill every month. I buy Enbridge because I take gas for that. Yeah, like whatever it is. Mine right now is well, I'm not gonna.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I talked about TELUS. We had Raheem on there a while ago for TELUS, so I like them. My plan. Everybody says Canada has bad plans. Canada has incredible plans.
You just have to know how to get it. That's all.
I don't know that much. I mean, so my plan is $40 Canadian. Okay, and so that's like $30 US, and it's unlimited everything.
Now.
I can use my phone unlimited in the United States. You know, it's anyways, that's what we have on board. I feel like, I don't know, I think there was a law that was passed or something that made it much more competitive here in Canada, because like I even get phone calls from random things trying to bring me back, and it's like the deals that you're getting nowadays.
They are better. Like it's less work. Like back in the day, like I always start the conversation with, "Today is your lucky day," and I got this. No, I got this from a friend of ours from high school. And this is exactly what he does. It's like he's like, "Today is your lucky day," and they say why, and then I'm talking to the Rogers rep. Today is the day that you get to save a Rogers customer.
Yes, exactly. That's what I say to them basically. When I prepay, I've never missed a payment. They just have my credit card. So how much you want to charge? That much? No. You know, it's like
there's a difference between zero and something.
You know what I'm saying?
No, sometimes you. Okay, let me get back to the market for a quick little second. I know we're having a little bit of fun here.
$17 a month would win.
17 a month? That's in the U.S.
My kids get about a couple gigs a month.
$17 a month?
$10 a month.
That's great.
We paid $10 a month. My kids, I think they get a couple gigs.
There was a decent pullback here in SMCI. So it got to, exactly $23. And it's right back in. This is where, like, right at about 3 o'clock. So the entirety of Power Hour, it took all this time to get up to 23 from 22.25. And then it goes right back in with a huge move there down on SMCI. I know it's obviously in the context of the day, it's a lot bigger. It's not that big of a move, but a big move there. You did have some selling up before the open at 23, so I guess maybe there's a bit of a wall there. Big move. And not a lot of names even pull back. I looked over, Bitcoin didn't have a pullback like that. Nvidia didn't have a pullback like that. That said, SMCI has its own basis. You can see Andre, they're filming something. Yeah.
That was Ramin. That's Ramin. She finally that's Ramin holding the light.
Yeah, that's Ramin there. Everybody.
Right there. Don't spill our secrets, man. What do I spill?
Huh?
What? Okay.
Whispering sweet nothings.
He's saying we repeat the sweet nothings that they whisper to us.
But that's part of the fun.
I thought it was sweet nothings. That's why I was doing that. But
you know what it's like? It's like Rogan and Jamie. Like you hear him. You can't.
I've never watched Rogan. I did see that little bit on Trump, but I think he was by himself.
No, it's just great. Like obviously he has.
It's like Howard Stern and what's the girl's name?
And Robin.
Robin.
Yeah. Only this is different. Like, obviously, they all have a crew. Like, you got producers, you got a production. Why not? Like, we're a family in here. Like, it's not some 100 million person operation. There's Ramin. Why do we have okay. So Ramin has posted a picture of Jerome Powell, and he's doing, it's hard for you guys to see. The imbalances are now out. I'll do this after. 2.5 million sell Intel. Plug Power is a buy of 1.3 million. Lamb is a sell of 1.1. Alphabet's a sell of 1.1 million. It's probably an overall sell imbalance just based on those alone. Although, okay, never mind. Goog is 1.1 sell. Goog L is 900,000 buy. That offsets. Broadcom 900,000 to the sell. So it is actually a mixed bag. NQ is a buy of 400 million. The Mag 7 is a buy of 43 million. That is completely offsetting. It is pretty much flat on that Mag 7. So individual names, I would suppose, if it wasn't Intel, 2.7 million is a lot, but Intel's a $25 stock. Intel is at 25 as we speak. If that was a buy imbalance, I'd play the flip. But yeah, the picture just has Jerome Powell doing one of these. Like he's doing the.
I'm guessing they were filming something with this picture. I mean, here.
And he's got to be doing that with the. Well, I wanted to show it with my glasses. No, but he's probably looking at the market like. Sheesh, we're supposed to cut rates into this behemoth? Really?
Yeah.
Just do it anyways. It's
money's
not like
for
you're going to change anything. You're cutting a quarter point, and we all know it tomorrow. So that'll be a big look. It's 99.9% or something like that. So I'm suspecting that we know it's a lock at this point.
All right, so my best stock today will be Palantir as it moves all the way to the upside. But I've only traded a few names. I've traded Apple. Apple's gonna be my worst, and you guys unfortunately witnessed as if it's down now. You guys witnessed this trade, which would now be in the money to the downside. NVIDIA, again, huge move up. Look at this pullback right now. So take a look at that one right there. NVIDIA, Palantir, Tesla was a good one. And then Apple, bad. So NVIDIA, Palantir, Tesla, Apple, that's all that I have traded. What was your most profitable stock today?
No question, SMCI. It was the best mean reversion play in a while. It should have been, it could have been Amazon. I mean, Amazon was right. And when it comes to entry points, that's actually the wrong trend line. This is, here, I canceled this one. So when Amazon, now I have to draw it live for you guys. Boom, get the right tool there. When Amazon reverted this trend, so the breakout of the Bezos wall, or whatever you want to call it, 201.50, that's where I drew the trend from. It gave basically a perfect entry when it broke. And again, everyone has to have their own trading style. Like in here, don't make a decision until it gets to the first support level, right? Like it's starting to work. That's the first support level. So that's where I started making decisions. We're in at 205 change, and it goes all the way down into 204.5. It's like, okay, get some out, get some out. I then had the intention of taking another layer out, and some zeros got added, and I reversed into a long position, which it doesn't look like much, but it is what it is. And we had to take that one out for an L. Amazon's an absolute beast. I like them in the long term. I've probably done very little with Amazon in terms of, I don't think I've ever sold an Amazon share in my life, to be honest with you guys. And it's interesting, I've only been buying Amazon recently whenever it comes into dips, and I want to buy it maybe every couple of quarters. I now do it with the CDRs in Canada. So when you have Canadian funds, all of these big cat tech names, they're all available on the Canadian market. It's kind of like, what the ADR is, right? So essentially it's the same thing. It just trades in Canadian dollars. So if I have Canadian cash, then I put it into those bad boys. But Amazon up 3% today. The market has been an absolute banger today. I just saw some people in the chat. Rivian Millionaire, what is happening? The market is happening.
I mean, I think you might be talking about what's happening right here, because this is what's happening right now, guys. I mean, you're like, what's going on over here? Palantir is now $8 in the money, $8. 8% up. We are now $4 in the money now on Palantir as it continues to go higher and higher and higher. And you guys know, where's Adam to lose? I mean, Real's going to see Real here when you're trying to see what's going on. I mean, this is going to be a big trade. Huge move to the upside right there. There it goes, 55. I mean, I'm just going to, honestly, that's it, done.
Awesome.
That's it. Here. What's going on with Brendo back there? Yeah, that was a good one too, but I wanted the other one there. Where's the other? Here it is. We haven't had enough fun with that in a while. But so far so good, man. I mean, this is the kind of day that we're having. It's a big one, and I just want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you for all your patience throughout the day as we continue to sort of, make these trades and talk about different things that we're doing. And it's been a successful one. So we'll continue to watch out what's happening now. I can't wait to go home, just relax. It was very, very, very late night, very early morning for your boy there today, and was so busy trading during the middle of the day, did not get to go to the gym. We'll go there tomorrow for sure. Well, maybe, I don't know. The market is my boss. I got a boss at home, the wife, and then a boss right here now, the market. Other than that, we just sit here and have a great time every single day. So, yeah, good luck with ARM. Good luck with everything. Palantir.
There's a lot of earnings.
Palantir is melting up. Yeah, there's a lot of earnings. It should be a good one. All right, so only 4 minutes left.
Let's go get them. Great look on Palantir there. Hopefully Jerome will keep you company tomorrow. We haven't even talked about it, but it's because there was so much to look forward to today. There was no point wasting time on what is certain tomorrow, which is that quarter point cup. We got a bunch of big earnings tonight, so we'll be at the desk there. We have Chris Retcher coming
tomorrow.
That's right. You get a special treat. Yeah. You're going to get Obi on the midday. That's a lot of Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'll see you guys at the desk.
That's a lot of ICU. All right, so we're very happy to have Obi again tomorrow, so that should be a lot of fun. The market is my boss. Right, yeah, that's for sure. All right, what do you guys want to do? Thank you so much, Coffee Trader. You've seen a change in the trading? Yeah, I mean, I've seen a change, right? I mean, it's been a big difference, man. The net has really, really ripped up. I mean, like we said, we're not going to. I've changed. We don't, you know, I'm not going to sit here and talk about this and that. I will talk about share sizes and that we do have a little bit more shares and this and that, but we're not going to, you know, talk about P&Ls or anything. But that's why it's very, very easy to show where these trades are, right? These are longs right here. Apple today, we had that short. Unfortunately, this is going to be the L for me today, right here. You know, upside. And I feel like when we have these kind of trades right there, losing my way a little bit, because we should have probably been in this a little bit differently than we were. We should have waited for this 200 period and or for VWAP to show its head there. And we got caught a little bit too early. Then I was like, how much really do I want to give back? We talked about only having like a third of our normal position, which is all true. So we do wind up giving some back here. We'll finish close to at the high of the day, but unfortunately we wind up losing a little bit too much there, as opposed to that last trade that we exited on Palantir. We talked about it. We only had a small piece left there, so we will end up a little bit. We're hella green. I mean, this is gonna be a good day, but at the end of the day, we will give a little bit back there on Apple. Let's just check out to see what's happening quickly on Tesla. That did make a run back at that high. Let's mark down 290 for tomorrow. I think that could be a really good area to look at coming through again. And we don't need to keep on, like we used to compare this to that and this to that. We don't need to do that. We understand, you know, where we are, and it's just, it's not worth doing that. Lumen right here, a bid. Right, I'm just talking about people in the chat right there. I know you guys know what it is. Lumen right now up 18% and starting to go again. Like this name, gonna close near the highs. That's gonna be nice. Obviously the high is 920, but this also has a bid imbalance. So let's see where this winds up going. Oh my gosh, I didn't even look at DJT here into the close. So let's have a quick look at DJT. We only now do have 1 minute left. 36 bucks on watch right now. We'll see what this winds up doing. Here we go, 36, 36.05, trying to go upside. We did talk about maybe buying some of this 34. We could have a look at that tomorrow. So yeah, Vino time, you're darn right about that one. Three Kings Media, although I'm not sure we'll be having any Vino, but you know, if you guys want to have some, I think today would be a great day to do that. Check your portfolios, check them. Check your portfolios immediately. And then hit the cash register, because we're printing more tomorrow. So Fabian, I mean, it's gonna be a fun day tomorrow. Join us tomorrow. We'll have the sticky note out again. Go look at the sticky note today for some of those levels. I'm gonna look at them after as well. All right, the countdown is now on. It's Miss Adara on the bell. You know, yesterday she wore green, market went up. Today, no green, but the market did need it. We're up 2.7%. Qualcomm is now out, so get ready to go. This closing bell is sponsored by Firefly, so let's ring that bell and get going. Revolutionizing brain health. We want to thank Firefly again. Go check out them on their exchange, AIFF, Firefly. Thank you so much. Qualcomm is Qualcomm might already be out, actually. It is out. So, okay, there it is, Qualcomm. Ciao. This was another name that we talked about live on the show. I said, watch out for Qualcomm beating. There goes Qualcomm right there, breaking through that level. Bye-bye, Qualcomm. Bye-bye, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Ciao.
Let's get right into it, everybody. Welcome to the market recap. Qualcomm beat, and there's a 15 billion share buyback. That's the first thing we saw come through the wire. You're now up 5% on the Qualcomm beat. It just went 75, 80, 85, all the way up to $188 on QCOM. They are the first name we're expecting. GILD Melly should also be out as well. We're going to get ARM at 405, but Qualcomm with the first, and it is a big breakout of consolidation. We're looking at a lot of names like this, right? So let's see if we can hold on. Prior high is 180 bucks. That is vastly in the rear view. I think you're good to go. You have to hold on to this breakout. But Adara, do we have the numbers? I know they did beat. I know we got a buyback. What are the specifics here for Qualcomm?
Well, these are really strong numbers here. So Q4 earnings of $2.69 per share. That is a 33% year-over-year increase. It's also above estimates of $2.56 per share. So $2.69 versus $2.56. What about revenue? $10.24 billion. That's compared to estimates of $9.91 billion. So that is going to be a beat. It's also going to be a 19% year-over-year increase. Now, that $15 billion share buyback you just mentioned is also in addition to an existing buyback that had previously announced for $1 billion. So it looks like $15 billion total dollars here in buybacks. They also, their guidance, I'm not seeing how that compares to range or to what analysts were looking for, but they're seeing Q1 2025 revenue between $10.5 billion and $11.3 billion. This looks like a really good look in terms of individual segments. Handset revenue, 12% increase year over year. Automotive revenue, 68% year over year. IoT, 18% year over year. All of those are increases. What a report.
Yeah, what a report. And the expected move was 8.7%. Well, you're looking to double that up right now. 16%, okay, 15.7, but we're splitting hairs at this point. You just saw it tag $194, so it did double up the expected move. You're out and about into rarefied air for Qualcomm. There is, I mean, potentially when you look at the daily chart, 195. I mean, this stands out like a sore thumb. It will support off the previous high, the all-time high, and then you had a resistance spot there before it dropped off. And so 195, when you come on over to the daily, we just barely tagged it. Should be a big level to watch on QCOM in there. I do believe, in addition to Qualcomm, we have Gilead just came out as well. They're up 7 points, 92 into 97, now pulling back in 96. Distinctly different daily chart, however, when it comes to Gilead Sciences. I mean, look, trend up, and the trend has been your friend on this one for a while, making some fresh highs here, as you can see that big print. So decent move here. The expected move was only 4%. And you're already getting 6.5%, little bit of a dip back in, so already 2 for 2 on the earnings. It was a big day in the markets, a lot of green. Obviously, after the results, the market liked it. You had all the tech stocks looking very strong. Clearly, TAN, not a good day. We can show the ETFs. The TAN ETF was down 11% today. First Solar got murked a little bit. You did have the biosciences come back, the FXI, into the downside, but strong moves abound, and we're already 2 for 2 on earnings. GILD, what were the numbers here?
GILD, yes, GILD did beat here across the board. Earnings of $2.02 per share versus $1.55 expected, so that's a hearty beat. Sales also above estimate, $7.54 billion versus $7 billion expected. Both of those pretty significant here. ARM falling. I am not seeing the numbers yet on ARM. I'm still looking here. The second I see anything, I will let you guys know. But as of right now here, we're kind of careening towards that 138 area. Then we're kind of trying to violently pop back up to 145. So lots of indecision here on ARM. Lots of numbers, though, are expected here around 405, including ELF.
Yeah, the was ARM had broken the top and now coming right back into some of the lows. So ARM, there was an initial pop. It broke 146. I haven't seen the numbers hit the wire yet either. But yeah, now you've given back a good portion of the move. We're going to have to zoom out to the chart to show you that it's not yet wild on ARM. I mean, you have to get down to about 135. I'll just zoom in so you can see it, like 135. The 200 period moving average is at 132. So you do still have some support underneath, which hasn't really been tested. You just bounced off 136 here. So we're still seeing it's only 1% now. And
we got ARM.
Yeah, the numbers, what are the numbers here? Because it's not that bad. They must have had like a bad guide or something. It's not terrible though.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the guide yet, but I'll give you the numbers here for Q2 2025. So I guess there are a few fiscal quarters ahead of the rest of us. Adjusted earnings of 30 cents per share versus 26 cents per share expected. That would be a beat. Sales of $844 million versus $808.368 million. That is going to be a pretty hearty beat. So they came in above estimates on both the top and bottom line here for ARM Holdings. Again, though, I'm not seeing their guidance, so I'll keep an eye out on that. Beyond Meat, also their earnings coming in a little bit ahead of but before we expected. Apparently, 7.6% year-over-year increase here in revenue to $81 million. Gross profit here, though, is 17% versus a gross margin of negative 9.6% last year. So seems like an increase, but BYND not doing too much here, guys. I will keep an eye on everything.
The elf is off the shelf and flying back to the North Pole. And if you're a parent, you're going to get that reference. And if not, Well, it's obvious when you look at the chart. ELF out to the upside here. ELF Beauty 9% already. Clearly, the numbers must be good. Although, keep in mind here, the expected move was huge. Last time it was 14%. Expected move is 16%. So you still have a bit of a ways to go. This was a stock that's under a tremendous amount of pressure. It's attempting a breakout from the lows on ELF Beauty. Dara, still some heavy price action. It's not over yet, but the numbers initially must be good.
The EPS beat especially is, I think, worth noting here. So they reported adjusted earnings of 77 cents per share compared to estimates of 42 cents per share. What a beat. What about sales here? $301 million versus estimates of $285.76 million. That's also going to be a pretty significant beat. Now, we also got Lyft here. So Uber's competitor there, LYFT, they did beat here, a smaller than expected. Oh, wow, they're up 28% for LYFT. So they're getting lifted here to the upside, getting that Uber X to the upside here. Gap losses here of 3 cents per share versus a 4 cent per share loss expected. That would be a beat. Sales of $1.522 billion versus $1.44 billion expected. With Lyft, be careful. There was that time that it gapped up like 60% and then fell back because there was an extra zero that slipped in to its margin guidance, and that is not my wording. That is what the CEO said. So LYFT, be cautious, has given up some of these moves before, but currently up about 30%. We also have Dutch Bros coming through here. 16 cents per share versus 12 cents per share expected. That's a beat for BROS. Sales of $338.21 million, also beating $325.14 million expected. We're seeing very few misses here, Neil.
Yeah, they're hitting them out of the park. That Lyft move, I mean, the year-over-year growth on the sales was like 30%, so I guess that's what they like. Hey, if you're growing at a good rate, that's going to be a positive. Bros is up 11% here, so that's another. This is 11% short float in addition to that. So Dutch Brothers, worth watching. 6 days to cover. It is breaking out, so there's obviously going to be some shorts covering if it can hold above what was a big resistance at 36. I mean, so far, I mean, with the exception of ARM, I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, ARM is still down, but look, it just held 140. It's more middling in here. And you know what? Their sales growth, year over year, 5% on ARM. They traded a bajillion times earnings. Okay.
That's true.
Not a bajillion times, but ARM is very expensive. So you want that growth to be big. I mean, ultimately, you could juxtapose that with Palantir, where you got to have more than double digits on growth if you're gonna justify a higher valuation. So that could be a little part of it here with ARM, but definitely some big movers. It's holding on to that support level. That's the key. When we showed you guys on the daily chart that ARM had it's got support at 135. It's got the 200 period moving average down at about $132. So it did tap down into this. And if it doesn't break that level, there's a lot of institutions in there that are not selling their shares. And that's just how it is with ARM. But oh my, Adara, like this Lyft move, 30% to the upside. My first thought is, okay, well, how much of a benefit did Uber get from that? Because I own Uber shares. Only 2%, but Uber back to 75. This is bouncing off of its earnings play. But what a big move on Lyft. I think that one takes the cake a little bit here, 13% short float as well. They have a new CEO that's come in here. And to say it's impressive on the daily, like this is it breaking out the 200 period. You're right back into prices this stock hasn't seen since May on Lyft.
Well, there's also Bumble here that just came out. So we had Bumble. To be fair, their revenue actually dropped on a year-over-year basis. So they decreased by 0.7% to $273.6 million. However, this beat estimates of $271.869 million. So decreased year-over-year, but beating analyst estimates. They also announced here a 10% increase here on a year-over-year basis in their app paying users. Now, this number grew by 52,000 quarter over quarter. So increase here for Bumble app paying users, BMBL on watch here. We also had MELI. I'm going to keep an eye here on Mercado
that's not
Libre.
going to put a smile on anybody's face.
I'm not seeing those numbers yet. I'm seeing people saying they're out. I have not seen anything here on MELI from today.
They're out of the stock is what's happening right now. Like on MELI, it is an absolute bleed, down 14% on MELI. So Mercado Libre not looking very good here so far. Again, I'm not really seeing the numbers hit the wire, but I mean, how could it not be out when you just dropped 2,100 to 1,800? So this is now down 14% and looking rather disgusting to the downside. Let's be real, it's not looking like it's very good. I know we're supposed to I guess we don't have, do we not have AMC yet? Was that supposed to be
415.
Yeah, well, my first thought was AMC would be at 420, but we haven't had AMC out there. I know there's some people that are going to be interested to see what the apes are doing. This one not really moving just yet. But the big movers, obviously, you had a great move there in Qualcomm. It's actually sustaining the move. So the pullback, prior high in the daily, you're talking about 180. So you don't even dip to come close to retracing that. You're now holding the 190. You always want to see where the consolidation is after a big move like this. Qualcomm going to be a big bellwether. I do remember it was a couple of earnings ago. We had a gap up we had a move in Qualcomm to the upside on a strong earnings report. And then you came in the next day, all of the chip names were gapped up. Qualcomm was selling. So all of a sudden it's like, well, if they don't like to continue on Qualcomm, why would the other chips be good? And it ended up being a sign, and the rest of the chips eventually followed. So this is one to watch tomorrow morning in Qualcomm. We know it's a big bellwether out there. It's holding on to a lot of strength, up 14%. You're going to want to see continuation. If this loses the bid tomorrow, you're going to want to be able to look at that one for some trading opportunities. Market looking very good here, obviously, on a day like today. And with the exception of ARM, I haven't seen anything on earnings that's going to get us out of that. And if you want to, before I know we're going to go to Chris in just a little bit. Worth mentioning here, we took a while to get to it after all these earnings. NVIDIA holding the all-time highs.
Wow.
So this is going to be a big one to watch, everybody. NVIDIA just made the breakout. All we've done is hold it for one day. But if we can hold above this price, even consolidate here, I don't think there's anything that is going to stop this. And we haven't seen really too much that's going to cause me much concern. I know it had a little bit of a pullback there at the end of the day, but NVIDIA absolutely churning. I think Qualcomm is definitely going to validate it. I know we're going to have their earnings in a couple of weeks, and we have Fed tomorrow, so there's a lot that has to happen for us to sustain some of these moves, but certainly possible that we could. I'm just going to double check. Still nothing yet, I don't think, on AMC. Yeah, 4:15. I guess it's only 4:13 right now. So we have a couple of minutes until we're going to get AMC. But we do have Chris Brecher coming on through. And when we get the okay, I think we're going to give you a little bit of trader talk with our good friend, Mr. Brecher. Chris, happy to connect with you once again. We've got Chris Brecher over from Simpler Trading. It's good to talk to you. Good day for everybody's long-term accounts, right?
Yeah, unless you're in house. Well, let me just preface that. When was the last time you saw the Dow up 1,400 points and the advanced decline was 400? Well, it ended up finally at 634, and that's only a last-minute surge. I mean, that's an unbelievable. Look at that. Yeah. All day it was like 400. So there weren't as many stocks up as you would have thought. You would have thought it would be up, net advanced decline 2,500.
No, you're definitely right about that. And obviously the condensation, I guess that would be it, in a lot of those bigger tech names. Certainly you had the chips do very well, led notably by NVIDIA. You're going to have Tesla with a blowout day, obviously. Chris, I look, regardless of what we looked for in the election, once the result happened, it was absolute pandemonium in all of the names that I think you would have expected it in. What was your approach today? Were you sticking with some of the tried and true, maybe some of the ETFs? I know you like looking at IWM a little bit in there, or were you dabbling in things like Tesla and finding your way maybe into some of the miners? Because they were absolutely insane today. I mean, the Coinbase chart was ridiculous on the 15-minute. You saw some trends that I haven't seen in a long time, some of the clean trends, Coin especially. What was your approach going into obviously a crazy day today?
Well, the first thing is, it's definitely reacting after the event because there's more than enough to do. The way we made the most money was shorting the VIX yesterday, figuring that no matter what, the VIX was going down. So we shorted VXX yesterday via put spreads. So that worked out great. And luckily, I was doing a broadcast on the close yesterday for 2 rooms and on the opening today for 2 rooms with about 700 people in. so I could try to humiliate myself in as many places as possible. But the VXX one was a good one. So from 250 to 470.
Yeah,
and so that made up for a lot of mistakes in there that we might have had.
Wow, that's a great look for sure.
That was our favorite idea, was to short the volatility.
And you know what? You always want to come in with like, what's that gold standard, or what's that first thing that you're looking for? Because on a day like today, you could have had, I mean, there's a million ideas that you could have had. And I think as a day trader, it's sort of easy to get overwhelmed. Like I was the first person to admit, I was looking at a couple of the 3 stocks primarily at the open with regards to Tesla, which was a fantastic long early. But then there was Amazon at 201.50, and I was picking and choosing between Amazon and NVIDIA for a breakout. The breakout on NVIDIA ended up reverting huge. The Amazon breakout was one of the cleanest things that you've ever seen. And so stock picking is always going to be important, but I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, because now we've got the Fed tomorrow. So we go from one big event to another. What's your reset looking like going from last night? Okay, so are you going to look at the VIX again? What's your approach going into the Fed? We have certainty this time. Like, we actually know what we're going to get on this print, as opposed to the last one. And of course, last night, the betting markets knew what was going to happen and priced in some of it, but there was still a big reaction. So what are you looking for the Fed tomorrow?
Well, the first thing is, I'm not sure the Fed's going to cut it all, because now I know it's a tender subject, so everything I say is always what traders are perceiving. And they perceive that that deficits are going to go up. So 2 things have been hitting the bonds. One is the deficits going up, or the prospect of higher deficits. And the other is about a trade war in China. And China is our largest holder of bonds, foreign holder of bonds. And so they're worried about them dumping bonds. So I'm wondering if the Fed's going to loosen it all, considering the prospect of high deficits. So that's one thing. And the other is, and I've been watching this, the first thing is historical precedents. No pun intended with the election. Precedents, but historical precedents. And the precedents I've seen is almost every election, the markets go down. The VIX goes down after the election. Usually the markets go up. But the biggest thing I can see is the similarity between now and 1980, believe it or not, the year I went in the business, of Reaganomics. So everybody thought that the market would soar if Reagan got elected. Well, the market went up for a week. And the reason is because the interest rates were soaring. So believe it or not, when Reagan got elected, after the first week of gains, the market went down for 2 straight years, until Volcker lowered interest rates in August of 1982 and the markets exploded. Yep. That's when the 3 things happened, really interesting. Number 1, Volcker lowered interest rates. Number 2, that year is when the SEC allowed buybacks. And number 3, in March of that year is when they started the ES stock futures, index futures. So now you could move the market a lot with not as much money. So it's very interesting that all 3 things happened at the same time. So I think if interest rates, though, this time, if interest rates don't sell off or the bonds don't rally, then you got to look at some kind of event like 1980. I'll go back and show you. There's 1980. Very rare for the markets to go straight up into an election. Straight up. Now, they did go up for another week. And then they went down for 2 years. Believe it or not, I know that's sobering. But really, the way, if we're going to trade on the downside whatsoever, number 1, you want to be sure the bonds don't make everything back. But the other is you really want to see that trend line, defined trend line break. Now, you had this on a weekly here, and you had it on a daily way up here. And that's what a lot of people get wrong right now. In fact, if I go back to 1980, go into here, you're going to see in 1980, and keep in mind, everybody thinks Reaganomics, Reagan was pro-business, the market soared. It didn't soar at first. Right. It soared after 1982. That's your trend line that you're looking at right there. So you had a little trend line here. You had some trend lines in here. But once it decisively broke a more horizontal trend line, that was it. But that took weeks. I mean, it took months, actually. So it just never was the same after that initial election rally. That's all. It wasn't the same. In fact, the next month, December, historically strong, it actually went down 10% in December. So I'm just saying, you better see the bond market rally, or I think December could be ugly after the election, an election hangover. But for now, you don't have to worry about that yet.
Yeah, as traders,
until you see a rollover.
As traders, obviously, we're going to be in it day to day as day traders, but I mean, that's a great history lesson. Sometimes we do need to look back at some historical to find a little bit of precedent as to what could happen in the future. I will say this, if they don't cut the quarter point tomorrow, I mean, the market has certainly, it's kind of been priced in, the expectations near 100%. I mean, you could get an early start if they were to go against that trend. I just wanted to, just very quickly, I know for some viewers out here, AMC did report. I want to quickly jump to Adara, and then we'll come back for a few more thoughts, Chris. But look, we can go to Adara for the AMC report, as some people are looking forward to what might be an interesting number, but it's not moving up, guys.
It's honestly here. We have AMC. I'll just quickly go over. I'm reading the official report, so I'm not really going to compare this to estimates much. I'm just going to see how it compares on their basis on a year-over-year basis. They reported revenue of $1.348 billion for Q3. That is a 4.1% drop year over year. Their 9-month revenue, so the revenue so far for fiscal 2024, is down 10.2% year over year. So 10.2% year over year revenue decrease for the year so far, 4.1% decrease on the quarter. Now, their net loss per share here actually is up on a year over year basis. So they lost 4 cents per share this quarter. This quarter last year, they lost 9 cents per share. So the net losses per share actually an improvement, but revenue looks like a bit of a decline.
Yeah, there you go. And actually, I mean, it was up on the day today, but not a heck of a lot of movement. It's heading back in to the downside. Small move in AMC. I don't think it's a massive move there. But Chris, if we can just come right back to your to essentially your history lesson. I mean, right now the Qs are, we're through the highs. We finally broke out that top. And if you were to get some kind of a pullback, and it took a long time for it to play out, is there now? And again, I'm going to put you on the spot here because I know you were just doing a bit of a history lesson, and I was very young during the Reagan days. I can admit to that. Was there any kind of a leading sector or leading indicator to when the market bottomed out in that kind of a situation that if we were to see history repeat itself, we'd have a little bit of a tip if we were to break trend, what might lead us on the way back to the upside, or what might be the tipping stone? And again, just looking out into the future.
Back to the upside, I think you have to see the bond market really rally and have that positive divergence. But don't get me wrong, we're not short. I mean, basically, you gotta wait for that. Either like you see in GME, where you see up, and that blip up. That's one thing. And, that could, and then a consolidation after the first reversal on the downside. But I'll tell you right now, lack of, let's say, less regulation, because a lot of people are saying the market's going up because of less regulation. We're going to be able to talk a lot about looking for unusual option activity. Because of less regulation, you're probably going to see more insider trading. So unusual, 2 things. Number one, you'll probably get more takeovers because more things could pass, regulatory scrutiny. Number 2, you'll probably see it in the option market. So I'm definitely going to be scanning for unusual call activity every day in everything.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, like I recently got into a play, which I admitted at the time in Viking, I viewed them as a takeover target, and with the anticipation that it was going to be a more favorable market for larger deals to happen. And so I'm kind of hoping for the same thing. I wanted to get your thoughts on maybe approaches to, I know you've looked at Russell in the past and like a million other things that this is broken out. And before we get you out of here, I just wanted your thoughts on like the IWM, it blew it out today, obviously. And what might be your approach? I mean, if you don't think that they were going to raise or or drop rates tomorrow and they were to have any kind of a change in the tone of the Fed, I would suspect there's going to be a move if Powell just even comes out hinting that they were going to slow down. This just broke out in a big way. Is this something that you would look at? Because it's the first thing that came to my mind when you said, hey, maybe the Fed takes the foot off the pedal would be, well, what about the IWM that just broke out?
Well, I'll tell you, this time of year, those stocks go up a lot of times no matter what. And we've been actually looking for stocks that could go up no matter what, even if the overall markets go down. So we have like tiny hedges, or we'll do tiny hedges in the indexes on the downside, but we'll have larger like positions in things that the stocks are already starting to curl up. And just at this time of year, these things have a habit of just kicking in gear. The problem is most of them we're looking at have earnings tomorrow or next week. But here's one for you right here, that this might go up no matter what. It's already said they had better than expected earnings, sold off when everything sold off. So if the whole market sell off, we might look to buy it versus the lows. And there are a number of stocks like the ones you see on the middle left that we'll look to buy on dips, because usually these small stocks, they'll go up even regardless of the Fed. So I'd rather play individual stocks instead of the IWM after the Fed.
Gotcha. And that's what I love, and we appreciate you always giving us your time, is, be able to put you on the spot there, because I was sort of curious about that. I know that's something you were looking at in the past, but individual names, things that are going to be a little bit more independent of the Fed, and we'll see tomorrow. I mean, obviously the tone that Powell sets is going to be an important one, and as you also mentioned, there's going to be a little bit more M&A. I think that's pretty much guaranteed with the sweep that just happened. You're going to see a lot more deal making. So some of these smaller names, which are appealing, much more likely that you're going to get some of these big bump ups and premiums, and faster closes is the other part that you're going to get with some of these deals.
You're also going to get a lot of these stocks going up on a Friday afternoon, because 80% of takeovers are over the weekend. And then if nothing happens over the weekend, they sell off Monday morning. So you're going to be able to get that kind of cycle a lot. It's a real profitable way to play. VKTX did it, where almost every day it would rally, not this week, but almost every day it would rally on the close on a Friday and then sell off on Monday after the opening. So we'll continue to try to play those. I think that's going to be a really great play for the next couple of years.
I agree. The old merger Monday, that's an old tried and true. I'm down with that as well, Chris. Always a pleasure having you on, Chris. We missed you last week, but glad to have you back. Best of luck with your trading. Let's enjoy the Fed tomorrow, and can't wait to talk to you again in the near future.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks a lot. Oh, the merger Monday. I will never forget when Sean and I owned our own floor, and we had a trader who, may or may not have made a bit of a mistake on a Friday at the close and found himself short. And we're not supposed to. We're in an overnight position on the floor. And then I'll never forget looking at. I didn't even know the company at the time, and I pulled up the Yahoo Finance. What are the latest news stories, and just sort of reading up on it. Takeover speculation, takeover speculation. And this was on a Friday. So over the weekend, I didn't sleep a lot that weekend. There was no deal, so everything was fine, but it's going to be interesting. We're going to have a change of tone when it comes to deal making. We're going to have a change of tone in the markets you've already seen today. Adara has been an absolute wild one. It's been a fun one as well. We did have a lot of earnings play. Just to recap for everybody, ARM did not make a very good move, but it did manage to pull back. So ARM was down in the 30s. They pulled it right back into 142. So ARM is actually up on the session again. So up about 1%. Qualcomm absolutely blew it out. Lyft, what a move for Lyft, up over 30% at one point. So there's a lot of earnings moves that we're going to be able to get into. But you know what we got to do?
We do.
We got to give a little bit of a thanks to all of our viewers out here, because without you and without this great community, Trader TV Live would be nothing. So when we do the roll call, it's always all about you. But you know what? If you want to be in roll call, you got to be in the chat. And if you want to be in the chat, you got to be a subscriber. So hit that like, hit that subscribe right now. Get your name in there so Adara can read it out for you in rapid fire fashion as she drops roll call. I'm always going to start it out thanking our entire team down the line, from Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. We had Andre making the videos for us today, doing a fantastic job. The midday had Sataya and Sharif. We're going to have Obi tomorrow joining. We had Joe before. Thank him. Shout out to my main man Brendo on the news desk. And of course, Mr. Palantir, Mr. Katina at the desk. He's still chilling out watching some of these earnings, but can't do it without you, Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. So I always want to thank you in there. And of course, lovely Adara, who's about to give you the roll call. Get your name in there and throw them ones.
Thank you very much. And thank you as well. Yes, Bears versus Bulls, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Brendan, Sataya, Joe, Obi, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, everybody. I named everybody. Didn't. Let's get going. Michael, we have Why Not, Rivian, Millionaire, Jason, CompuCare Team, Dennis King, Mashworth, Christopher, Jabril, we got drop trades. We got my thing take me down there a little bit. CompuCare Team there, Chase Bands, Joe Smith, Elon Musk, Trader Rob, Aku, Bora Hout. We have Happy Zombie, Sophia, and David Cook, the other Zinc. We have Bears versus Bulls, Gustavo SS, Christopher, Kevin the Piper, D. Westermeyer, Shop Villain, Apple Fritter. We have Jabril. We've got Carl Gruen. We have Jeremy Newman, Chase Bands, Drop Trades, Belizzi, Fernando Valle, Mark Preston, John Von Sowers, Demo Moore, Kiel Lynn, Isaac Williams, Footballer X, Pineapple Undies, New Q with a capital P. We have Finch Jane. We have Adrian. Oh, they're coming now. Guap 10, Happy Zombie Trader 10, Paul, Rivian Millionaire, The Realist, Pineapple Undies, Zero Gravity Zen, Luis Suarez, Sebastian, Robert Vitale, Bears vs. Bulls, Ed Clark, Footballer X, 11 Musk. I'm going to end with that fun little Elon Musk there. Hopefully your day was less sour than that lemon, and hopefully everyone has a great trading day tomorrow, because it should be a spicy one once again.
I'm hungry for an apple fritter after that. Great job as well, always on the roll call. But you know what? Let's be real. We've got a lot of fun tomorrow. We had a lot of earnings today. We got the Fed tomorrow, so it's going to be an absolute barn burner in the markets. And the best thing about the markets and the best thing about Trader TV Live is we get to do it all again tomorrow morning. So we're going to see you bright and early at 8:30 in the morning. We come on live and we cover everything that moves in the market, and we're doing it for you. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. We're Trader TV Live. Catch you on the flip.
See ya.
Would have taken place in Bitcoin.
No. Bitcoin 20% if she won.
Right. Somebody walk me through what's going on here.
So this is just a reaction of these four asset classes. So on the 10-year yield, we have that index to the right-hand side just so it's cleaner. So anyway, as we already discussed, you saw the 10-year rip. You saw the dollar rip. That's the green line. You saw crude oil bounce, and you saw gold, the risk-off trade, or I guess the opposite of risk-on, whatever. That is risk-off. You saw that dump.
So this is an interesting instance where gold and crude are diverging, which I guess happens often. But gold and Bitcoin seem to have been one trade throughout the course of the summer and fall, and that divergence is interesting.
Well, this is the great thing about markets, Josh, because the narratives change. Right. Yeah. I think that part of the narrative that was driving gold was concerns about the deficit. And probably that was bleeding into Bitcoin, or at least like you can plausibly make the argument. I think that Bitcoin was rallying as the odds of Trump winning increased. But narratives change. Things become correlated to different pieces of news. And that's where we are today. Ben,
the
go ahead.
deficit is probably going to get worse and gold goes the other way. That's the funny thing about it. To your point, is the narratives can change. Stocks and gold were both up 40% over the last year. And now gold reverses.
I want to quote James McIntosh from the Wall Street Journal talking about the election reaction today. He said, markets are clear about what Donald Trump plans for his return to the White House. Stocks are up, the dollar and treasury yields soared, and so did banks and Bitcoin. All are easy to fit to Trump's promises. Corporate tax cuts almost automatically boost stocks. Tariffs almost automatically mean a stronger currency. Bigger deficits mean higher bond yields. And easier regulation helps bank stocks and Bitcoin. Whether this knee-jerk reaction proves right in the longer run is another matter. So that's really framing like, all right, so we have this reaction. Now, how much of it is realistic to stay with us? I want to put this dollar chart up. Callie, what's your take? This was the first thing to move last night that caught my eye. What's your take? Is this just the tariff story, or is higher potential economic growth in the mix here? What do you think is going on?
Well, currency markets are famously really hard to read because, of course, you have two sides to it, right? You have the dollar, and then you have everything else.
Right.
And tariffs as a story in the currency market for the dollar. I mean, you have the U.S., potentially flexing its muscle, but then you also have other countries, having to deal with affected trade there. I mean, I think that there are a lot of different stories you could throw into this. If I had to pick one, it's probably tariffs, maybe something around growth. It's so hard to say, but I think given the big move that we saw and the forces going the other way up until today, I'd probably put it more on policy.
It's like isolationism, right?
Yeah,
that
basically.
makes sense to me.
I mean, if you want to wrap it up in a bow, yeah.
The Mexican peso sold off like 2.5% versus the dollar immediately. And I haven't heard Trump talking a lot about Mexico this time around. But like, I looked at that and I said, all right, that makes sense to me.
So wait, so I feel like the whole tone of this talk so far has been like nothing can stop this train. We're on pace for our like 4th year of 20% ish gains in the S&P. Isn't like just the worry that like, man, this is so overdone, and that's just the rug, because it seems like it does seem that there's no barriers anymore. Let's just keep going.
22, the S&P was down 20%. It was a reset.
Right. So yeah, 4 out of 5 years. But I'm saying like we've been on a pretty darn good run though. Like like I said, we're up 20% coming into the election. So as much as people say that the market hates uncertainty, the market was doing just fine coming into the election.
It's such a great point. We had maximum uncertainty over the summer. We didn't even know who was going to be the Democratic nominee. Like people forget how much uncertainty there was, and stocks held up.
Market never blinked, really.
Right, it didn't really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this bull market has been marked by uncertainty, doubt, and skepticism.
It's almost been like part of the fuel of it, because we go through these periods of uncertainty, then there's some sort of a resolution, and the trend resumes.
Well, but markets need a wall of worry to climb. Where's the worry now? To Ben's point, like
I just
rates.
told you,
It has to be rates, right, Kelly?
It's
what's
rates
the
and
ceiling?
inflation.
Is it 5% or so? The people start going, whoa, that's way too high for the stock market on the 10-year. Is it something like that?
I mean, I would say it's probably around here where people are like, whoa, wait, what's going on? Does this match? I don't know if it matches. And remember, we have a Fed meeting tomorrow. I mean, I was talking to somebody earlier today, and I was like, imagine if Jay comes out tomorrow, and I don't know if he's going to do this, but imagine if he comes out and he says something like not so great about the economy. He doesn't strike the language right or something. All of these narratives could just go poof into thin air.
It'll also be interesting. He's got a term to finish out, and he was, of course, originally a Trump appointee. But we've also heard Trump telling reporters that he thinks he has a better instinct about where rates should be than any Fed. I mean, he said this. I'm not. It's not an SNL skit. Like he said, I think I should have a say, and I know better sometimes than they do. I have good feelings about interest rates or whatever.
I'm kind of pumped about somebody bringing that up in the press conference because Jay's going to get so snarky about it.
Yeah, but it's like it's now going to be part of the new reality, and he's not going to have like an economic advisor that's going to like try to talk him out of it. Nobody's talking him out of anything right now.
Mnuchin's not coming back?
What's that?
Mnuchin, he's not coming back?
No way.
Round
Mnuchin's
two?
running New York Community Bank, I think.
Who
Remember
is
that?
going to be some of his economic advisors? God, I shudder to even ask that question.
The protege partners guy, Scott Bissett or whatever his name is, right? He's been talking. John Paulson, the one-hit wonder, greatest trade ever. He's in there.
Yeah, there's a big list of people that would take it in a second. I saw Gary Cohn last night at the NYSE, and he famously came in as the economic advisor and was able to dump all his Goldman Sachs stock tax-free.
Good trade.
Which amazing trade. We think Elon is going to get appointed, and historically, like traditionally, you sell your stock, you take the job, you get the tax-free sale. Elon might like talk his way into, I only want to sell half, and like no one's gonna like who's gonna stop that from happening? He might be able to get out of $80 billion worth of Tesla stock on like a selling on a regular basis, like a traditional plan, and he might be able to do that tax free. And who's going to say no to him? So I don't think he's going to be Treasury Secretary, but certainly there's a long list of people who I think would jump at that opportunity. So let's do this thing on break evens. Callie, can you kind of walk us through why this is something important to follow and what these charts are showing?
Yeah, so this is all about inflation. And when we're talking about break evens, we are talking about the difference between nominal treasury yields, so like the 10-year yield, and then the yield that you can get on comparable tips. So treasury inflation protected securities. That difference is basically what the bond market is baking in for the expected inflation rate over a certain period of years. And I want to show you this because the 10-year has been rallying since the middle of September, and I know that there's been a lot of talk around it. In fact, like 2 weeks ago, Michael and I were talking on what are your thoughts about how the 10-year, really is rallying because expectations were just so low for the economy. And one of the reasons why I was saying that was because break evens were basically stable for weeks, and now they're rallying higher again. And honestly, as investors, we want to see sustainable growth with gradual inflation. And break evens are telling us that we had that the growth that we were seeing, the expectations that we were hurdling in October were that kind of sustainable growth that wasn't going to spike inflation worries. And now we're seeing break evens tell us that like, okay, we're going a little overboard here. I would worry about this a little bit more. Inflation may be coming back as a risk. So that's what caught my eye.
Tips look good here to me. I've always been taught 2 to 3% real yields is a really good, like 3% real yields is like a screaming buy. And so we're at almost 2.5% real yields on 2s, 5s, and 10s. I don't know. Tips sound pretty good to me in this environment.
And if you're worried about unexpected inflation, if you're worried about inflation coming back because everybody's going crazy and it feels like the environment of 2020, then tips are your asset.
One of the great things about modern times is tips are really easy to buy for anyone because you could buy it in an ETF form. And it's just if somebody wants to put that on as an asset allocation piece, it takes literally seconds. They don't have to worry about maturities or any of that stuff. It's already baked into the product. I would be surprised.
And I can only imagine the talk about inflation is going to get worse and worse from here. So
I pulled this from Bank of America's chief economist. And basically, they break down the 4 key policy issues ahead. And I wanted to share these with you guys because there's so much conversation right now about like the thousands of things that both candidates had been saying on their respective campaign trails. So like, all right, now we know who the president is. We know that he sort of has a mandate to do stuff. What are the main things? It's good to not have a laundry list of 50 things. Here are the 4. U.S. president, key issues to focus on if Trump wins: fiscal policy, trade, immigration, and deregulation. So there's no clarity on fiscal until there's clarity on what the House races wind up as, which I think as of right this moment, we don't fully know, and we know it's still really close. But the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is whether or not those tax cuts get extended by the end of next year. That's going to hinge on what happens in the House, and I think that's a big one. The second one is tariffs on China, which we already talked about, and the idea at Bank of America is that that's the main thing that could derail the Fed's cutting cycle. If that gets rolling fast, that could curtail the terminal level of rates in this cutting cycle. That could actually stop that cold. Again, it's going to be a timing thing. The immigration thing is interesting. Again, this is one of those things where we don't know how far he's willing to go, what the timing is, whether or not he'll be able to get this done. I don't think it's an executive order, but really clamping down on illegal immigration, which I think is guaranteed, and then starting to deport people. What does this mean for the labor force? What does this mean for wages? Thoughts?
I mean, it's supply and demand, right? Foreign-born workers are 20% of the labor force right now. And remember, foreign-born doesn't mean, I'm not saying illegal immigrants here. I'm just talking immigrants in general. So that, I mean, that's a really big part, and they are concentrated in certain roles. So, I mean, it's supply and demand. Take some supply out, then
That'll push wages higher, no?
Yeah, it would.
It's like 40% of home
balance.
construction industry is foreign labor.
Yeah. So you could see some pointed effects in industries over others.
Also wanted to mention here deregulation. I don't know how to quantify this. I don't know. Is like more drilling sounds like the first most obvious thing that'll happen. Pulling restrictions off of
big tech stocks do not
Well, I was
get
about to
broken
say,
up.
dude, Google was up 4%
Yeah.
today. Josh, we own the stock. Google was up 4% today. You're telling me that deregulation is not a really good thing for Google?
Yeah, I don't know how to quantify it, but I think Lena Khan not being at the FTC as a starting point,
it's huge.
Monopolies continue.
Yeah, but then there's the push-pull. I don't think Trump's a big fan of Google, the company, and I think Meta. There have been historically issues. So like,
Well,
yeah,
he's not vindictive, so it should be fine.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's great if there are mergers and acquisitions again, and there's less of a heavy hand on regulation and capital formation, but also